This is the sound of VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
I'm heavy, kilo, gas, diesel, bath, CISO, knock down, gon' get up, no wrong, go kick up, no magic, get wizard, no magic, get wizard. I'm heavy, kilo, gas, diesel, bath, CISO, knock down, gon' get up, no wrong, go kick up, no magic, get wizard, no magic, get wizard. Beat so beautiful, I got shawty crying. I'ma see you tune this melodic lines. Stop a clock on my beat drop, call me Father Time. My skill is a deadliest weapon, put me in this duel and I stop at 9. That's a promise, put my name on a dotted line. Bringing me fresh air, that's the bottom line. Like getting O2 next day from the Amazon with no shop online. I gon' only make stuff I don't make it sell.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Knock one, push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Some kind of difference. Kalua's sort of trapped in the back of the site here alongside Primi, and there's just util thrown at them time and time and time again, and even a satchel now as well. There's just no safe place to stand at all. It's all on Primi, and that's a sharp shot. Skeet shooting onto Yudotan. Oh, Primi! Out of nowhere! And now it's Autumn to... Something on a big lurk, doesn't quite manage to get the timing right. Akami turns around just in time. Paper X, they're still going to commit to the bit. This B site is where they want to go. They are walking into pretty serious crossfire here. The jump just throwing off Cess's aim, and Envy out of nowhere, the double entry. Picking up the HP here, probably not game to all the Hunter's Fury. Davai has whiffed, and it's on to Envy to get the ace. The dart through. Kaide not spotted, but Envy gets his own ace.
Nice.
If it comes down to it, maybe that can have an impact. ZETA should be able to put this round together, though. They've got the weaponry advantage, and they've got all the util in the world to try to get their way back in. Again, Foxy having the timing for an impact kill, and he's done it again. He's got another triple. I don't know where this guy has come from, but Foxy 9.
Nice.
We've got 3 players over there from Gen G. So, not quite a repeat of the last round, but very similar. The approach looks the same.
Deja vu. Gone out in the open reveal. Ash able to find one. Relay Bolt 57 doesn't stun these guys, but he doesn't need that! Relay Bolt 57 doesn't stun these guys, but he doesn't need that!
Nice.
Paper's position's not going to matter too much if DFM take their time about getting into A. Which is more or less exactly what is happening. Dubby gets one, ports back out. This is a bait and switch because they won't know Forsaken's still in the corner, and now it's his turn to strike. Connection not there. He'll be punished as he tries to TP back away. DFM do actually get in for a plant. Retake now is required for Paper X. Drone. Spot 2 much. May steps up and take matters into his own hands. This could be an ace for May. Has that dash in the position, ready to go, and just when DFM...
Have fun, baby.
Okay, let's focus. Come. Let's go.
俺と一緒に立ちたいと言いますスーパープレイ出したら立つわだから身長高いし立った方がいいよじゃあ俺立たない方がいいやん
俺と水立っても合ってねえわなもう
そういうのいかないよ
결승까지 가면 3,000킬 나도 채울 수 있다.
형 지금 몇 킬인데?
2,850인가?
죽겠네 그럼
결승 가기 전에 할 거?
근데 이론상 그 플레인 가면 킬수 더 채울 수 있다 아니야? 잠깐만 그건 안 갈래 그냥 안 채울래 いやもうこっから本業ですよお願いしますじゃあ全部任せちゃよもういいってマジでもういいよはいオッケーはいオッケーなんだけど
이랑 같이 다 막아줄게 이거. 나 B 갈게 짱구야.
아 바로 리크다 바로 들어갔어 나 공수화 해볼게 이거
들어봤고.
베란다 땡크시 나 연막 없다
가자 너 밑에.
아 필 뺀다
가서.
젯 가라지
셋.
나 흘려서 죽여보 야나 흘렀어 그래 내가 죽일게 노노노 에이 사이드 도로 세팅 시티 I'm moving back chill 때려시 옆 타임 chill 안 온다 따라갈게 I think they don't have gun nice one more Phoenix okay Phoenix one back
One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining.
만 40 아직 오퍼야 할 수 있어 파이팅 말 40 하이 찬스 고박 시티 제제 석달 좋다 석달 바이브 살아났다 지금
아니야.
여기서 가자 확인 준비했어 간다 하나 둘 행복 그렇게 되려
피타다. 피야. 일하나? 이쪽이랑 가자. 와봐요. 드롭코로 시니크리요. 하나 더. 나이스. 나가 뺐.
피 잡으러 가볼게 이제
30 seconds left.
핀 하나 더 조심 이거. 이때거 조심.
기다려
핀이 핫핀이. 피. 아래. 살짝. 나오겠다 타임. 14초.
あと10秒.
Martino 마지뇨, 가완지뇨, 디디지뇨, 파이트지뇨, 할라피뇨. 근데 왜 이렇게 잘 나오네?
Oh, I think we just manpower, bro. Let's all go out together. Just at kill, mark one area, we just go out. Okay?
Okay. What is smoke letter pit? If you
letter here, may...
Kapidok. Maybe go league doc yung one.
Ay, po na po dailing. One, two more. Running dailing.
Go. Nice. The other guys can scout.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
Push flank first. Can you smoke? I can. I take back only.
Terlap.
One more.
Sit yun.
Nice good.
One enemy remaining.
Even default.
Good situation, but I have no smoke, bro.
Kabis.
Back.
안 보여.
야, 다시 룰링 거 주지. 나온다. 캐면 줄게. 야, 앞에 온다. 스플릿.
30초 남았습니다.
에이, 삐었어, 에이.
차면 좋아. 나이스.
나 사이 불었다. 나 맞았다. 나 온다. 나 못해. 사이트 비비는 형. 일단 바로 못 잡아줘. 오면 죽는 거 아니야? 나 죽는다.
야든.
나이스. 천천히 봐. 메인 하나.
천천히.
야, 살 돈도 돼. 천천히. 메인 잡을 수 있어. 아, 빙이 라이트. 플랜. 제발. 가버려.
Last player standing.
제발.
이겼다.
살아. 내가 살게.
포를 못 먹을 듯. 먹겠다 형.
나이스.
팀 살았다. 니들 뭐 해볼래 이거?
하나 잡잖아.
Boys, just come here again.
Come just.
우리 미드 막을 생각해야 돼 지금. 이쪽. 빰들어.
Short.
일단 숏 가려둘게.
메이드 가 있다. 원시티.
City.
투 시티.
나 블락 까줄게. 하민아 블락 깐다 나.
가자.
One missing. One guy missing.
파이트.
He remaining.
깜빡이 오는.
적군이 한명 남았습니다.
왼쪽.
다음에.
나이스.
나이스. 이겼다. 이거.
No time. 미션 no time.
제발.
이겼어. 제발.
붐.
You and me, Silvan. You and me.
나이스 bro.
Oh my
Sorry,
god,
sorry.
맞은 성공 미네, bro. Yo. 나 프리메인 스모크 돼요. 15들. 넷. 맨 안 보였어. 알아? 이대로 경유한다. 에이스 조심. 들어갔다. 저 오면 블락 까줄게. 다운.
물 까놨어.
어차피 나 먼저 땡겨. 블락 까놨고 앞에 붙었어.
총을 보여줘.
얘네 이름 미드 심할 수도 있겠다. 어쩌는 중. 온다. 하나.
에이? 뒤에.
เรารีเทคซีนะไซเฟอร์กลมซีรออยู่แล้ว
เฮ้ยกลาง
เฮ้ยมาครับเข้าไปดิอติได้นะคิวไป
สองตัวขวาใกล้
Spike down mid. That's 3. One enemy remaining.
ได้เออยู่จากซีเดินไปนู่นรอบป่าเดี๋ยวพี่เอาพวกมึงเนี่ยมุมเดียวกันเข้าไปทีเบ็ดไม่ได้ใช่ปะ
ได้
Maybe there.
เลย
Yeah man.
จิตนาA 오면 메인 점번 맞춘다 무조건 나도 해본으로 채워줄 생각할게 건드리지 마 그냥 세트로 보자 이거 그냥 A만 막아
펜 앞에 됐어. 줄것 같아.
떨리지 마 갱스터 들어와있어 필3
야 뒤에 오는 선수들.
도망상 깔게 도망상 까놓고 왼쪽 파줘
가자. 오퍼 먹어줘. 가시 오퍼. 고맙다. 나 자신 있게 할게. 좋았다 우진아.
발사.
Hello everyone, this is Javier K from Global Esports.
Hello guys, I'm Kilias from Team Secret.
And this is Riku. Do you remember when we first met? What was your first impression?
My first impression was like, oh, this guy is rich as f, bro. You're so white, your clothes so good.
Yeah, for real. You're funny, man. I mean, I've met you in rank a lot. So like, I always had that level of respect for you. Because I knew like, you were serious about your work. Did we have any memorable wins, moments together?
I think the most memorable thing for me is the win for sure on Predator. We grind that hard, you know? Like, we really want to beat that, you know? When we have a miracle.
Oh, yes, when we lost in the grand finals to Fancy.
Depressed,
yeah,
bro.
we're all sad. 1 week later, we get a call that Fancy cannot fly. So they give us the slot. And we're all just jumping in the boot camp.
like, oh my god, is this really happening?
Our hard work paid off. Funny memories from Oasis.
In my career, that's the best thing I have, you know? The friendship, the closeness
Right.
of each other, the brotherhood, you know? All of us still talking, you know? So, you know, it's really, you know?
Yeah. What else is fun? It's like we go on like random road trips.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
1 a.m.
Yeah, for
we'll
sure.
go to Tagaytay.
Oh my God.
Like we'll drive like 2 hours, 3 hours.
Yeah, that's the best part, man. Tomorrow, I have screams.
Who's your favorite Oasis teammate? Besides me,
Besides you, okay. I think everyone, bro. Not gonna lie, because every time I talk to my friends or to my families, you know, they keep asking me what's my best team, you know. Oasis always, bro. If I can just run it back, you know, it's Oasis.
At our peak, our
yeah,
prime,
yeah, you
that
know,
that
like,
was fun.
it's just Oasis.
Who would you save in a burning building? Me or Zeus?
I did a lot of gyms. I think I can borrow.
Only one.
Only one.
You gotta choose wisely here, bro.
I need this before the Sage too.
Okay, I see how it is. Do you remember when you found out you were joining Pacific? What did it feel like?
That journey is it's such a grind, you know. I asked the owner of the Oasis Gaming, Atiara, then I come to the bootcamp. She agreed, and I just grind there like for almost 2 months straight. Just play, sleep, eat, you know. The moment G owner called me, you're in. Bro, I jumped like a monkey again, bro. Like, this is it. Like,
All the hard work.
all
paid
the
off.
hard work,
Yeah.
bro. Like, all my heart, bro. Then,
I think I have like the biggest trauma about like knowing I'm getting into tier 1. I have an offer, I'm gonna join, it goes away. When I signed the papers, I was just like, it's finally coming through. That was such a good moment for me because I think I would have stopped if I didn't get franchised that year. Since I did, like I was able to continue my passion.
congrats on the first global, Javi. What was it like the first international for you?
I think the nice part is you get to see all the different teams. And when you play against them in a different region, you get the feel of like how they actually play. The level of play is like, that's the best of the best. You make one mistake and the enemy team will capitalize on it.
It's real, huh? It's real.
It's real. Turkish aim is real. Back when we were teammates, did you think I had it in me to qualify for a global event one day?
No doubt, bro. Like the mindset, the hunger to win, you know. You don't just give up, you know. You just find solution just to win, you know. Like
So
for real,
sweet,
for
so
real.
sweet. I think I'll say the same thing about you also. I think like Kelly and I, we were really close when we were teammates.
Yeah.
And I think we both had the same characteristics to win.
You remember that, Gary, when you interview me in GE? Who do you think is gonna play in Tier 1 from Tier 2? I said, Javier K.
That did happen.
You're now on the same team as Crystal and Yudotan. How different do you think they play today compared to me back then I joined?
I think Yudo, he's more out of his shell now.
Yeah.
Like he's able to express himself more. Like to show who he really is. And for Sava, I think he's becoming a better team player.
Not much baiting anymore.
They've both improved and they're the ones who really popped off in
Yeah, I'm
that.
happy with you, Dodo.
The homing missile.
Yeah.
You play on a multicultural team too. How much have you had to adjust your play style or calling style? What challenges do you usually run into?
The different ideas of the game. Both of you have good ideas, but you just need to stick to one ideas, you know, to play together as a team.
Because I think like Filipino teams, it's like you're a SWAT team.
Yeah.
Like everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, always.
What's also hard is the language barrier. With Sava,
Yeah.
the language barrier is so hard. He got ulted by the fade. Enemy fade.
Yeah.
And he said, I got ult. So I said, okay, ult now, Sava, ult now. He's like, no, I got ult. Please, ult now. No, fade ult me. I was like,
my God.
We both have Korean teammates. Do you think they've taught you more Korean or have you taught them more Tagalog?
I think I've taught them more Tagalog. Korean language is so hard, bro. They teach me, okay, I learn now, but next other day,
Forget.
I forget about what?
Actually, Yudo remembers everything I tell him.
No, bro, it's so...
I don't know how. Yudo never went to English class. Like, he learned English through VALORANT. For me, that's so smart.
Yeah,
that he
so,
did that, no?
he's so fast learner, no?
Yeah, it's a fast learner.
But what's the Korean word you use most?
Ginchana, annyeonghaseyo. Or in the Ubers, like, Yu-Gi-Oh!
The Korean word I spam a lot is like, chincha? It's like, really? 1B, chincha? Changkaman, you know? Changkaman.
I don't know.
Changkaman is like, wait, you know? Changkaman. How different is being a Pacific player compared to playing in Tier 2?
When I was a Tier 2 player, I thought like the gap was not far. But when I joined there, it's like totally different ballgame. It's like everyone's as good as you or even better than you.
When I came, I'm very confident because it should not be hard. And when I play like, bro, the experience is real, the mental battle, you know?
The
like,
mental
damn.
battle. Yeah. That's the exact same thing that happened to me. When I joined Tier 1, you were like, take care of your mental. That's gonna be the most important part. And when I first read that, I was like really confident and everything. I was like, I'll take care of it. And then after a while, I was like, this is hard. This is hard. Have you seen me crash out?
Yeah.
What happened?
We have a lot of tilter in our team, so we call it like a general captain or in the army, you know? So if you smash, boom, okay, General 1. Okay, he's the first guy, you know? If you keep smashing the table up, then you will get +1 general, +1 general. You have a lot of general.
What are your thoughts on stage 2?
Pretty interesting because there's a play-in, so good thing also for us, especially because we're a new team again. So we will use the group stage for the experience, experiment.
I think it would be interesting because we get to see Tier 2 teams actually play Tier 1 teams on the big stage.
Yeah.
How do you see me now as an opponent?
Knowing you before is very different now. I can tell by how you play the game, how you lead the team basically. Because you're an IGL now. The growth you have as a player is like very inspiring for me, you know? Push me better, you know? Yeah.
You're like the best player on Team Secret.
Bias.
What do you want? You or Team Secret?
I think Team Secret.
Nothing, bro. He's beaten me so many times in Tier 2.
Yeah.
I think in Tier 1, I'm gonna own him now.
Okay, we'll see that. We'll see about that. I'm very confident with my IG.
If we meet in the playoffs, are you confident that you guys can beat us?
I'm very confident, bro.
Yes.
In stage 1, when we play against, especially against Saba. How about you? You think you can beat us?
Did it before?
No.
Do it again, bro. Do you remember when was the last time we took a picture together?
I have no idea, bro.
Alright, let's take a picture, bro. Since day one. Me and you, we came from the same boat, you know? We wanted to be here, and like, who would have thought, like a year later, 2 years later, we're actually here. All our hard work, all those nights, it was worth it.
You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything. That's so lit. That's so lit. That's so lit. You're watching VCT Pacific 2026. Earn everything.
When I'm up, yeah, I feel sky high. Nobody to kill my vibe. Going pop up, we frozen time. Call me crazy out of my mind. Never up, yeah, I'm floating high. Going hot, got the fire inside of me when I step in time. Call me crazy out of my mind.
Break's over. Quick feet, quick throw.
Need a time and a place. I be here in a beat. Move at my own pace. I ain't bugging if it's a one-way ticket. Spend a meal, get it back. Slice a bottle, make it clap. Celebrate, make it last. Baby, do it fast. A lot of people with principles look around, and when it's time to make it big, I don't hear a sound. The shadow code, we moving under the radars. In and out of state, shorty wanna play her. Locked in my zone, motivation by the peak. I'm in the game for the sport. Some people just love the heat. I'm flying impeccable. Maybe choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me, so I'm stuck in the freezer light. Stuck in the freezer light. Whoa, I'm flying impeccable. Maybe choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me, so I'm stuck in the freezer light. Stuck in the freezer light. Whoa. So they wanna do me like that, huh? Keep me off the shelf when I need some. Huh? It ain't how we do it round here. Keep your hands to your waist. It takes some to make some, and I got some. Let's get it poppin', shawty. You know what time it is. I'm flying impeccable. Baby, choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me, so I'm stuck in a freezer light. Stuck in a freezer light. Whoa, I'm flying impeccable. Baby, choose a terminal. I like it when you drop it low. They want me off my pedestal. They bringing all this heat on me, so I'm stuck in a freezer light. Stuck in a.
Hello everyone and welcome to VCT Pacific 2026 Stage 2. I'm your host, Chubby Ninja Victoria Cheng, without a doubt. And today we have Northern Lights and Hyuga from DFM, and also a guy with a very mid haircut and a cool shirt. Hello guys!
That's the first thing you say. Wow.
Yeah. Hi, how are you? Oh.
Very good. Move. This is why she's not allowed to host. This is why it's just not professional. Not professional.
She told me someone was waiting for me outside, and then she just...
You can't let this happen. You got to be in control of these interviews.
Get under control. I should have just let her stay. Anyway, welcome. I'm Chubby Ninja. I'm Victoria, your host. Replacing Jen, we got Morgan, and also we have with us from DFM, we got Northern Lights and Hyuga to help translate. Welcome. And thank you for bearing with us for that little bit of a mishap there just now. How are you guys doing coming into Stage 2? We saw a lot of growth for DFM over the years, but how are you feeling about Stage 2 so far?
ステージ2、DFM はシーズン通して成長しているとは思うんですけども、今ステージ2、2戦戦ってどんな感じですか？
キックオフステージ1となんか違う課題でまたステージ2入ってまた違う課題に直面して、1戦目2戦目負けて、今週こそは勝利をつかめるんじゃないかという練習をしてきましたね。
So throughout the kickoff and stage 1 and stage 2, we have kind of like a different problem at each stage. And actually we lost the first match and the second match, but for this week we are prepared to win.
Ooh, liking to hear it.
Good.
We got predictions to talk about.
So in the game against Paper Rex, you guys didn't end up winning that game, but we saw that big comeback on Ascent. So do you think
that sort of gave you guys a lot of confidence heading into this week, despite it not being a win?
先週のペーパーレックスのマッチでは先頭でオーバータイムに惜しくも敗れてしまったんですけども、そういったところはチームの自信だったりにつながっていると思いますか、今週にかけて。
そうですね、ペーパーレックス、やっぱり強豪チームなんで、自分たちの自信にはつながってると思いますけど、オーバータイムの勝率が多分チームとして、ずっと悪いんで、そこは、今日こそオーバータイムになったら勝ち切りたいなと、みんなオーバータイムに自信を持ってやっていきたいなと思ってます。
So we know that Paper X is a strong team, and throughout the last match, I think everyone got the confidence, even though we lost. But overall, as a team, our overtime winning percentage is not that good. But for today, if we get into the overtime, we want to win.
Oh, they're ready for it. There are some constants on DFM. You know, you've had role changes, you've had player changes, but one constant is you, Northern Lights. So I also want to ask you about your time with DFM over the years and really what your role is. I want people to know more about what you do.
DFM はここ数年で、いろんな選手の変更だったり、ロールの変更だったりがあったと思うんですけども、ノーザンライツコーチだけは一緒3年間やってると思うんですけども、ノーザンライツコーチは今チームでどのような役割を担っていますか？
僕は基本的に、ゲームを一貫して、マクロを見たり、少人数制など銃を使ったところのファイトを見たり、基本的にゲーム全般をずっと僕が教えてる感じですね。
So basically, I am the type of the coach who teach the macro. I watch the gunfight, and I kind of see overall of the game itself.
And May is the other constant. Are you the one who's made May who he is today?
メイ選手もノーザンライツコーチとともに DFM にいるとは思うんですけども、今のメイ選手を作り上げたのはノーザンライツコーチでしょうか？
そう。
Just take credit.
そうですね、そう。彼は、見ての通り、スーパー選手なんで、勝手に育ってて。
Yeah, maybe, but as you know, he's a superstar. He grew up himself.
Okay, so
that's
humble.
Very nice. A player I'm really curious about is Akame. Because he's been up and down in his performances, but in stage 2, he's been fantastic. He's been able to, we see him get so many kills per map. I feel like he's playing fantastic. So what's changed for him? What's he eating for breakfast? What are the settings? What do we need to know about Akame and why he's got so good?
Akame 選手はもともと調子の波があるような選手だったと思うんですけども、ステージ2は今のところコンスタントに活躍していると思います。ノーザンライツコーチとして、例えば朝食が変わったのか、セッティングが変わったのか、どういった要因が赤目選手の活躍につながっていると思いますか？
ステージ2は純粋にイニシエーター、多分彼が一番得意な立ち位置、3番目とかに立っているのと、彼がゲームの知識を上げてきて、イニシエーターの理解上がってきて、でゲームの知識も上がってきて、どうプレイしたらどうキルが取れるかとか、彼はめっちゃ向上心が高いんで、ずっと俺の話聞いてくれたりとか、彼が成長してくれるから、ただ彼のパフォーマンスが出てる感じが。
So throughout the stage 2, we decided him to play the initiator role, and I think and we believe that he is now in the suitable position, and he actually have a more knowledge throughout the game, and he also listens to my coaching plan, and that's why I think he's improving a lot right now.
Okay.
I want to ask questions about if you're also working with the dance, but I won't ask that. Did you watch the Japan Challengers Finals?
VCJ の決勝はご覧になられましたか？
結構見ましたね。
Yeah, I watched it.
It was huge. It was a huge event. It was happening the same time as Pacific. And it was so interesting, of course, because Reject were the favorites to win. They were undefeated throughout this whole stage. But then they ended up, losing out on that. We got QT, coming into play-ins with us. So I want to ask your opinion, what your thoughts are on QT. Did you expect them to win, first of all? And how do you think they'll be doing here in play-ins?
VCJ の決勝では、リジェクトが、勝つっていう風なところが、大方の予想だったと思うんですけども、QT ディグが勝利したっていったところで、QT ディグに関してのそもそもどういったチームだと思っているかっていったところと、VCT パシフィックで、どのような活躍を見せると思いますか？
QTD は なんだミサヤ選手っていうずっとコアな IGL がいて、それに加えて、高いフィジカル、マーガレット選手や PKM 選手、他の2人ももちろん優れた火力を持ってて、別に IGL もいいし、火力も高いんで、個人で狙ってきて、スーパープレイ出したりとか、メタにもあったプレイをしてるんで、強敵かなと思ってますね。
You know, the QT Dig has Messiah. He has been a core IGL for long years, and also they have Margaret, PKM, and other 2 players. All of them are strong in gunfight, and they can do the super play, and also on the macro-wise, they're good at it.
Are you worried about them coming into play-ins, possibly playing against you guys?
Yeah. プレイインでもしQT ディグと当たることがあるかもしれないんですけども、彼らについて恐れていますか？
全く恐れてないです。
We're not afraid of it at all. At all.
Oh, okay.
That's good. So wait, would you want to play them? Ideally, like, would you rather them be on a different side of the bracket, or would you love for them to be the first game?
多分プレイインに行ったとして、最初に当たりたいか、別の方にいてほしいかで言ったらどちらですか？
別の方にいてほしいですね。ずっと当たるなら上の方で当たりたいのはありますね。
I want them to be on the other bracket. If we are going to fight it, we want to be at the top of it.
Ah, okay.
Oh, that's fair enough. Okay, I like that. It sounded almost personal. Do you have friends on that team?
QT ディグに個人的に友達だったりとかはいますか？
僕はいないんですけど、楓選手や安さん、安塚選手のずっとやってきたユラン選手だったりとか、選手同士では関わりがあると思いますね。
I don't have it personally, but a player like Kaide and Yatsuka has Yuran, which they have been playing. So the players have some of the relationship with them.
Oh, that would be really fun to watch. Well, we have one more Japan match team playing besides you guys today and Varel. It'll be ZETA versus Full Sense. You guys are sounding very confident for DFM today. How are you feeling between ZETA and Full Sense? What's your prediction?
本日の試合は DFM 戦以外にZETA対フルセンス戦があるとは思うんですけども、そのマッチについてはどう思いますか？
ZETA は、先週 RRQ に勝って、流れに乗ってるところもあるし、今のロールだったり変化がうまく全体的にレベルが上昇してるんで、今日も日本チーム2つとも勝てるんじゃないかなと思ってます。
So last week they have won against RRQ, and I think they're on the good mood right now. Everything is now fitting, and I hope 2 of the Japanese teams are going to be winning today.
All right. So today's sounds like it's going to be a good day for Japan, and that's all we have time for. Thank you so much, Northern Lights, for your time here at the desk, and Hyoga for your translation. Good luck on today's match, and I'm looking forward to it. Maybe you don't even need to have an overtime today.
We hope so. Arigato gozaimasu. Best of luck for the day, because like you say, it's potentially a huge day for Japan here with both of the teams playing. Taking a look at our group standings, we see Genji up at the top there, a flawless 3-0, while RRQ are at a uncomfortable 0-3. Over in Group Omega, of course, we get to see VALORANT play against DFM. This is top of the table versus bottom of the table. Can DFM turn this around and steal a win today?
Oh, definitely. Well, he sounded pretty confident today. You know,
very confident.
Japanese teams, they're usually quite humble about these things. And he was just like, we got it today. They're a little, things like slipped out of their control last time against Paper Rex, and also it's Paper Rex. And joining us on the desk, Pilski, welcome back. I'm glad Jen didn't steal your spot either, because that could have possibly have happened.
I think it might have been an upgrade, to be honest, but I kind of agree with your guys' sentiment. Like, I feel quite the same about at least this opening matchup, but I don't think it's as cut and dry as VALORANT 2-0 in the group and DFM 0-2. I think that VALORANT is the team that plays to the level of their opponent, and DFM very capable of turning their fortunes around in this group.
I mean, very much so. I do think it's only been 2 games for VALORANT, so it's a bit early. You can't count the chickens before they hatch, and we know DFM have a habit of taking down scouts from the very, very best. So for me, it's all about what DFM show up today.
True. Now, last week, we had more unpredictable matches. We had some more banger matches, so let's have a look at Pulsar.
This
was the clip that was almost generational from Premi.
I think it still was. They cut the last kill. Come on. Nice little 180.
Yeah, I would have loved to see if we could hit that shot. But we had so many great shots, like always here in Pacific. You know that this montage could be 10 minutes long. This could be our whole pre-show if we did so choose.
100%. I think you're going to see Foxy9 shooting like that again today. You're seeing a fair few Val clips because they got some shooters on that roster for sure.
Sharp. They're very, very sharp. Ash, now this one was crazy. I feel like the whole Summit game from Ash was just a highlight reel after highlight reel. I mean, we have so many aimers in this region. Sometimes I feel sorry for the others that they're missing out on what we have.
Yeah.
The others like
Europe, EMEA.
EMEA?
Firmly EMEA. No one could
EMEA.
shoot over there.
You know, they have so few, they had to take our clips to analyze because they didn't have enough of their
Really?
own.
Doesn't
Yeah, like a Viper wall.
Doesn't shock me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm just kidding. I love you guys. Anyway, that brings me to Build Diff because we need more challenges of our own on the desk. And of course, we want to see who's going to win the laptop, the Predator Helios Neo 16 SAI. It's a gaming powerhouse crafted for
Passionate gamers!
That's right!
Woo!
And what are we? Passionate gamers! So, Pilsky, you've been feeling really positive today. It's a rare sight to see. You feel so confident about your build diff.
Yeah, 100%. I built the all-star team. Obviously.
You know how this goes. The happier you feel in the morning, the more angry you feel in the evening when you come last because you will.
No, but he usually starts like a Japanese team, like really humble, you know, and then like you kind of sees what happens. But you're sort of like the KRX of this desk right now. Like there's so much potential, but you keep losing.
But you're inting.
And I guess you would be like the fanatic with your 2 trophies.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair.
I got one.
But now I'm sat firmly mid-table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What can you do?
And first time trophy winner here, the very first trophy or laptop winning desker. Let's talk about my build diff, the winning one, because it's the winningness of all.
Yeah, that's mid.
May, because Northern Lights trained himself, obviously.
Oh, that's true. Okay.
I decided to go to Zuna. We had some good initiators today, but decided to go with Zuna because I wanted to double up with Foxy9. Foxy9 has been on a roll, and I don't think it was just luck or just fire coming back and, you know, the post bench Foxy9 or anything like that. I think he's on a really good roll here. Primi putting him back on the Sentinel role today against Zeta Division. We looked at his past performances against Zeta in the past. Dude usually pops off. Sugar Zero as well. You know, even if he's calling, he is pretty consistent as far as that team goes. So winning roster, ready to be a passionate gamer and win my laptop.
I don't know, honestly. Who's going next? Is it me? Because I feel like we... I feel like we should just show the roster that's actually going to win today, because that roster is very mid, quite honestly. May is my duelist, we can agree on that. Killua cannot go 8-30 again. It's just not physically possible. Like, he has to move his arms today.
You think a bounce back?
He will be bouncing back. That is going to be the worst game of his career. So 100%, that's not going to happen 2 times in a row. Foxy9, sometimes playing the Seti, sometimes playing the Viper. He's got a fair few games of Viper in there. Syuta's actually been fragging pretty good for ZETA. I was very tempted to pick Eco. The Eco Killua spot was the most contentious one for me. And then Primi in the flex. I don't care that he's going to give me minus points, even if he plays Deadlock. As long as he's not gravitating himself, we'll be fine.
You know he will. If he's on that Deadlock, you know he will. Now, the thing is, both of your teams are totally fine, but neither of you have built a real habit of winning. Like, for me, I'm truly the best to ever do this, so let me tell you to the real team.
Okay.
Jitboy, you're all sleeping on Jitboy, by the way. He's fantastic now he's taken over Julius. Akame, also fantastic. You see how Akame is getting better and better, but you guys don't know what you're talking about, so you don't put it in your team.
Akame is a good pick,
Foxy9 is in there. Of course, Foxy9 is in there. He's fantastic. Shota on that Sentinel, rock solid. And then I got Klaus in there in the flex. The super sub came off the bench for Viral, had a fantastic performance. I want to see him get some reps. Even you can set out on map, buddy, because he's going to come in and he's going to start absolutely frying.
So he plays one good map.
Yep, that's all I need.
And you put him in your team.
That's all I need.
Has anybody else got Klaus?
Yeah, your roster is quite different than everyone else's.
Yeah,
she's not like the other girls this morning.
No, actually, he's trying to be unique.
Wow, look, Paper that has Cruz in his roster.
What's wrong with that?
And
What's wrong with that, Victoria?
He's not the. You have so many superstar fraggers on full send.
I'm actually a
Look,
little scared.
I love Cruz, but this is.
My team is almost exactly the same as Elfish Guy's team, which makes me nervous.
Yeah, I kind of like Quack's team, to be honest.
Yeah,
Primi,
that's good.
Eco, Foxy9, Kaide, Jip Boys, that could pop.
Actually, Quack is going to win today because, you know, the hot take. I'm predicting that Quack wins Build Diff this stage 2. You guys just wait.
So that's why you built that roster today.
That
You're trying to let
makes
Quack win.
That
no,
makes sense.
I'm going to get second. Mine is real. Mine is real. You guys don't know anything. All right, today we got a lot of Japanese teams playing. We've got VALORANT facing against DFM. And I think this is going to be really interesting because if this was stage 1, if this was kickoff, I think a lot less of us would have been predicting VALORANT today. But they have started real hot here in stage 2.
They've got that inertia going. They got a big win against Team Secret where it was close, and then they come out swinging against T1. I love watching this team play. I love their energy on the stage. I love their passion when they celebrate those wins. And we interviewed Klaus here on the desk, and I thought he was amazing to chat to. So I'm loving this team. I'm loving the way they play VALORANT. However, you know, they are running this weird 6-man roster. That is definitely strange, something we don't see a lot of over here anymore, but we'll see how that plays out today. DFM, a very big game here, the start of their Super Week, so let's see if they can start on a positive note.
Yeah, I think all of the teams that are playing today are all playing their Super Week this week. I tried to double check that, and I triple checked it, and I'm still not sure because I just I checked like 4 times, and I always second guess myself before making bold claims. However, it's going to be a big week. I think VALORANT, if they are playing their Super Week here, they win twice, they will top the group. So honestly, they're on a good roll already. Good win over Secret, very tight series, that one. A very convincing win over T1, but that doesn't mean that this is a cut and dry game for them against DFM.
But I think the thing for me is this win against T1 is huge for the momentum, huge for feeling like the team is really something special. T1 are massive, massive names here in Korea. All of us, we speak so much about how they're a super team, and then this young group of rookies come in and absolutely destroy them. A 2-0 win, it doesn't get better than that for these guys. So I think they're going to be feeling so confident about the fact that they can get this win over DFM
And Izu gave them a lot of respect in the interview. I remember asking him about that game, and he said, like, I don't think we played bad necessarily that game. They were just really good. They were shooting hard. They were hitting all their shots. They were winning their clutches and their thrifties, and we just lost to a good VALORANT.
Yeah, you guys were the only 2 believers last week, but I think by the end of that match, a lot of us were converted into fans that day. They looked like the VALORANT we've been wanting to see. Now, what's really interesting is that they are definitely using an active 6-man roster.
Yes, this is weird. We don't see this a lot. Normally, teams will just rather prioritize having 5 consistent players so everybody knows what to expect. We see in Stage 2, both of them have only played Omen, but they sub out depending on what the map is.
Yes.
So this is a very strange arrangement. We're not totally sure why they're running with this, but I'm very curious if this is something that they stick with. Is this a long-term plan? Because I'm not really sure.
Well, it just doesn't make sense, you know. Originally, you'd assume they keep Cinder because they want someone who plays primary Smoke's role and is always kind of rocking in that consistent position. You can see Klaus's agent pool there. It's all over the place. I don't think he even knows what he wants to play at times, but you see him fill Omen and be able to put up much better numbers than Cinder, and he had a very impactful game. He had a clutch or 2 on Haven as well. He was looking fantastic on that agent. So, again, you kind of question Cinder. Statistically, he has not been able to hang at the Pacific level, unfortunately. He had a series or 2 where he was actually pretty good coming into stage 1, and I thought he was going to pick up his performance from kickoff, but you could just see across the average of all of 2026, it's night and day. Klaus is just a heavier fragger, and I think that he is the player that I'd rather keep on the roster, especially if he can play Omen.
It's hard to say, though, because he's only played that, you know, 2 maps, or 1 map, rather.
But just look at the average statistics. Like, you're not even just talking about him playing Duelist a lot of the time. You're seeing him play, you know, Enit, you're seeing him play Sentinel, and he's putting up numbers no matter the role. So I'm sold on it, personally.
Okay, well, I am really curious, and I think today will determine a lot more, especially if Klaus does play it once more against DFM. Now, DFM, we were just having a chat with Northern Lights there. They're feeling really confident about today. Not so much of a strong start for Stage 2, but again, we've seen glimpses of glory, like potential for glory for this team. And I hope that does come through today, and I hope his confidence is for a reason.
Yeah, I would agree. I think for me, it's been interesting to see how they're shifting around the roles a little bit. Yatsuka seems to be a bit more of a flexible player for them. Yeah. They haven't got a win yet. I think KRX caught them off guard. That was a very winnable series for them. I think they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't get that one done. However, they showed signs of promise, even though they went 0-2 down against PRX. Yeah. There's no shame in losing to PRX. So I think for DFM here, being 0-2 down in the group already, they're looking particularly at the Varel Secret game and even maybe the T1 game and thinking, look, let's get some maps together, let's get some series wins because we're probably looking towards the play-ins at this point.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely winnable, so we will see how this plays out. This is highlights of when these two teams played each other over in Stage 1, so I think DFM looking very much to be able to replicate that result today.
Yeah, I think so, and they're clearly feeling good about today. They've done it before, and I think you kind of need that. But I'm unsure of how this will play out because Varel's also looking very different.
I mean, this was one of those games for Varel where it did become very winnable. You see how close the score lines are. The first map was 13-11, so this is exactly the type of game Varel lost so consistently. Yes. But, you know, the thing is now they've broke that curse. They know how to win now, I feel like. So I think if they're playing with that extra 5-10%, things could get a little bit tough for DFM, especially when they're not exactly full of confidence right now compared to Varel, who just can't seem to lose.
Yeah, 100%. I think this could be a very, very close series. You see DFM grinds it out. It was a winnable game, though, for Varel. I think both of those teams had chances to win or lose certain maps, and it ended up being the team that kind of came alive at the end of the game. I remember all three of those maps being like 8-8, 8-9 scoreline, like very kind of close and tentative, and then someone just went on a run right at the end of the map to get it done.
Well, one thing we really like from DFM for this year is that we don't only see May stepping up, it's the whole team, and that's where they found a lot of success during that time. Now, last week, it was really close. We went into an overtime between these two teams.
I mean, this is great resilience. This is a really hard thing to do when you have to string this many rounds together in a row. It's really tough. So I think you have to respect the players, the mental fortitude to get that done, as well as the adaptations. It was incredibly impressive. This game can't go any closer. The OTs back and forth. So they'll be beating themselves up that they couldn't get that game done, but it did show real spirit for me. I think that's the biggest thing. If you're able to show that you can beat Paper X, really you can beat anyone in this league. It's just about having that composure in the very last moments to get it done.
Yeah, I think Sunset was somewhat close. We highlight Yatsuka just based on the fact that he's been playing a fair bit of secondary duelist, but also he's still a little bit flexible in his role. You can see him playing Sage. He's had pretty good numbers on the Sage. He's still able to fill the breach there. So a very flexible player for DFM, and particularly that game of Ascent. I think at one point he was like 6-14, and he ended up pretty much even. Along with the rest of the DFM comeback, Yatsuka on the Neon entry was getting absolutely battered round in, round out, but he had the mental fortitude to be able to win multiple clutches for DFM, and he also turned around his scoreline, and as a result, DFM was able to run it back all the way into a winnable OT game. Unfortunately, they ended up losing, but I think it was very inspiring, and I think I even was talking to Jordan about the game, like, and thinking like, yeah, DFM won that map, right? Because I felt like they won that map. I was like, that's a win mentally, honestly. If you're able to come back against Paper X and push them that close, that's a win for DFM.
And I think even when we talk back to the KRX game, we spoke about how they were making a lot of correct decisions. This is a team that has all of the building blocks there. It's just, can they find the wins in Stage 2?
I mean, they beat Paper X before, so it wouldn't be their first time doing it if they had done it last week. Now, Yatsuka, I think the comparison was really interesting, seeing what he's playing Stage 1 versus Stage 2. He's someone we had a lot of question marks in terms of his role, especially with some role overlaps with Kaede, so I'm glad they've sort of put him on this duelist role for some maps, because I feel like this is bringing a lot more balance to this team.
Yeah, I think so. I can definitely see it working for them. Taking a look at the skirmish here, Varel have sent their assistant coach, by the way.
That's all right.
To this 6 players isn't enough, apparently. No. You got to find someone else to do this. So we'll see if they manage to get that done up against Yatsuka, who is normally pretty solid when it comes to the aim department. So let's see how this goes, but he's already up to 4, so kind of looking dire here for Varel, and there you go.
There you go, he's tapping away with the Phantom, and look, I think that's kind of what you can expect for Varel there. Not always the worst kind of situation to be Team A versus Team B. Sometimes you do want to see what the other team is going to first ban going into the veto.
Yeah, that's true. We see a lot of teams doing that. No breeze, no split. First destination is going to be Lotus by Varel, and you sound excited.
We haven't had a Lotus here yet.
That's our first one for stage 2.
This is
That's right.
our first Lotus. That's
it is weird, right? We like Lotus.
Lotus is such a staple map that almost every team will work into their map pool. It's kind of a weird one to have to ban. So now we see Varel picking it, bringing it out, and DFM choosing Ascent.
Yeah, I think Lotus will be an interesting one. DFM has famously kind of been up and down on that map. Sometimes they get absolutely blasted on it. Sometimes they're able to win pretty one-sided games. Ascent going to be in there as well. We just talked about DFM's comeback against Paper X on that map. That was pretty impressive for them. They look pretty solid on that map, so I think they're feeling very confident about their prospects, but they will have to start out on the attacking side. And Haven is something we've already seen between these two teams, but I'd imagine that you are going to see things kind of get a little bit more a little bit more of a change-up in terms of the ages.
These viewing parties, you know, we're just the show is just starting, but I hope the Japan fans are viewing that right now, and they're like, "Oh, I hope there's like a mini competition."
Get down there, people!
Yeah.
Come on!
I want to see throughout the day which one has more people at the end of this particular matchup. Now, Lotus, very first Lotus of stage 2, Varel picking into it. What do you guys make of this? Because the last time we saw it, obviously, was earlier this year.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what to expect in this current meta, which has been so dominated by Neon Phoenix. But I don't think Phoenix really fits the map super well. So I'm curious if either one of these teams will lean into that. We know that there are strong duelist players all across this server, really. So we really don't know what to expect because no meta has, this map hasn't been played for a meta to really be formed and for everyone to have a lot of information. So I think it's a really big question mark in my mind.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, looking at the predictions, we're getting some more Varel believers.
Finally.
People are starting to believe, but quite honestly, like, this is a thing where I do want to keep predicting for Varel no matter who they're playing against. They've shown propensity to beat anyone in the league, but
more people have been converted now.
Honestly, I think the viewers have got this one right. This is a straight 50-50 as far as I'm concerned. DFM are 0-2 in the group, but that doesn't really tell the whole story of their potential and how well they can potentially do in this matchup. I really could see either one of these teams winning, quite honestly.
Big time.
And nice prediction. Nice prediction percentage there, buddy.
I mean, look.
Were you wearing a shirt with that on the
I
other
was.
day?
Yes, I was.
Yeah.
But I think
your favorite number?
I'm the GOAT of predictions for a reason, and it's because I'm not afraid to lean into the underdogs. I don't think Varel is the underdog today, but I think you got to not be afraid to. What do you mean?
How are Varel the underdog today? They have 2 wins coming into stage 2, and DFM have 2 losses.
But DFM have DFM have a big name, they have a story, you see that institutionally, but you see the difference in their viewing parties. I think Varel will always be that underdog.
You always predict for the underdogs?
Always.
You're always going for GE though?
Yeah.
You don't think they're good?
No, I think they're fantastic, they're just the underdogs. I'm too PR trained for that, buddy. Try again.
You just stuck that
How confident are you about your Varel? Are you as split as the viewers?
Straight 50-50. Honestly, I could really see DFM winning this game. Varel's taking a little bit of a risk in the veto as well. That could potentially backfire. I think this is going to be a close street mapper, as it was between both of these teams last time, and I think DFM probably need this. I mean, the thing is, even if they win, they're just going to go to the play-ins anyway. Varel want to secure top 2, though.
Yeah, well, they can cause some chaos here, and we do like a little bit of chaos in Pacific. So with that, we are going to send in the stage and welcome DFM facing against Varel.
Today's matchup
It's a brand new week here at VCT Pacific, and now we are heading into the thick of Stage 2. We got two teams vying to move towards Busan for finals. We got VALORANT finally securing not one, but 2 wins, heading straight through Stage 2, and DFM who are starting to finally pick up steam.
Yeah, I think for VALORANT, I mean, this is their super week, along with a lot of the other teams, but being already up 2-0 with some winnable games in front of you, this could be them securing top 2 in their group, and after being a winless team, you can see that they're in such a good mood after getting a couple of dubs under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, insanely uncoordinated, but we'll let it pass because, you know, we know what one's going to do.
I mean, that's classic VALORANT.
There we go.
Oh, he's returning the scuba to them. I'm kind of digging it. VALORANT's trying to outdo Akame, but you cannot outdo the king of walkouts.
And even in the server, you got to say Akame has been putting on some fantastic performances for DFM, despite them not getting the job done. They are.
Balls is above this.
Yeah, he's like, I'm far too old for this, guys. You have to stop. They're looking to get their first win of Stage 2 here today. The good news is there's no elimination for them. It's just about finding their form for play-ins. A win today would certainly help towards that, to get the team some confidence, get the ball rolling, because we know this is a team that can go deep in Pacific. We've seen them land top 4 before, so it's very possible, but the wins need to start coming soon.
I think the stars are somewhat aligned for a DFM win today, quite honestly. I think they got caught off guard by KRX in their opening game. There's no shame in losing to Paper X, but they showed some potential to win both of those maps, and they've won the head-to-head between these two teams the last time that they played, so I think that DFM should be feeling confident coming into this game, and I don't think it's as cut as dry as the groups kind of suggest.
Yeah, you know, we have so much talent here in Pacific. A lot of the players, they definitely deserve to be here. They're all really good. So a lot of it boils down to the mental and how confident they're feeling, how certain they are with sticking to the game plan, of course, not having that, you know, goldfish memory in all the wrong ways. But right now, I'm seeing both teams absolutely vibing. With Foxy9 joining VALORANT, they have often credited. I've been asking every single interview, I'm like, what else? Like, there's got to be something else that's working.
Foxy9 might be my favorite player right now. I'm just loving this guy. He's so great to watch inside of the server, but then you see how he is outside the server with this team, and it just makes my heart sing. I love this guy. I love this whole team. And I think right now, VALORANT are in a position to be fighting for top of the group. They're looking to make it straight into those playoffs, which would be huge for this roster that came into Stage 2 winless, by the way.
I mean, 100%. It's what the Ascension system was all about in the past. They've fought for their right to compete in Tier 1. They've been humbled for most of the year, but now they're starting to get on a little bit of a roll. It's just euphoric when they win. Like, you want to be right there on the stage with them, jumping around and, you know, causing a little bit of a ruckus after they get a dub. Let's see if DFM is going to look to humble them a little bit. Definitely the more experienced team in this matchup, and Lotus is not a map we've seen yet. For VALORANT, we are seeing only single duelists. This is going to be a bit of a slower comp for them, leaning into the strengths of LP, who often plays Senti, playing that Vice, and Foxy9 will be playing that double controller. Cinder is in for this one, guys, so they're opting to keep him in for the majority of the maps right now.
I like how this comp fits the roles and the players on VALORANT, though, so I can see how it works. For DFM, it's an old-school double duelist. Jet Raze May on that Jet where he's been so good. Yatsuka is the one flexing onto that Raze, so it's fast-paced power and aggression versus control and smart macro from VALORANT. That's what we're expecting.
Yeah, I think for DFM, they're starting out on this defensive side. They've had the choice of side, I believe, because this is VALORANT's map pick. So you're going to look to see them get active with this double duelist. It's going to be naturally a bit of a slower start for a VALORANT. They only have Raze as that singular entry, and they're going to be playing a lot of kind of lurks and little skirmishes, re-clearing B with the Fade utility and activating that Vice to be able to kind of get active in the mid to late round.
Well, excited to finally see Lotus. And, you know, there's a special moment couple times a day in the broadcast where we find out who our casters are going to be. Pilsky, would you do the honors?
Oh, I'm going to throw it over to one of my boys back home, Elfish Guy, and
I was really hoping for a bit more there from Pilsky. I'm not gonna be lying. It just I thought I heard him take off the headset. Yeah, he just gave up. He just fully dogged you. Oh my god! He just fully dogged you. Anyway, big day today, especially for Japanese VALORANT. I think that's something that we have to look forward to. VALORANT as well. Certainly a lot to be said about how they've been going throughout these past couple of weeks. But you are a DFM picker. A little bit. So what's going on there? I mean, just, you know, kind of like what Morgan was talking about. It still feels like maybe VALORANT are kind of still the underdogs. I mean, it just feels as though when it's at this point, this stage, it's the third week, you're down to like almost probably not making it to playoffs. This is when DFMs are, their backs are up against the wall. They're definitely going to be like, you know, pulling out all the stops.
I mean, surely on the other side of the coin though, VALORANT 2-0. They are the team that is going to be pulling out all the stops. They want to, as Morgan said, make it through to the playoffs, and can they find their third win in a row? Again, bearing in mind, they went 0-8 up to this point this year, and now they're 2-0 in a row. How long can that streak go? That's what I'm really interested in seeing today. So let's get into the server and see VALORANT and DFM to kick off week number 3.
Yeah, I tell you what, Jordan, it's definitely possible. I'm not, you know, against VALORANT or anything, but just looking at how the entire rest of the matchups could go in the schedule, like this is very possible for VALORANT. They take down DFM this week. It's KRX on the next game, and like that's basically a lock-in for playoffs.
Yeah, well, I think it's a very winnable game on both sides here. We'll start things off, obviously, with VALORANT on the attack on this pistol. Solo duelist might make things a little more tough for them to push their way into these sites, but going to have to go about it nonetheless. And early signs would show DFM to be the ones that are maybe a little more proactive in this round. VALORANT happy to take a bit more of a default approach over towards Ruins and wait that smoke out.
A little bit. You know, that's that heavy reliance on Foxy9, the big upgrade to the team. He went +10 last week, above the rest of his teammates too. Lots of multi-kills against T1. So if his opponents just kind of walk into him, that's where he shines the most. But at the same time, you do want the rest of the team to create a bit more space towards the A site. Now rotations from DFM coming over too.
They've spotted that wall. It's just a question of whether or not they want to trigger it instead at the moment. Playing around with the door, seeing if they can prompt out a push or a peek from any of the DFM players. That Boombot dealt with pretty handedly.
Oh, and then the sudden pivot over to B site.
Yeah, it's a interesting little round so far from VALORANT. Really toying with the rotations of DFM. Here's the first fight. Suka under a bit of pressure there, but Kaede and May opening the account nicely. A quick trade back on in from a couple of those VALORANT players, and now that chaos is really starting to run amok. I didn't really know whether or not DFM quite knew where exactly all the VALORANT players were, but it does come down to the shots in the end, and Akame continues his fine form from weeks 1 and 2 here into the pistol of Game 1, Week 3, leaving Zexy alone.
I have the spike.
No time really to make this happen, and Yasuka is there to finish it off as well. So, I don't know, for DFM it was a bit of a chaotic round, really. A slow round, as we sort of heard from the analyst, this would probably be the case when it comes to this composition from VALORANT, but they were really toying with you know, a lot of the positioning of DFM there, and ultimately didn't really work out for them off the back of a couple of lost duels.
Which is something that I'm a little bit curious about. I find it kind of peculiar because one of the main reasons why they were able to take down T1, I believe on Split namely, was when they actually just went ham, double duelist, everyone was rushing multiple rounds, different set plays, and T1 got overwhelmed. Was that a wow? We're starting off onto Lotus with a bit of shenanigans, and it's working out very nicely for DFM.
Indeed it is. Sess able to open the account there nicely. May's posted on the line. Should VALORANT have a little bit of a look here? Seems as though they were more interested in just trying to get the orb.
Got to farm up whatever advantage you can for the next rounds. At the same time, though, Crab's looking to do a bit of damage, but recognizing where the utility setups are, and you kind of want to avoid clear lines, but all right. Whole team just didn't beat.
Yep. And Nade's not really going to do too much. May happy to push through it and prepare for a little bit of a farm. Nice 3K to start things off. Build that Blade Storm up. Only a couple of charges away off of the first couple of rounds, but this will be where we get to really dig into what VALORANT is going to provide for us on the attack. Get those guns out.
I think they're going to have to slow down the pace just a little bit more. I mean, in that round, you know, you're just kind of crossing your fingers and hoping for some damage, but this is very minimal against DFM, meaning DFM has a real good chance to take that bonus up against them. It feels as though DFM are a team that kind of knows how to work off of the, you know, the more careful and slow mid-round plays as well. May is bringing out a round 3 op.
Feeling confident. A forward hold at Ruins for DFM is going to work out. Yatsuka catching up with Foxy9. It's going to see VALORANT just accelerate through mid a little bit more so, but not committing to the B site just yet. Open that door back up and again, try to toy with some of the rotations. Unfortunately for VALORANT, they've lost so much map control already that this round is now really going to be quite difficult to put together.
Trailblazer outside of B pillar as well. They might have just spotted a couple of VALORANT players on the rotate, and that is going to be confirmation on the rotations.
LP's going to walk his way out. He just needs to win this duel. If he doesn't win it, that's when the problems are going to start to arise. Yatsuka for the 3K in the round and backed up nicely by Akame. This round is kind of just falling apart for VALORANT.
100%, dude. Spikes down, no hope. Cinder just has to, I don't know, try to survive or find a bit of extra damage if, and that's a really big if, possible.
Well, they know where he is now because he's triggered that wall, so you can see Kaide's just come back across to Jiggle Peak towards spawn.
Just in case, huh?
Yeah, Cinder's just going to wait.
But the other thing is, because he's tripped that wall, May's now been alerted to his potential positioning, which means he had actually a slight chance where he could have stabbed May in the back, but that's gone now. Oh, they're pushing up against him.
Yeah, Cinder really just wants to survive here, but they're aware of his position, and that'll be the 1-for-1. So, happy days for DFM. They take that gun away. VALORANT will be on an eco here.
That's right.
Not exactly the start to week 3 that we would have hoped to have seen from them.
Really just can't allow for the momentum to be swung away like this. But that's, yeah, what I was kind of wondering about for VALORANT, looking at their composition. Like, you are pinning quite a bit of responsibility onto Foxy9, maybe even LP as the lurkers on the separate portions of the map. And that means 1v1s, maybe 1v2s. You need to be able to sync those, otherwise your attack is going to be really rough. Right now, though, DFM initially taking some contact. Let's have a listen in to DFM.
方面サイトとバイスもいる。うわー。いいから行こう。いた。バイパー、多分全員。相手？インスも。こっちパラあるよ。オペ取ってない。フラッシュある？これパラここお願い。フラッシュも欲しい。こっちも欲しいね。フラッシュあげるね。99ね。ちょうだい。パラ行くね。パラ入れた。届いてないかも。セット。待て。バイスとフェイド。スモーク溜まった。意外か。
One enemy remaining.
2-on-1 here in the post plan. Akame needs to step up again for DFM and can't do it this time around. Just kind of lost sight of where Zuna had crossed to. And so VALORANT have their first round. They did indeed force into that round, Quack, and a little bit of a faster round as well. Kind of catching DFM off guard. You highlighted that maybe those faster plays were what was working for VALORANT in previous weeks, and here's a good example of it.
Oh, and Cess even getting taken down by the corner too. I mean, even though the op was here, right, like it just will not be able to withstand that much overwhelming. It's not even firepower though. Right? I was thinking of that word, but it's stingers and the trades that they were able to bring into the fray as well. But look at these ults now from DFM. Just to hold and maybe announce their presence a little.
It's a defensive smoke and then an attacker side smoke. So both teams looking to compete for this area of the map. Over the top with that Bladestorm, no success. Showstopper though has been charged up and Yasuka wants to get involved with it.
Kaide might be put under test here.
A little bit of a faster progress from VALORANT over in the direction of A after all the noise made over at C. They are going to be slowed down. Foxy9 is pretty low. The rotation has come through for DFM, so this is going to be a tough ask for VALORANT. Slowed down even further by some defensive util, but now Zuna going to try to push his way in, take a bit of space. LP on the other side of this as well. All the duels are lost. Every single one. And DFM, I mean, they're not looking too bad on this defensive half at all. That was a very nice rotate from them, and VALORANT are in a shambles.
Yeah, that was, I don't know, good macro. It just felt as though DFM laid out all the traps in this round. They read the map correctly, the mid-round rotations as well, starting to adapt to probably what VALORANT intends to do. And it's just like, they're just right back on their horse, dude. This is so clean. That Odin was sitting on the A site as well, Kaide just waiting for, you know, the right moment.
Well,
but now,
once again, VALORANT are going to have to try and give it a crack. This time they've put together a couple of hero rifles. Foxy9 again, already tagged down to 32 HP. It's not going to be feeling too comfy with that one. And you've got a strong rotate coming across for DFM as well. Akame is having a blinder. That showstopper is not going to be enough. Just goes into nothing. And once again, DFM are tearing VALORANT apart. There is nothing for VALORANT bar that 1 or 2 kills now that LP have been able to put together. But 1v3, not an easy task. His position noted as well. If he gets a Kame, it may be a chance here. But he has to open the door back up if he wants to exit, and that is going to alert Sess to his presence. The creep forward from Kaide as well is a cheeky one. Sess just posted on the line, but this does come down to aim duels, and LP not good for them this time. He won such a clean duel against Akame, I thought maybe there was something in it, but 5-1, DFM are kind of crushing VALORANT, and that narrative of VALORANT's rise is going to start to come into question.
A little bit. Round to round, that's really what it is. I think they're starting to maybe find some difficulties working around this composition. I mean, you kind of sense that they do want to explode onto site. They are trying for quicker paced hits, but you don't really have like a flash initiator or something. The only flash you've got on the team, apart from maybe the Omen, would be Vise, the Arc Rose. So it's a little bit tricky, and as soon as, Zexy pops in, the rest of the team, it's kind of, the trades are all kind of already prepared by DFM. And DFM right now are just pretty much managing every single bit of pressure pretty nicely, pretty neatly. That round 5 really was truly impressive.
Well, timeout time for VALORANT. Makes sense, 5-1 down, you want to be changing something up, and it's interesting because I feel like in those opening couple of weeks, the games that we saw from them, they didn't really ever have to be the team that was down at a massive deficit. It felt for the most part like they were either competitive or actually front-running in a lot of those games. Now we get to see a different side from them. See whether or not maybe VALORANT, are going to regress back into their shell in the same way that we had seen from them back in Stage 1 and just sort of peter out into nothing. Or if maybe they can find a way to fix this issue. 5-1 down. Let's see what they can do as they head back into round number 7 here. Full contingent of weaponry, lots of util, lots of ultis to work with. Got to get it done here off the back of the timeout.
Okay, starting things out with a little bit of pressure initially. DFM immediately bringing rotations over. It's 2-1-2, but the op's still in question.
Yeah, it just feels like DFM have all the answers. Every time VALORANT tried to go somewhere, there's an opening fight that DFM are winning. LP this time will be able to drop a Kame, who has been a bit of a standout for DFM so far. So that will be a hole in the defense that VALORANT can look to exploit.
Really? Yeah, trying to commit off of that hole that you're talking about, but
I thought that would be a good paranoia, but Kaide goes down. Foxy9 starting to have a little bit of impact. Zexy immediately traded back, but plant in, and this is about the best looking round VALORANT have had so far.
Welcome to my world.
Pit comes in as well.
A little wrap in from Sess, not going to work out there at all. May's going to try to find a gap in that pit, but so far hasn't spotted anything out. Here's the chance, and Zuna lands the headshot. So never mind that, May down, and Yatsuka falls as well. It is finally another round on the board for VALORANT. Cost a fair bit though. Saw the Steel Garden getting invested in the pit obviously as well. And again, you see those same kind of awkward signs. May being able to find this opening pick, certainly a concern.
But either way, lovely bit of mid-round calling coming out from VALORANT, and that's also one of the things that allows them to take those wins, take those dubs against their opponents. Staying fluid and flexible, forcing their opponents to, quickly adapt on the fly as well. Sometimes they can't quite catch up onto it. So always going to be starting off with a bit of conditioning towards the A site now.
Kaide looking to see if he can hunt down this player that has slipped on through, but doesn't seem aware. Foxy9's going to get a freebie, and Zexy got one more elsewhere as well. The table's turning until Akame arrives for the double. Still, that's not going to be enough to equalize the numbers. 3-on-2 for the retake. That ZETA Seekers
good.
Doesn't quite give away Sess's position. Post plan here for VALORANT, not looking to be too bad of a job. You'd say that it's really going to have to be Cess that has to find this retake.
Doesn't really have much to work off of, though. Just a bit of height.
Akame again! How does he do it every time? A double! And seems to be aware of where LP was. Says on the defuse, there's nothing that LP can do about it. He's going to try to cross, but Akame is there for the ace! And that is a fantastic way to turn another round around. DFM are on fire today.
Just ridiculous. Yeah, put that one up on the socials. We had Martine with an ace just last night. Well, for us in Korea, but this is lovely too.
Yeah, I was a bit worried. It was actually LP. I said the Seekers were looking for Cess. I thought that they didn't spot LP.
It did, yeah.
In the end, I think Akame had a bit of an idea roughly where he was in the end. So that's really been what I think paid dividends long term there.
But it's also how he took that 1v2 down by Tree. A 2v3 one out in full. This is incredible. And it's just going to keep going. Trades now found.
Yeah. Ruins control there for DFM. So I think overall you'd consider that to be a win at the start of the round. Yes, it's 1-for-1, but it's a lot of territory held by DFM for now that VALORANT are going to have to look to try to break back into.
Oh, look at that. The timing on the Trailblazer as well. They're just reading VALORANT like a book. Every little mid-round rotation, they're starting to catch on to it. VALORANT needs to still spend some utility to clear out the forward space.
Kaide needs a bit of help here, and he's going to get it. Akame arriving once again, looking for more. A little messy on the behalf of Kaide there, but he does reset the spray. It's all good in the end. 2-on-3, although Kaide is low, and the A site is going to be opened back on up.
It's okay. Nightfall's not going to hit anyone as well, though. That's going to be a little bit stinging for VALORANT. And take a look at who's behind.
Well, it does at least let you know that the site is clear, so you can get that quick plant. You're right, though, in saying that May has made a pretty big wrap. Kaide, I think, ideally is going to want to try and stay out of most of this if he can. Given that he's pretty low HP, leave the rest of the job to the rest of the lads. There's info. Cinder now spotted out in Tree Room. May's going to play a dangerous game by opening that door up, but just doubling up with Kaide. They're going to have to push their way in shortly. There's the dash across. Suna's position, a good one. In fact, a great one for a double, and now all of a sudden the round swings back in the favor of VALORANT. It looks like it might be over. May on the chase. Unable to find Zuna. That crossfire is going to be far too much to break. The spike ticking away too quickly. May gets on the fadeaway, and Zuna as well. But the round will go the way of VALORANT. It's a costly round, although they did come in with a bit of a half buy, if anything. So I think they'll call that a big win.
For sure. I mean, still not too bad. Ultimately, DFM trying to bring the trades right back in this time around. Kaide with the flashes and everything all set up, but the firepower still instantly with Suna being able to hold post plant from an elevated angle, I think was something that DFM weren't quite expecting, but now they'll be wise to it. Either way, though, already at least a bit of an advantage secured for the second half. DFM feeling comfortable, so they're taking some risks now. 3-1-1, they push out C, they see nothing.
Yeah. There we go, fast rotate across from DFM again.
Oh,
and Cess tucked in the corner, although the Prowler has now spotted him. He is really under pressure. That spam comes through from Foxy9. DFM trying to move as quickly as they can back over to A, but they're just not going to get there in time to stop VALORANT from bursting their way in. Kaide dashing out the smoke, gets himself one, and Akame there to backfill. This can maybe start to get a bit awkward. I don't know how that showstopper's done nothing. That going through, Zexy finds the important frag onto Yatsuka, but May might still be in position to clutch this one out. Nice jump peek. Gets the info as to where he's set up. So his position no longer a surprise for VALORANT. They'll deal with it accordingly, 6-4. Could have been awkward for a second there. VALORANT starting to find their way back into this half.
Yeah, definitely. With that showstopper going off as well. It was a little bit weird, but at least did buy a bit more time for the rest of VALORANT to get into position, into space, and set themselves up effectively for a lot of these trades, which is how they start to overwhelm DFM once again. Quick and pacey hits, and they keep up the rhythm of those punches just like that guy in the viewing party. They can definitely keep it up. I mean, this is why you cannot count this team out. Yeah, they had some worries in the first few portions. It's quite clear maybe the intention to take it a little bit slow, leave someone on alert, maybe not the best thing. but if they just continue to rotate around, make a lot of mid-round calls, or just play that fluid, it's a little bit difficult for DFM to catch up.
Yeah, 100%. We get the DFM timeout here as well, recognizing the importance of these last 2 rounds of the half. This was very much kind of up in the air. The half was looking good for VALORANT, rather good for DFM. Now starting to look a little bit better for VALORANT, I should say. And DFM are kind of looking at this and saying, well, we still have a chance of making this an 8-4 half, which would be a pretty dominant display. But if VALORANT get this back to 6-6, then anybody's game. And given the fact that it is VALORANT's map pick of Lotus, I think you'd want to maximize what you can out of this first half. Quite a bit to play with, though, for DFM in the next couple of rounds. You do have Seekers coming up. You do have Showstopper coming up as well, probably for that next round. So you can expect to see maybe a little bit of an investment from them here as well. That is an early Omen TP. He may miss the shot, and now the Blade Storm goes awry as well. This is all of a sudden a bit of a problem for DFM. Their sight is lost. And VALORANT have kind of just walked their way in.
You just never see that happen from me.
Well, despite that, plan's going to go down.
Still available for Cess too.
Planted.
And Steel Garden wouldn't be a bad shout here on the retake. And indeed, it will be invested. But there is a little bit of a pocket that's not quite going to be connected. It does push them back in there, and maybe that's what DFM wanted all along. Akame shot in the back of the head. And Yatsuka to now try to salvage alongside Cess, who is alone. They lined up, but just doesn't have the stopping power. And VALORANT claim another.
What a decision from VALORANT. They avoid the Steel Garden. They had a little pocket, and although DFM tried their best to pull a pinch against that one position up by stairs, maybe the back of Mount as well, it still wasn't enough. The trades, the way that VALORANT, especially playing at close range, just overwhelmed DFM completely. The op in this situation as well, like May, I believe, did not get a single kill in this round, which certainly is a bit of a problem for DFM. But off to the next round now, and like you mentioned, those ults online.
Well, sometimes how it is, right? You miss that shot, that one opportunity that you had, and then the round gets so much more difficult as a result, because teams are able to scale into your, space, I guess. Foxy9, I think he's pretty keen to get this orb. He's one away from the pit. But the space isn't really there for it at the moment, so the entry from VALORANT might just be required instead. Seekers are out to try to hold against that. It's not going to slow them down for long. Showstopper in there, though, will at least delete Cinder. It is, a nice tap away from Yatsuka as well, but Zexy is doing all the work here for VALORANT. 3K in the round. The trouble is they still don't really have strong control of this site. Rotate's been fast from DFM. Plan's gone in. Low HP on both Zexy and LP. May and Kaede might just be able to clinch this half for DFM. Get them to a 7th. There's the one tag that was required onto LP, which leaves just Zexy. Strong position to play from, but has to isolate these duels well. And there's the first on for the ace. Surely not. Kaede gets it done for DFM. Would have been a very nice time to pull out an ace there for VALORANT, but 7-5 will indeed be the scoreline. So DFM do hold on to something at the end of the half.
Yeah, kind of reflective of the tale between the two teams, which is the fact that it's kind of even right now. I mean, with the way that they have been meeting each other at a lot of some of these rotations, even in the hits, they're thriving in the chaos of it all. It's pretty impressive that DFM have managed to walk away with a very minimal lead at the end of this first half, just being able to crack open the site. It's not always a stock standard DFM play, but because they have this double duelist, because they had that showstopper, they just let it rip. And VALORANT need to be aware of some of these potential plays, even though it's not always typical of DFM to make some of these plays, especially as you head over into the second half. Double duelist on attack now.
Des was talking about those viewing parties. It seems like the DFM one is filling up nicely, and they will be very impressed with what Akame brought to the table. Started incredibly strong those first sort of 3 or 4 rounds, really getting DFM out of the gates nicely and held it down for the majority of that half. So another solid performance from him, who I think had been probably the standout, at least on a consistent basis, from DFM so far in Stage 2. Still going to need more from it out in the second half here. VALORANT, I think, are the kind of team that's not going to go down without a fight, particularly given how strong their start to the season has been. So I'm expecting a bit more from them here in the second half.
Certainly would want to start out this series off the stronger foot, you know, and against Varel's map pick, if you're able to rip that away from them. And judging by how Northern Lights was talking in that little pre-game interview with Victoria and Big Time, they're supposed to be feeling incredibly confident. They're supposed to have fixed, you know, whatever flaws or mistakes they had against Paper X, KRX in the first 2 weeks. So I am going to stay excited with DFM now. Oh my gosh, walking to a potential trap. 4 players stacked up around A.
This is a big setup for Varel. Exactly where you want your forces at the moment, assuming DFM commit to this, although holding for the moment. Do you have Cess kind of just watching to see if there's going to be a push out of C or out of B, and hasn't seen anything yet. That might have alarm bells ringing for DFM. Door is going to be opened up. Bit of spam in there from Maze to try to clear out tree. There's nobody there.
Oh my gosh, Varel's not moving, not making a single peep.
And they might be rewarded for that patience as well, because I don't think DFM are moving too far either.
They're waiting for Cess perhaps to...
Is this the cancel?
Poke around.
It's the cancel.
Yep, says calling for the team to route back over, maybe overwhelm the site. They do have quite the number of flashes. Toxic screen as well, if you're specifically set, if you have it set up horizontally like this, it kind of is a little bit sus. So
now it's a bit of a race here. Cess has been spotted out.
Indeed. Feels like the site should still go to DFM though, but is it going to be a fast flood from Varel?
Smoke's gone through, but you're right, a little bit too little, too late. Zexy can't see anything, and eventually does get taken down. Time a huge factor, but so are the headshots. 10 seconds left will not matter if everyone is dead. Zuna with a huge pistol for Varel to keep them in the fight. And they take the second half pistol, so all's fair, 1-1.
You've got to love this, Jordan. It's not just the pistols, but the fact that this already more than likely signals to a tied scoreline because of the economy on the next round and just how evenly matched the teams are or can be. DFM might be quaking in their boots depending on how the rest of these rounds could go. And they really need to be, I don't know, a little bit more cautious and anticipating what Varel can bring in store as well. Sheer Wall. It's an initial barrier of entry. Oh, in the chat.
Well, easy come, easy go. And Cinder also to grab one. Zuna will fall. It's not too big of a concern, really, for Varel if they lose just a single gun here. Spike's been lost, so any semblance of commitment in this round for DFM is going to have to go in the direction of C now. I suppose they'll just have a little bit of a look and see if they can maybe find a pick here or there. Zexy will not allow them back out into spawn.
Take your pick.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Making a bit of noise as well, and they're going to be smoked off too to make matters worse. Going to try to go through that, but there is no way you're really getting anything done there. So Varel to equalize, like you said, 7-7.
Minimal damage as well, which again does mean it's not impossible for Varel to walk away with a bonus on the next round. I mean, at least DFM will now be wise to the fact that there could be a judge in the next round. Otherwise, it's all these rifles and specters they have to watch out for again. Japanese or Korean players, but Korean players who don't play like a Korean team, you would think. Just always just a slight head scratcher, but incredibly entertaining to watch as well. DFM trying to pick up the base.
Oh, Cinder under a bit of pressure here. He's going to try and get that flash out to try and get himself out, and clearly that has not worked. So DFM have the opener that they've been looking for in this bonus.
Oh.
Awkward for Cess.
Which should be enough information that the eventual hit's going to see. LP can't do much though.
He can hide inside of this smoke and maybe do something if it fades favorably for him. It certainly will not. There's not really anywhere else for him to be. So DFM had all their guns trained in that direction. It was a gamble for sure.
And now the fight goes towards the back of spawn.
Spike planted.
Foxy 9 down. Yatsika putting together a pretty good map here as well. Zexy and Azuna thinking about what they want to be doing. Satchel forward is not really going to get much done, and Kaede steals the ace, but DFM are happy anyway. It's another round, and they maintain their lead for now.
I'll make them remember.
Just once more, lovely stuff for the full Japanese squad. Not only was it kills, not only was it, you know, full recognition of seeing LP alone on this site. That means he must be buying time. They saw the paint shells as well. So they got that pinch. They pushed for more space towards the back of site, which ultimately weakened the potential of that retake. So if not for, I guess, just Zexy flying in on that judge, there was nothing much else. And now you've got ults coming up online for DFM as well. They are rushing down on towards the A site, but Varel, let's see what they can do to catch up.
오케이, 미정 오케이. 하나 더 바이스 레이즈 A. 제트도 있었어 얘들아. 헤비 조심. 끝났다. 드롭공이야 레이즈. 4대3이야 침착하게 가. 이거 우리 포압국 된다 벙커 얘들아. 포압국 벙커 가면서 헤비 가면 돼. 확인하게 기다려. 얘들아 진짜 여기서 원픽하는 거 조심. 한 명째 뒤에서. 바로 가자. 포압 할게. 와봐. 레이드 기다려. 야 언더 블락 갈게 다음 턴. 확인 블락 가운데. 까까까까. 벙커 조심. 나이스 총싸움 침착해. 밑에. 벙커 본다 얘 지금. 천천히 바이스가 먼저 해줄게 그냥. 벌릴게.
Well, back into the 2-on-2 now. Cinder and LP have to try to put this one together. But DFM doubled up and Cess down onto LP. Means that it's just Cinder, and that's an easy cleanup again. DFM holding strong, and I think largely that's off the back of Yatsuka now in this second half. He has really stepped up in these last couple of rounds, giving a real headache to Varel. Absolutely. It's good hold from Foxy9, has to be said, but yeah, even this, I mean, felt okay, but then Yatsuka just sort of activates and gets this 2K, and you're all of a sudden thinking maybe the round's going to fall away.
Because you just don't expect him to be right underneath the drop, right underneath heaven. It's just a lot of these positions where, you know, Varel just spotted out DFM. They thought that taking down May would have been the initial roadblock, but there was so much more, and that's what's lovely about DFM now that they're putting Yatsuka back in on the secondary duelist role. A little bit of a swap with Kaide and Cess as well, who, you know, Cess used to be on smokes, but it's all working out pretty neatly for now. They're a little bit apprehensive about this toxic screen, but hearing the gunshots as well, knowing that it's weaker weapons against Varel, DFM just trying to build up a significant lead in this final half.
Bit of space already being taken here by DFM. Door's going to open up. Full pressure on the A side for Varel. They don't have a lot to defend it with.
Oh, this is clean. Yeah. They're just going to have to hope for the best. Maybe get a kill off a Zexy, showstopper or something.
Oh, Foxy9, how about him? He's always reliable. A nice 2K, eventually brought down by Kaide, but has got Varel back in this contest, at least for this round for now, until May turns back on and says, how about that? I'll do just as well as you did, or maybe even better. 2-on-3. Is there a weapon retrievable here for LP somewhere? Love a rifle. Otherwise, it's all in the hands of Cinder, and it's a tough ask for Varel, I'd say, from here on out. Paranoia is going to go through. That was spotted, but doesn't matter. Kaide will fall anyway, and now May again is going to have to do a bit of that hard work. Yatsuka will help out. And so a 1-2 punch here. It should be the double swing, and it is. May gets it done. DFM up to 10, up to double digits, and now it has to be argued they're doing this kind of easy on the attack.
Clean as ever, man. 1-2 punch. And it's all down to, again, somehow how some of these trades go, and it kind of starts to show what the signs of concern for Varel could be, especially in that Teamcom segment earlier on as well. Foxy9 incredibly vocal. It's quite clear that they're trying to, you know, even though this is a slight like half by round, trying to work off of contact plays. As soon as Foxy9 finds a slight opening, he wants the whole team to jump in on with him. But sometimes that's where they kind of get a little bit lost in the sauce as well when DFM are this switched on. Yatsuka is able to find trades, May's in position as well, and the whole team is just set up and prepared for it, even down to the 2v2 where Yatsuka again plays right underneath heaven. Cinder just did not anticipate it, which is, well, a little bit too late to say now because you're looking at a potential, you know, beyond double-digit scoreline for DFM, but we'll see what this timeout can do for Varel.
Well, their first time out in the first half, I think, was not too bad. They picked up, I think, a 2-round combo after that. if I remember rightly. It might have actually only been one. Yeah, I'm looking at it. It was 5-1 score when they called the timeout. They picked up the 1 round, but then they did go on to win 4 of the next 5, I guess. So see if VALORANT can do that once again. It is pretty necessary at this point. If they can't turn it around here, they're not going to have time to turn it around at all. Do have quite a bit to work with, though. See if they play a bit more of an aggressive hold on this one. Pit over towards C is a very forward Pit.
And immediately with from the shadows, it just pulls Foxy9 out of the pit.
Yeah, he could get back into it, but not going to be game for it. So it does pull the rotation as well from VALORANT, and immediately sort of one of their trump cards has been negated immediately from DFM.
Precisely. This is incredible from DFM. One Omen TP play, they even picked up the orb off of it. VALORANT are shivering, I want to say. Just like a bit of presence, and they were afraid that it could have been a C flood. And that's why they now have 2 players on this position. Meanwhile, Akame is going scouting on towards A. If he finds that there's nothing here, he could call the whole team over.
There.
Of course, Toxic Screen still in his face, though, so a little bit tentative for both sides, but there's still quite a bit of time to work with. Back to a 2-1-2 defense for VALORANT.
Looks like it's going to be towards A that DFM want to end this round. They've got 40 seconds left on their way there.
If it's A, I'm a little bit concerned for DFM. Zexy, Showstopper, a lot of potential there.
May's going to be lurking in middle, though, so we'll see what he's able to get up to as well. Wall starting to go back up. Cess thinking about it. Steel Garden is going to end up being ripped in to the A site. Zexy has got that Showstopper. So far, they're kind of waiting that out. He has to push to try to find this fight. Double from downtown. As they were trying to pivot their way back into B, that was May on the lurk that kind of called them through. Has to pick that spike up, has to try to get the plant. They're somehow recovering this round. Cess got the double, and now May alive. How is he alive in that fight? Zuna should get that every day of the week. It's now May alone against LP. He's got no idea where LP's coming from, and LP very clearly has an idea of where May's gone, so you'd think maybe LP gets this one done, but this could be a crushing blow for VALORANT if they end up losing it. The swing is in, but LP gets it done. VALORANT survive by the skin of their teeth.
And a sigh of relief for sure. My goodness. Down to the 1v1. Incredible Showstopper. It was blind. He didn't see anyone, but maybe a little glimpse, and that was enough. Perfect as they tried to pick up the pace in the site, feeling the pressure of time. But May, and it's just so close as well. Either way, though, this kind of lets you know what the mentality of both teams are. DFM, incredibly confident, pacey hits, even mid-round rotations as well off of Akame, but VALORANT are just as quick, still confident, looking for some of these fights. Now they start off Prowler outside of B, a lot of footsteps in C.
Blaze already ripped, but I don't know how much impact he's going to have. Cess and Yasuka gone down early. Okay, Kaede gets a bit more room than he ought to have. Cinder falling. Zuna spotted as well. It's the 2-player setup waiting for him. They're missing everything, but it's all good.
Have the site now.
They do indeed.
LP, though, maybe Steel Garden retake.
Patience on both sides, actually.
Yeah, no spike tap yet. Open lines then for VALORANT.
Kaede wants the early fight. LP with a bit of a jiggle there. Now it's going to be the Steel Garden that does get invested.
Oh, curious.
VALORANT looking to take that fight forward. Kaede will drop in that meanwhile. Very slow round out from both teams. I mean, it's such a stalemate at this point. There's so much time, though, for that plant. DFM going to end up rushing into LP. Give that round up. VALORANT on the comeback train.
Yep, it's very possible. I don't know how I feel about that one. From DFM, it feels like a bit of hesitation. The tap onto the spike, they weren't sure, they didn't have much utility left because of how quick they rushed in. And there was not much left to kind of secure the back lines out from back hall. Because of that, they maybe wanted to try and bait out the ult, but then they hesitated in the crossing outside of C. Because of that, just VALORANT pounce on the chance. But we go again. Maybe trying to catch a pinch onto Zuna, who has been sending this very early Prowler now.
I wonder if May can find a timing here.
Not impossible.
Has kind of crept out. Oh, it's been spotted out now. Zuna aware. Viper Wall will go up, but How helpful is that if DFM are already out past it? Sooner under real pressure. He's got enemies on all sides. Door broken open. May, of course, the one to find the kill. And now B site has been swarmed by DFM. It's a good case of timing that's gotten them in here. Now they need to deal with this post plant. Foxy9 catches Zess as he tries to cross. The Seekers not doing too much. And remember, DFM have a weaponry disadvantage here. The rifles noted. Satchel forward just boops them a little bit, but Yatsika gets the double anyway. And now ripping the showstopper is going to send Varel scurrying back away. This retake seems doomed. Foxy9 has gone for a big flank. It's cost a lot of time. I'm not sure it's going to be worth it in the end. Akame is watching for it, and even a sheriff here for Cinder is not going to be enough to get you back in the round. There's just no time, surely. Yatsika waiting patiently. No knife! Oh my word, what am I watching?
Oh my god. I thought he had a knife headshot. Okay, loses a rifle. That's inconsequential. DFM were on a half buy. They were on an eco, actually. It was just a sheriff that he had to begin with. But look at how they found that pinch to begin this round. That early Prowler becomes a bit of a mistake for Varel. They meant to use it to try to suss out early presence, but because it didn't latch onto anyone, just being able to sneak in, tough retake to put together as well, everyone on separate angles, and not exactly well coordinated. This is awesome. And now with Broken Economy, DFM look poised to take map point.
My blind is dead.
DFM taking some space outside of C. Similar setup we've seen from them a couple of times now. 100% right though, Varel really scraping the bottom of the barrel with this buy as well. Boombot's going to go forward. May again with another entry, doing a great job in this second half. Somehow, Cinder's able to get out of there alive. It's all a bit messy as he gets involved for a double. No, this is getting a little bit too mad for me. How does he get 3? He should be dead. And Foxy9 won as well. Varel are not done yet. This game continues to just get messier and messier. And now Cess is alone. DFM, have they fumbled? Yeah. I mean, and how important is that going to end up being? Does Varel go on to potentially sweep the map from here? We'll have to wait and see, but by God, does it give them a bit more of a chance?
It definitely is. Look at this. Altor being collected upon as well. High-low. And Cess is more than likely to save. Spike's gone, and I don't even know if he has his 1v1. He tends not to. Thrifty brought back.
Cinder's getting away with murder in that round.
Which is ridiculous. I mean, again, DFM are playing a lot quicker than they normally do, I would think, but...
Oh, what a shot.
It feels as though in some of these chaotic moments as well, they start to hesitate and they can't quite catch on. No one's really, like, just pushing into sight that much confidently. They tried to go for that little, like, CS crouch spray, take Cinder down mid-TP, but Cinder just gets through and has every single kill possible with a bandit. The whole team picked up rifles off of DFM's corpses because of that one play.
Yeah, Varel are back and back in a big way. It is concerning.
DFM are broke.
DFM are also calling that tack timeout to figure out what do they do here. I mean, you can save this round, play 11-11 and see if you can win out from there, but it really does feel like DFM have missed a huge opportunity to close this map out.
You gotta imagine that can be kind of crushing, mentally.
Like, well, you don't want it to be a recurring thing, knowing obviously what happened against Paper X. I mean, to be fair, they were the ones making the comeback there, but they had their own chances at trying to close that out, weren't able to do so. You can't keep losing these close maps.
Oh man.
It's not over yet, that's for sure. Yatsika has been given a hero rifle. Is DFM going to see if they can put anything together behind that, but
I don't know. No alts to really speak of. Maybe Cess on the steel guard, but even that's quite tentative. Immediately though, okay, Yatsuka crossing the toxic screen for the first time. But look at this, 3 players. Uh-oh.
Yatsuka down, that's your chance in the round. Probably done as DFM. Varel pretty aware as well. They're going to come flooding across to try and deal with this push in ruins, and they have the pieces that they need to do so. Good shot in from May, but it's not really enough to win the round. One more to find.
Akame's been spotted out by that Prowler. The Sheriff doing some damage. Varel don't get through it cleanly, but they do get through the round and they do equalize at 11 apiece. And at this point, it's anybody's map.
It really is. There's always a chance. But this is, you have to admit, incredibly impressive from Varel. They're just so ready to scrap. Instant contact from Foxy9. They start to peek out, but because weaker weaponry in the hands of DFM now, DFM slinks back and looks to hold angles instead. And Varel just rushed in for the trades. Everyone's prepared. Still with the ult on line 2. And you really have to consider. But it feels like Yatsuka's going to just dive in past Toxic Green again. No. It's Rebel this time. Off in the hands of Zexy.
It's going to be a grenade in his face as well that's going to push him away. This has gotten a bit awkward for Varel. They were caught in transition and Akame will punish.
Okay. It's a big weapon and showstopper gone now. Varel's starting to put more reinforcements towards the A site. DFM has an option to rotate if they so choose. Varel are in fact playing quite far up front as well though, which has me a little bit worried. I mean, their economy's still decent, but with that Nightfall in hand, like, do you want to use it early?
Foxy9 retrieving that off. Showing him how it's done. Kaede goes down. We're back to 4-on-4, and Zuna is clearing the space back out.
Oh, interesting.
We will get caught by that Steel Garden. Still got Foxy9, though, in tow, but dealt with. And May finding those important entries, and Yatsuka there to follow up as well. Zuna is going to rip the Nightfall. They're going to try to go for this retake 2-on-3. Got Akame and Cess at about half HP or less. This is still doable for Varel. Seekers giving away Zuna's position. May survives. That might be a chance gone begging as far as Varel are concerned. 1v1. LP knows where Akame is but doesn't find him. And the time, enough there for Akame to find the peak. It is DFM that get to 12 first.
The entire map going the distance, and that's what you have to love at the end of the day, but my god, is it close. Starts off with all these initial fights, but towards the end, like past the mid-round, towards the end phase of it, you start to see Varel begin to overheat. Foxy9 wants to take the fight alone up by Heaven. Someone else gets caught out as well. There's no eventual trade, and even though that Nightfall does get sent in and it does connect, there's no one close enough to capitalize off of it. Still having ults though, and there's still a chance for this to go into overtime.
Yep. Another pit ripped there by Varel, by the way, over towards C. This time DFM won't get it done. Zuna catches May on the entry, and that pit is providing so much presence that surely you can start to rotate off of C at this point. He's going to be reinforced. Cinder waiting with that paranoia, although room control still goes the way of DFM. 4v5 to try to close this round out, close this map out. Zexy doesn't quite manage to land with the showstopper. Yatsuka punishing. We're back to a 4-on-4, which is now feeling much more doable for DFM, particularly if there's a pivot into B on offer here. Ping's going down in that direction.
Just looking around the smoke, they're imagining that the rotations probably are already...
I think they're thinking about going B.
That's right.
Dog's gone in to try to scout it out. Akame sees nobody. Port in straight away. DFM, they're going to get a fast plant here. Varel are going to be caught in transition. They still have to make a rotate across, and time ticking against them.
Just in position. Oh, here's the door. Does not stand up to the task.
Cinder getting that kill, very important. Brings it back a little for Varel, and DFM don't look too comfortable in this post plant. You've got multiple angles to watch and maybe not enough players to do it with. Foxy9 falling. Akame again looking to be the hero. Yatsuka up behind the smoke. Will get it done. DFM 13-11. It was a hard-fought win, certainly, and Varel did look like they were going to bring it back, but maybe today is the day that Varel's streak ends. DFM are certainly hoping so and get a win on Varel's map.
It might have been an historic win against T1 last week, but not today. DFM, like I mentioned, backs against the wall, and they come in with this whole new form. They're starting to rush into sites. Everyone's confident going for trades. You still see some moments of hesitation, but good golly. Yatsuka and Akame definitely stepped up.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I think across the board, DFM looked like they were just a step ahead in a lot of cases there against Varel.
Varel maybe a little bit disappointed by that. We obviously had the question about Lotus being the first time that it got picked this season. Haven't actually seen it so far. Maybe that'll be a point of contention potentially on the desk, but Varel have a lot of thinking to do after that one. I don't know, man. I mean, look, it was always going to be one of those kinds of matches that felt a little 50-50, but I'm not sure that Varel will be feeling too pleased of losing their own map pick. I think that's where things really do start to take a little bit of a nosedive, because now you've got a real uphill battle to come back into this series and maintain this little streak that you've started to put together. I think a lot of people are behind Varel and excited to be watching them play, but if they drop to DFM, then it's sort of like going back to square one.
Yeah, you hope that's not going to happen. They definitely do need to take this little break between the maps to cool off, though. Definitely getting overheated in some of these positions as well, but either way, it's been pretty impressive from both sides. Cinder getting his own little moment, Akame with the ace as well. Whatever it is, though, onto a set on the next one, and you really do have to scratch your heads a bit. We're going to toss it back over onto the lovely desk.
We are lovely, but not as lovely as the Lotus from these two Japanese teams. That was close. DFM, though, we can see why they were so confident going into today's match against Varel.
100%, but what is more iconic than Varel losing 11-13 in all 24 rounds? This is like their specialty. As you would say, Morgan, this is their Super Bowl.
Exactly. That's how I would describe it. This does feel a little bit classic Varel, where they just can't get it done in the final moments. But this game was neck and neck the whole way through. You see 12 first kills apiece, so Varel really have nothing to blame but themselves for not getting this game done. We saw, as the rounds break down, we saw 1v1s, we saw all sorts of different rounds that could have gone their way, so I do think they'll be feeling like this might be the Varel of old. I think they could be kicking themselves in that back room, knowing that they had everything they needed to get their own map pick, but it does go the way here of DFM.
Definitely. And Yatsuka, we were talking about him before this match started, with him expanding his roles into the duelist role, and that really paid off.
Oh, 100%. I think I've been enjoying watching TFM be flexible with their roles, and it's something we talked about early on with these new roster changes for DFM at the time, with Fours coming in and the ex-Riddle Order boys. The thing that used to really impress me about that roster is players like Kaide and Yatsuka being flexible across roles, and I think finally you're seeing that transition to a tier 1 level where you're seeing these individual players have pretty stable performances, even though they're transitioning role to role across different maps, and I think that that's a big strength to these players playing in tier 2 previously. There was a little bit of a grading kind of period as they went into tier 1 to be able to have that consistent level of performance, but I really start to think that now they're actually making that work at a higher level.
Yeah, definitely. And what's really interesting, of course, is in Pacific, we see people, you know, winning their ecos. But the formula, well, first of all, we got to talk about this. At the beginning of today, these watch parties looked very different. It was empty, it was quiet. But then,
I love this guy.
Oh my god.
We got Elephant Man.
A new challenger has emerged. we
thought ZETA was good. Yeah, DFM was good, but man, I don't know what this guy is.
I love the Varel fan base so much. Like, even in the arena, you hear every time there's a Varel game, it's the loudest that the crowd are. It's fantastic. So I think they got to do a bounce back. They got to do it for Elephant Man. You can't leave him hanging here.
A winner for Elephant Man.
Elephant Man. I don't know who he is. I don't even think that's their mascot, but he is. I think today might be the mark of the first day. Love their creativity, and speaking of creativity, you saw a little bit of that coming through today, especially during those bonus rounds.
Yeah, we talked about this being the first Lotus that's been played so far this stage. Love this bonus round for DFM. Double satchel on in for Yatsuka with the Paranoia push Foxy back. Gives them that opening pick on a round where they don't have the best weaponry to work with. And then the dog through the middle of the map into the A stack works out perfectly there to win DFM that bonus round.
Against Viper as well, it's so good when you're able to be aggro, but we do see the Viper going to play here. This is round 4, the round after. So Varel, you see they're not content with going down without a fight here. This is a low buy round, but they forced up Stingers. That Viper wall cutting across C, they held onto it so that they could use it for this set piece. This is really nice. We almost always see the same walls towards A, but they came in, mixed it up for this, and managed to steal this round away here.
Yeah, it helps you disrupt that retake, and a lot of the time you're bringing in some closer range weaponry. So if you're going to cut the site in half with the Viper wall, you can play up close with a Stinger or something like that. It helps you be able to overcome a weapon disadvantage up against a DFM that's just won that bonus round. It's crazy how many times we see the half buy in round 4 actually win.
You know what else is crazy?
What is crazy, Victoria? Please tell me. I'm begging you.
Morgan being
Crazy
right about Akame today. I feel like that was sarcastic.
That was very sarcastic.
That was so sarcastic.
Personally, I wouldn't take that, but I do feel like Akame is a guy we have to keep talking about. I mean, I feel like in this initiator role, he's shining right now. I mean, every single game, I'm impressed by him. He's looking better and better, and if he's able to continue these performances for DFM, they have to get some wins on the.
You're just such a smart bastard, you know that? Honestly, I know you put him in your team. You put him in your build diff team, but you don't have to keep gloating about how good he is.
He's great. Look at this.
He has to put in the highlights just so he can self-pat his own back.
I just think he deserves a little bit more credit, and we also see this from C's. This was his first game on Vice here, so a real role swap for him, Pilsky.
Yeah, I think this is the first time you've seen him actually play a hard Sentinel. The only other Sentinels he's played in his career in officials are Chamber and Sage, that I don't think are necessarily role for role something like a Killjoy or a Cypher or a Vice. So it's interesting to see him. You know, he doesn't put any crazy numbers up on something like a Vice, but this is what I keep saying about DFM. Even if he's going to take that hard Sentinel role to open up someone like Kaide, who actually had a pretty good game on the Omen, some of the other players to play a little bit more flexible, that is the ultimate question for DFM. They've got a lot of talent on this roster, a lot of players that can flex across different roles, and honestly, Cess being one of the weaker fraggers on the team, although he's actually been pretty solid this stage, I have to say, compared to some of his earlier seasons in Pacific, makes a lot of sense to me. You know, if he's going to make room for other people to be more confident or for other people to be more comfortable in flexing in their roles, and they're actually able to frag, and DFM looks like a very solid unit fragging-wise across the board, then I don't mind that, even if his numbers look like that. They're getting the dubs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think now we have to be really confident about DFM because they've went into that overtime on Ascent against Paper Rex just last week. They looked really good once they started picking up that steam there.
Yeah, I mean, they really mounted that comeback, but it wasn't close enough. But it's easy to see why they would go back to this map. Easy to see why they could pick it. For Varel, we've not seen it from them yet, so their composition will be a pretty big question mark. I do wonder which way stylistically they will begin to lean, but I do think you kind of have to be favoring DFM on this. To play Paper Rex close on this map is no small feat, so I think really the onus is on Varel to step up. They can't be losing these close maps like we saw from them in the past. This is a new Varel. This is a Varel that can win games, but if you suddenly start to lose again, does that mentality fall away?
Yeah, I think they're going to be disappointed that they let their kind of map hit slip through their fingers there, but we haven't seen what Varel's going to offer us here on Ascent. There's a fair bit of tape on DFM, and Varel do get that comfy side of starting out there on defense. What's going on here, by the way? Are these your kids? Or?
Yes, they're both mine, my twins. I've named them Mitchell and Morgan.
Crazy.
But we're really excited to go into Ascent. And Mitchell and Morgan's also very excited to watch this because DFM looks really good on this, but Varel, you know, with Foxy 9, I remember his performances in the past. Oh, we've also got a swap happening here. But Foxy 9 on Ascent in the past has also been really strong, so I think they got something planned here.
Yeah, I want to see what Varel is playing, but just so you guys know, Klaus is in for 5 out of 7 of the maps. Cinder plays, I believe, at the moment, Split and Lotus, although that will change going forward, potentially. But Klaus back in here, substituted in for Ascent, and it's the classic double Sentinel. Cypher Deadlock coming out here for Varel, starting out on the defensive side, looking to give DFM some problems with that double duelist.
I mean, look, we've seen some talk before about how Deadlock can be a great answer to the Neon, so let's see if they slow down Yatsuka. No changes here for DFM. This is what they played last time. They'll be feeling like they have this well-drilled and locked in now, ready for that win.
And of course, we have casters today, and Pilsky, you that was not a great toss last time. Do you want to redo it?
Oh, sure. Let's throw it on over to our favorite father and son duo, Elfish and Quack.
That was a little bit more like it. We like that one, Pilsky. Thank you very much. But the real question is, who's the father and who's the son? You'll have to answer that for us next time around. That said, there might not be a next time around for Varel if they don't get through this map. We have to jump on into Ascent and see if DFM can close things out 2-0 and make those people in the viewing party very, very happy. Quack, I know I predicted for Varel, but I'm actually kind of feeling pretty confident that DFM can get this done here. We watched them play that game against Paper X last week. They looked great here. took them to like 4 or 5 OTs, something like that. So what are the chances? What do you reckon? You must be feeling pretty confident right now.
Yeah, especially, you know, because I'm speaking to my adopted father here as
there
well.
we go.
But, I mean, it's the main thing that VALORANT hasn't played Ascent all year round. The last time they actually played Ascent with this team, with this roster, was way back Ascension last year when they were still called SLT Songnam. So it's going to be quite curious. But looking at the composition Deadlock brought in, you feel like it's not impossible. Although, little pixel angles, and it's quick trades as well.
Yeah, good swing back in there from Yatsuka. So we get that 4-on-4 confirmed. Cage gonna disappear. The cam as well will be shot down. Sheriff picked up too, so a little bit of a win there for DFM. Claim some space, get some upgrades to cost a little bit of HP for Kaede and Yatsuka, but overall, not too bad.
Look at A short though. I mean, Catwalk, the Deadlock wall's already propped up as well, so Varel's going to be kind of locked out of this position for a bit more time. Oh, just nice.
Yep. Does fall, but now Klaus and LP ready to defend should the hit come from there, and it seems as though it will. It'll be maybe a 2-2 split here for DFM, which I think is oftentimes going to be a little bit risky. All it takes is for one of these duos to not quite have the success on the entry, and then all of a sudden you're kind of looking at, you know, maybe a 3-on-2 post plan or something like that. There's Kaede, though, getting the entry onto Klaus, and that's exactly what you want. LP tapping away, starting to run out of bullets, and a big swing in from Yatsuka with that Sheriff. It's all Foxy9, though, as Varel will claim the first pistol of the map. And of course it's Foxy9.
Of course. The stats just continue to build up. So many of these times, these rounds, I mean, he's not necessarily the one getting the first kills, but multi-kills, almost always. It's always either in the doubles or the triples, as you would say. But it's just so impressive, and how this composition was set up perfectly against the Jet Neon in some ways as well. Sonic sensors were already set up on site, which means Yatsuka had to take a little bit of time. Kaede had to take the fall for him to actually even set foot. Now Sonic sensors get placed a little bit set further apart, one more closer towards tree. And DFM, of course, on this pistol will have quite a bit of legwork to do. B main already being taken by Varel as well, and they're going to continue to push out.
Oh, Kaede. Falling. Nice push from Zexy.
Look at this line.
Wants to get amongst it. Oh, that's awkward.
Come on. That's not Ascension Zexy. Zexy was hitting loads of shots when he was playing over in Bangkok last year, and that's more like it.
Well, no reason to not peak that at this point. Such an advantageous tool for him.
And look at the Deadlock utility around this site. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, what are you going to do? I mean, Sez has got himself one. So a little bit of damage done. There's a second. It's not too costly of a round for Varel, but at least DFM can say they got something out of it. The real fun begins now, though, as we head into round number 3, and we'll see how Varel do negotiate their bonus. Have to reinvest a couple of weapons.
Indubitably. But really makes you start to think about how DFM might want to adapt or rotate around this. I mean, they're already witnessing so many potential Deadlock trips and traps. The early barrier mash out towards A short at times, which, well, looking at DFM's position now, feels like they just want to rush on over up by A main.
Go, go, go!
All right. DFM with a slow creep towards A for the moment.
Round 3 off for Zexy. Oh, Kaede.
Yeah, Kaede got to be real careful here. This is not a favorable duel to be taking with a rifle either way. The real hit starting to come in the direction of the A site. Kaede for one, Cess for the other. So I was wrong about the favorable duel conversation. He's managed to deal with that accordingly.
That is so odd. I would have thought it would have been the other way, but yeah. Look at this now from Kaede too.
Oh, look at this from Akame once again, getting involved early on in the piece for DFM.
Oh my god, and then they have a free B site.
Just slipped the net. Oh, May doesn't want to fall. That's a good exit. Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a map that's just fraught with danger for DFM in many ways. You've got that Deadlock util, obviously. You've got the Cypher util as well. So it sort of feels like every corner you go around, there's something that you have to get rid of. But maybe not the case. Foxy9, though, has now built up that neural theft, and he says, I'll take that, thank you very much. Info given. Akame at the back of sight here in the boat shed, dealt with, and Foxy9 on for the ace. He knows where Yataka's coming from. He's a sliver of HP, and he won't get it. Unbelievable. How's he got past that? Oh, how? How is Yataka going to win this round? You're kidding me. How's he won that round? That's impossible.
Oh my god! Hero plays on top of hero plays. Let's put that on the tape again. You thought that Foxy9 was him. I thought, like, it looked like it. He put this entire round on his back, picked up the 4K immediately with the early rotations, but can't deliver the ace, and that's enough for Yatsuka to come in like this. Immediately sprints over, gets the kill on the LP, who tries to spin around. Gets back around, takes down Klaus.
I cannot, I'm speechless. Anyway, what a way to pick up the first round there for DFM. They'll be feeling, I'm sure, pretty good. Let's hear from them.
最後 B がいいなこれ。
最後 B ね。一回センサー吐かそう。
ダメしていくね。触れるよ。センサー見るセンサー見る。A メイン O 面かな。ちょっとのぞく。あ、疲れた。B がサイファーソーバー。A マコモク。あいつセンサーない。センサーゼロ。今の上使ってる。はい、オッケー。ショートセンサーどこら辺？これどうしようかな。ショートセンサー後置きで後置き。
Yeah, the early contact faults are just a little bit too much to bear now, and unless they can find opening picks closer out towards B site, which is where they're positioned right now, it feels like this round could be done. Foxy9 is just so darn good at holding the angles too.
Yeah. Well, we thought the last round was done as well. Let's not count our chickens just yet. It is going to be a tough one for DFM, especially now that they've been smoked off that trip in mid. It's going to stop Cess from pushing his way up in middle. Just kind of hoping for a mistake out from Varel here.
No
20
time.
seconds on the clock, though. They're not going to be moving anywhere, and it might just end up being the save for DFM so they can have a crack in the next round.
It's probably just what it's going to be.
Taken out.
Just kind of neat as well, just to allow for both teams to cool off a bit. They tried to pick up the pace, tried to catch a pinch on towards LP, which is similar to their approach from what we saw in Lotus. You know, sensing an early prowler outside of B pillar then. But this time around, there was a bit more support. There was a shotgun too. And, well, DFM will have to sit down for a moment. Still though, okay. I mean, that's the entire round for both sides, just quickly recognizing it. LP, Klaus even, you know, mentioned in interviews where watching his teammates kind of play without him, he gets fired up. It definitely lights a flame under him. Well, we'll just continue going forward for now. Early presence as always, and Varel playing a little bit more defensive this time. Just relying on the camera to spot out information by B main.
A little bit of an easier entry into this B site, at least into B main for DFM this round, but the site itself is going to be another question. Foxy9 on the other side of this engagement, usually pretty sharp. May's going to go right past him, and Yatsuka will use him as a decoy. It's a 1-for-1, and that is enough for DFM to get into the site. Spots a few out with that drone. That info sort of a moot point. I think that Varel would have been aware there would have been multiple players in there anyway. They're going to try and make something happen. And now Yatsuka under pressure. LP will shut him down. Starting to get a bit messy here for DFM. Still kind of waiting for Cess to choose his timing. And Maze picked up a crucial double. That creep coming on through. Cess needs to hurry up and help him out. He does. It's 1v1 now. And Zexy back on out. Swings on the line. Cops a bunch of HP. Taps that defuse. Cess just happy to be getting the information there that he's not tapping, not holding. And he's really just playing the timing game so nicely. You don't even have to fight. If your name is Cess, you're just going to win the round anyway. DFM claim one. A messy
chaotic round. But a round is a round as far as DFM are concerned.
I mean, it was always a little bit tricky on the attacking side. Sentinels, one apiece on each side, and this time around they managed to pick it up against Foxy9 because of a Bucky play by Hatsuka, but as the Hunter Sphere gets ripped, it's completely countered by Annihilation. They try to pick up the pace, but down to the 1v1, and Cess is the one who clutches it out. A bit of a rare sight, but he's starting to farm that aura. Varel, though, gonna put more reinforcements this time around. Zexy for the peak.
Oh, this time Zexy gets that opener.
And that's a big line to take and hold as well. DFM, not too many options. They're all stuck in isolated positions too. I kind of just want to see them go down bottom mid instead, but it's also not a bad shout to apply a bit more pressure onto A.
Atsuka with a bit of a jiggle there into tree room, but not spotting too much out. Smoke down.
Oh, they're
main.
thinking Zexy might push out into tiles.
He will be pushing his way out and not landing the shot. So Kame survives for now.
All this is taking a bit of time though, and at some point DFM will have to pick a site. They're split 2-2.
Cess can port over.
Exactly, not the, well, okay.
Maybe Cess ports back over, you leave May on the lurk. It does look like it's going to have to be a B hit. They're going to try and sell a bit of a fake, and that's not too bad. A entry.
Uh-oh.
And now the TP over towards B, but the cage up, and it's looking a little bit too easy right now for that hole. Zexy, easy shot, and even with that TP over, Cess has been unable to have an impact on this round. So Varel were well aware of the possibilities. So they answer them nicely, 4-2. They maintain the lead.
Especially holding those numbers as well. Okay, and this is just going to continue to go that distance too. DFM, perhaps economy not too great for the next one, but I guess I don't mind seeing them attempt the fake. It's just the fact that Varel are so ready. That shot that Zuna took against Yatsuka mid-slide as well just says it all. And they want to stay afloat for this series. They have a chance to lock in playoffs with these wins. They don't want to leave it to chance. They don't want to leave it to, having to play against Paper Rex in that final game, final week. So this truly is, well, to kind of what Big Time was saying, their Super Bowl.
Early timeout this time from DFM. Pressure is on, that is for sure. They were feeling very strong on the outset of Lotus. They had that 5-1 lead, but now it sort of feels as though the shoe is on the other foot. DFM, though, on the attack. I mean, you look at the composition that Varel have got, and there's a lot of tools for the defense there, so maybe the tables turn when we get into the second half here. It's just a case of trying to hold on. If your DFM put together, a par score, maybe 5 rounds could be actually not that bad. 4 rounds potentially playable. Don't necessarily need to be winning this half, I think is probably the conversation there for DFM.
Kind of feels like that. I mean, just basic composition theory as well, looking at what Varel has with all the Sentinels. Yeah, they kind of, definitely want more of a lead on this defense side, but DFM, all pistols, Bladestorm just to rush into A.
Oh, Bladestorm can get the job done, but Zexy on a line like this, you don't imagine that he's going to be making too many mistakes. That's a missed shot, not punished just yet. Klaus spotted out as well, and LP with a spam in, slowing down the progress of DFM, so there'll be no entry allowed. Well, Akame might get himself one more kill here. He's actually going to allow Zexy to go past. See if he can find a couple. He's just going to have to take this kill and then see what he can do. Wow. Got the headshot onto Zuna as well, I think, but was never going to win the round. 5-2, Varel off to a good start on Ascent.
Yeah, he definitely did. But like you said, just already a bit of scaffolding for Varel. A lot of big guns being brought into future rounds as well. Nothing lost, truly. It's a bit of a throwaway, and it definitely gets Elephant Guy going, so kind of take a look at how the next round comes up, because this is what that timeout was intended for, but this is incredibly just instantly shut down.
Yeah, I mean, Zexy is a little bit unleashed at the moment. He's getting a lot of work done all over the map. Klaus wins a duel against Yatsuka, and that is your round. That's
save.
There's no plan. You're never planning for a 3v5, so it's just in the matter of seconds, DFM's round has kind of gone kaput. And for those of you that don't speak German, that means broken.
Oh.
Kaput.
Today I learned. Still giving it a go, though. Maybe get that op away from Zexy. I mean, the team's always going to be around him, but I don't know. And losing the rifles in this round is not great either. So just pigeonholing up inside of B main, holding off angles, and trying to hold on to their rifles for like a full 50 seconds, a full minute. Not the easiest of tasks, but also kind of necessary now. Okay, what are we doing?
30 seconds left.
We're just going to give Zexy a bit of target practice, but this time he's missed it, and so Kaide's kind of opened a little bit of an avenue up into this B side. If one more duel goes the way of DFM, all of a sudden, there might be a chance back on in. Suna gets a little bit of a helping hand there from a few missed shots of Cess, but still, plan's gone down, 1v2, this is winnable, and Akame is the guy that was getting stuff done on map 1. Let's see if he can do it again here. Pre-fire into his position, he's now tagged up even further, and doesn't really have anywhere to go, has to try and take the fight. Suna will get it done. 6-2. DFM are really struggling to put rounds on the board right now.
I kind of have to salute that, though. I mean, yeah, the scoreline, the money situation sucks. Let's be honest. But holy hell. A 3v5 turned into a 2v3, and then, eventually just down to that little 1v2. Not impossible for Akame, but because he had low HP, was slinked back into a position by Lane, just gave Suna an opportunity to reposition into an angle he didn't expect. Either way, though, impressive from Kaide to be able to pick up 3 on his own. Let's see more of that, right? Because that's what their composition is intended for as well. If he's going to be lurking outside of B main, he needs to create some, or feign some presence in his positioning. But what is this now? Mid to B.
Yeah, up and over the top. Cess, once again, Zexy is the player to provide the opener for Varel. There is still some work being done, though. Kaide's been pretty decent on these entries, but Suna and LP holding strong on B.
Take flight.
Again, no real success for DFM. There's moments where you think maybe the round might still slip their direction, but by and large, Varel have been really good at recovering them. Spike's now been dropped, and Kaide is isolated alone. There's multiple players honed in on his position as well.
Oh my god. No, he can't get away. The little darts will tag him in the back as well. And that's a lead secured already for Varel.
Yep.
And it's all these big weapons. It's starting to become a little bit too readable. Lovely attempt at trying to bypass some of the lines. Maybe it's a set play that they've practiced in scrims, but Varel are just prepared for it. Zexy continuously repositioning around. This time around, we had LP with his deadlock utility as well over on the B site.
I do just want to point out that it was the defensive half that DFM came back on this map against PaperX on. They got a 8-4 first half, so I think that would probably be the score that I'd be looking for here for DFM. If they can get to 4, I think they can still sort of see if they can salvage something out of this. But yeah, they do need to get in, and they do need to get some rounds pretty damn quick. Foxy9 may as well have denied them another. They are just getting blasted at the moment on the attack. They are not having any success. 2 more rounds basically in the half after this one. Essentially going to have to go to DFM, otherwise I think we're going to be starting the curtain call for Ascent.
Feels like it. We'll see how the last couple of rounds can bring this one as a save, so kind of write that one off. But the scoreline, again, 5 rounds in a row. Varel are starting to reinforce a lot of different positions, but this one, a little bit inexcusable. Like, they just rushed in, and it was only Foxy9 initially on site, and he's still able, again, to be able to put up these big numbers. If DFM wants to rush in, if DFM wants to be able to pull off plays like this, they need to layer more utility. They need to work the map as well. What we're seeing is just, just Mei, Yatsuka just kind of taking dry contact, maybe relying on the slide a little bit too much, but it's clearly not working out. So we're back to a bit more defaultish holds. They managed to evade Zexy for now. And then the options open up.
Well, a little bit of a change up here for DFM. They've been trying to batter down the door on B a few times, and it hasn't been too successful. So, gonna try something a little bit slower here. Take some space outside A main.
A little bit more like it too. Kaide working against the drone, but look at how Zexy's repositioned straight into the corner. It's a bit of an off angle. He can always, no, he can't. He's already dashed away. But Kaide is maintaining relative distance. Meanwhile, his entire team, DFM, just trying to set up, waiting for that deadlock wall to go down before they eventually rush into A. A main's starting to get taken.
Oh, Zexy is going to get another one. I mean, how many openers has Zexy had in this half? I think it's every single round, basically. Foxy9 this time, no success for him, but LP just holds down the trigger finger and fires away. Eventually will fall. Again, though, it is really dire for DFM in yet another attacking round. So the best case scenario for them going forward now is going to be 3.
Yeah. 3-9. I'm still a bit worried. 2-10. Dear God, please.
10 seconds
but
left.
It's just tough, isn't it? I mean, every round, like you said, DFM, I don't know what kind of battering ram they're using to try to break down these doors, whether it's B or A, but it's clearly not made of sturdy enough material. Kaide, you know, trying to keep players invested. If he does go for that fight and he loses against Zexy, that's not good. At the same time, when the team just rushes in, and Annihilation was already prepared by LP, has all those traps, they're just walking straight into him. They need to kind of maybe go in early, break down the deadlock wall, trying to toss in shock darts to hit those trips, and then you kind of open up more options. But if you're just waiting to try to pull off a sudden silent surprise play, waiting for the deadlock wall to fall, it's still a little bit readable.
Well, if nothing else, it can be said that VALORANT have had a very strong defensive half.
Yeah,
no doubt about that.
Same thing with Zexy. Oh, he's going to peek out.
He's going to get another one. I mean, it's just, it's like Groundhog Day. I've seen this movie before.
Can we put on a different one? I'm a little bit sick of Groundhog Day.
Don't think we have any other ones.
Who's in Groundhog Day? Is it Tom Hanks?
I think so, yeah.
Can we have Forrest Gump or, you know, May and, well, Yatsuka, I guess, to run somewhere? They're, again, waiting for that deadlock wall, and now maybe trying to feint some presence, go mid to B.
Okay, well, this is ambitious.
All right.
No real connection solidly.
Oh, Zexy.
He's trying to throw the kitchen sink at VALORANT at this point if you're DFM and hope for something.
I'm not really going to hold my breath.
Ugh. Yeah, well, we'll see. You asked for Yatsuka to run somewhere, and he has run on in with the overdrive. That'll be the end of Zexy. Zuna still here to defend, and somehow, again, gets away with a 3K. It's a miracle work again. 4 HP. Could be on for the 4K. Yatsuka is playing a dangerous game with that op in hand. A missed shot, and you are dead, or maybe not.
Time.
14 seconds, though, and the flood's going to come through for VALORANT. If there's another tap, that'll be the end of that. 10-2, the first half for VALORANT. A massive comeback from map 1.
Switching sides.
I don't know if it's possible. I don't know, Jordan.
You got no faith?
Not right now. I mean, just look at this. Again, another round starts off. Zexy's just farming up first kills at this point, especially with that op of his. But for Zuna to be able to pull off that play, I mean, we've seen several hero plays now by multiple players already, but another one from Vero stepping up. And DFM have to be questioning, like, what is going on? They were pretty good on Lotus, you know, for lack of a better word. Just being able to pick up the pace, double duelist, you know, being able to kind of come in with some adaptations of their own as well, mid-rounding a bit. But onto Ascent, like, we're seeing none of that. They're trying some things, but still the fundamental issues lie. The deadlock wall, they're getting corralled around different spots. They're becoming a bit more readable. and you're just gonna stake everything onto the defense. I don't know.
Yeah, look, like I said, DFM, they had a pretty damn good defense against Paper X, but they had more rounds to play with, and I think this is a tough ask. You have to win the pistol, no doubt, for DFM. We weren't going to keep Varel quiet for long, particularly not Foxy9, who has been so good this season so far. Another really, really strong first half from him. Obviously, we talked about Zexy with the openers there as well. Pretty good cameo from LP2.
And then there was Zuna.
Yeah.
That's just to support.
It's just, yeah, it was across the board very solid from Varel. You don't get a 10-2 half without everybody kind of having some kind of contribution, but see how this pistol does go. Must win for DFM if they want to take this series 2-0 and find their first win of Split 2.
Otherwise, it could kiss playoffs pretty much goodbye at this point. And then into play-ends, and you have to go up against the challengers teams. That's always scary as well. What is this?
Well, it's not going to cause too many issues apart from the fact that Varel now have been given an avenue into the B site. Zexy feeling a little bit hot under the collars, trying to get some right clicks in there. No success at all, but the rest of Varel is there to help on out. It's across the board, a sweep from Varel, and that might be the case for the map as well. 4-on-1 for Cess to try and do anything.
Yeah, such utter teamwork. Progression smoke as well, it's just incredible. Quickly flooding over, and that's, I don't know, what DFM's not fully accustomed to it yet, even though, yeah, the right clicks were whiffed out. Foxy9's still close by, Suna's still close by, and it's just incredibly smart from LP to be able to, you know, put this kind of a play together. Like even having the barrier mesh out towards the back of Fountain was enough, but Cess?
Oh my.
Okay. I thought he was him for a second.
I thought so too. That was one more shot away from being a very interesting looking round, but in the end 11-2 for Varel at this point. DFM you'd think would probably be investing into this round.
Have to. Oh man. And if it doesn't work out like that's, we're just going to straight away look at Haven then.
Yep.
The decider of the series, one that DFM themselves left open, but if they're looking at 10-2 first half on their own map pick, I really shudder to think what's going on. Maybe they just weren't prepared for a deadlock comp. Still though,
not much of an investment in the end. You get the shoddy out for Yatsuka. And apart from that, just some pistols.
3 stack on B side at least.
Drone's going to spot 1 or 2. Zexy looking for the entry. Dash up and over the top, but just to take the space. Really trying to pressure into the site itself just yet. Cage will slow things down. Varel a bit more interested in the pivot towards spawn, which has worked out perfectly. Now Klaus holding down the alternative line for DFM. Plan's going to go in the direction of A.
It's just so clean, and look at how they're containing DFM within their own site.
Well, they know they've got them stuck, and there's no reason to push past this crossfire. They're not going anywhere.
Flawless? Flawless. Okay. Comeback? Nope. Maybe? Nope. Straight up. Yeah, you kind of sound like a disappointed Asian father now. It's,
in another life, I might have been.
German father. Oh, man.
Yeah.
How's that going to sound? Wow. What a decision to, like you said, like pivot all the way towards the back of spawn as well. It's just not that common, and DFM don't expect it. But then again, they weren't exactly equipped for anything. And here we go. We'll see what they can pull out at the, if possible, at the Magic Hat. Okay.
LP just trying to play with Yatsuka here. You do have that investment through for DFM, so, I mean, look, it's about as good of a round as you can hope for. If it's not going to happen here, it's not going to happen anywhere. And to be fair, then at that point, the map would be over anyway, so. Grim tale for DFM here on Ascent.
Feigning presence in towards short. Uh-oh, Foxy9 against Akame.
2 players that are in form at the moment. But Akame hits the head first.
Is he up to the next?
Apparently so. It's actually falling. DFM looking to try to come back into their own. Suna gets a little bit of success for Varel, but it's not going to be quite enough to get them back into this round. Akame's putting on a clinic. Zuna's position noted as well. Kaide will claim the final kill for DFM, 12-3. They at least get themselves one here in the second half.
Thanks to Akame, yes. Gonna need so much more of that just to extend this map. But take a look at the mini-map as well towards the end of it. I mean, it didn't eventuate to much else, but very, very intriguing. Nerdy little barrier mesh all the way towards the back of spawn, and because of the little patches and everything, you know, several patches back actually, the deadlock wall just spreads out entirely in defender spawn, and unfortunately DFM took a little bit more time to cross. Either way though, it's now Varel pushing out. Let's take a quick listen in.
오케이, 천천히.
야, BTB하고 피스를 한번 더 하자. 스펙 데드락산 주라.
오케이, 확인했어.
네, 미드 드론 중 지금. 미드 나온 거 조심.
게이트에서 뛰어라.
얘들아, 위투비로 투비 아니야, 우리? 괜찮아.
밀주 일로 해서 여기서.
내가 B맨 카메라 했거든, 여기에. 이거 소리 안 들리게 와. 얘들아, 나 실수해서 저거 아까 소바 앞라인에 있었어, 얘들아. 얘들아, 나 실수해서 스모크 하나야. 총으로 벌려야 돼.
Just a bit. And it's Akame inside of B main. He's alone. DFM shaking, thinking that it's an A hit after the one frag. Feral are setting up mid to B as well. Again, they do that same deadlock wall. Oh my gosh.
Well, straight into the trip in mid. No secrets as to where Varel are headed at this point, but Akame has got no backup at all. Nobody is even nearby to try and help him out. There is going to be a smoke that comes across to just give him a little bit more space, but it's nothing. As far as Varel are concerned, that is the site taken. That is going to be the plan, and it's probably going to be the map as well.
30 seconds left.
Really not much else. They're going to spend a little bit of resources, break down the wall. They start to set their foot in, but there's no flash, no real smokes to speak of. Just a couple of cloud bursts.
Gonna have to give it a crack anyway. I'll be saving into the next map. Kaide goes forward, loses the initial duel. It's a good trade from Mei. But you're running out of options here with only 2 players left alive. Mei and Cess have to pop off, and now it's just Mei, and he's been covered off by Foxy9. No kill extra there for him.
1v3.
A 1v3 with time ticking away. Mei has to get a bit of a wriggle on. There's taps headed in his direction. He's tagged down low as well. That smoke will fade, and that will be that. I think we all knew where that map was going. 13-3, especially when that second half pistol was converted by Varel. So we will indeed require a third map here between Varel and DFM. A DFM who I imagine will feel pretty disappointed in that map. You know, things might have been different had they started on the defensive side, but that was thoroughly not a contest.
Not one bit. I mean, they picked it as well, though. And whatever we witnessed in that first half was just not it. Varel's defense, on the other hand, so darn impressive, taking it down at that scoreline too, where you just see how much they can control the map with 2 Sentinels. Foxy9 on his own, as well as just additional firepower because of how well he's able to hold so many of these positions. Zexy on his op 2 was another big factor, but I am very, very, my interest is piqued by this deadlock.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it? I mean, it caused a lot of headaches, obviously, for Varel. A lot of DFM, obviously, courtesy of Varel. I think DFM, yeah, they're going to go back and have a look at that one. If you're going to be picking into Ascent, you need to be doing better on your attack. DFM, though, you know, they have the luxury, obviously, of being able to go into this third map, so it's not the end of the world for them, but still, again, potentially looking at the possibility of another series loss this season, and at that point, I think you'd be 0-3. Varel, obviously, feeling pretty good about things. Push that momentum through to map 3, see if they can maintain this win streak, go up 3-0. Back over to the desk, though, to break all of that down for us.
Did you guys hear the casters? They forgot map 1 happened. Yes, this map was pretty abysmal from DFM, but there was a map 1, and they looked a lot better. That said, Varel looking really great. Mei was the first time I've seen Mei struggle so much.
You can't blame the guy.
Yeah,
he has the hard entry on Jet into Cypher Deadlock. That is just a nightmare, quite honestly. I mean, this was perfection from Varel. We've seen them pilot the Deadlock on Split, on Haven. It's something they're very comfortable with. So this is the thing, like a set attack side can be very difficult. When you pick a set into a series, you know you have to get rolling on the attack side. If you don't win pistol and you kind of load into the loading screen against something like Double Senti Cypher deadlock, and Zexi's popping as well, picking up the operator. It's actually a nightmare to attack into this comp.
I think they didn't understand how to beat it. I think that's obvious. I think the big thing is they picked Ascent knowing that VALORANT haven't shown it yet, and they weren't prepared for this surprise. We saw time and time again that deadlock util towards the A site and into short. They didn't understand how to beat it, so they kept ending towards B, but just walking into Zexi's operator or Foxy9 and Zuna locking down that site. So real struggle here for DFM. Really nobody getting the ball rolling. It felt tough.
Yeah, very different than DFM's performance on this map last week, but I told you guys, Foxy9, there's something, like he used to play Killjoy on this map, but there's something about this guy on this map that he just plays so well. Really good sign for Varel, though. It's not that they were underperforming on map 1 that much, but this is a good sign for all the people who have been predicting that Varel is going to continue on a really good momentum. There's a reason why all the top teams here in Pacific have been saying Varel is going to be the dark horse team of stage 2. Now let's break down a little bit more why this worked out so well for them on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I think this looks like a very smart defender half. You see Zexy dominate towards B with this operator time and time again, and then not to mention how the rest of the team play around it. I love that they get LP rolling with that Odin as well. It's a very, very clear, strong game plan. It felt like the DFM were never really comfortable getting into these sides, playing firm post plants, because they were just so routinely shut down by these players on the side of VALORANT.
And there's nowhere safe to go at the end of the day. This round in particular was a little bit worrisome. I think we're going to watch that back a little bit later, but LP was multi-fragging, Foxy9 was multi-fragging, and then as you mentioned, the operator being on some of those info lines, getting moved around quite a lot. They were quite happy to pick up the Odin and things like that. Yeah. There was just so many different dimensions to this defensive side for VALORANT, and when you've had the tape on how DFM likes to attack 2 games in a row, it's very easy to prepare for that, and if you're already a team that is comfortable playing the deadlock, you bust out the Cypher deadlock. That's the whole point of this comp and why it was innovated in the first place. Other teams picking Ascent into you, you get to start out defensive side with double Senti, and you can make their life miserable.
Now, early on in the rounds, did you guys foresee it being this much of a disparity?
I mean, look, this is one round that we wanted to talk about, where I thought all of a sudden DFM have a chance. I thought, they could have started coming back here, because this is an unlosable round if you're VALORANT. This is a cheeky little troll. Sometimes you get a little bit excited. You think, yeah, I can hunt this ace. I think I could
this
not
be... This was not Foxy9's problem, by the way. Klaus has just been subbed in. Like, you've just come off the bench, hot into the server. Maybe not hot enough, maybe a little bit too cold. That was an unlosable round, and that was a classic VALORANT round, by the way. That's the kind of round VALORANT always lose, bro.
I could not be in the coaching booth for that round. That would have killed me. It doesn't even matter how they dominated the rest of the game.
I think Cinder might be in for map 3, to be honest, because Klaus is probably dead backstage right now.
It doesn't matter how great the rest of the game was. I would have been like, guys, what is that round doing? That's unlosable. You should never happen. So you
would have had a Zeesh moment.
We'll see. I would have been very angry.
Losing it. Good thing you're here with us. You still kind of lose it anyway, even in the green room.
The anger never goes away. That's what they say.
Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of trauma being a coach back then. But I'm glad you're here with us as we go into Haven. We've got all 3 maps today. When we first started today, I thought, especially at the end of Lotus, I thought DFM was, probably going to 2-0 this, but things are very different now. As we go into Haven, how are you guys feeling about this? How are you feeling about your predictions?
I think it's a good middle ground map. I could see it going either way. Actually, the last time these 2 teams played, this was VALORANT's pick, and they also played a deadlock comp into DFM. But as we know, many Japanese teams quite comfortable playing Haven, so I think it's going to be a very, very fair 3rd map decider, and I could see either one of these teams picking it up.
I mean, I was impressed from VALORANT when we saw it last time around against T1, so I'm feeling pretty good for them for DFM when we saw them play last. It was Jet with the neon there, a slightly different flavor of this double duelist. So for me, I think the onus is on DFM to bounce back after that map loss. It's very tough on your own map pick. You get absolutely manhandled. You have to be able to recover and bring your best game in this map 3, because they never got the ball rolling. May was shut down so consistently. So if they're going to get this win, I want to see him step up individually like we know he can.
I do want to ask you guys now that Varel has found success on map 2, we did have some questions initially about Klaus and Cinder. So Are you still feeling like the 6-man roster is working for VALORANT?
I don't think I ever said that.
As
far as I'm concerned,
No,
just
you
put
never
Klaus
said it.
in.
Yeah.
I just want Klaus in the whole time. I think he's going to be in for Haven.
Yes,
and the
he
last
is.
time that
He is.
he played on this map, he was quite good against T1. He had a few clutch rounds as well, a couple multi-frags. So I'm quite happy that he's going to be in the server here. I want to see what both of these teams are doing with the comps. You see some a willingness to play Sky and mix in Phoenix and things like that. Both teams sometimes will play a little bit of Jet. So I want to see what we're going to get.
Yeah.
Yo, I want to see what player we're going to get too.
I mean, we're pretty sure it's Klaus for
We're
Haven.
pretty sure?
I mean, he
We're
played.
sure?
He played on the Haven against T1,
Yeah.
so it would be a wild change. And I think he was very good there. So.
Cinder's meant to be for Split
Split
and
and
Lotus.
Lotus.
And then the rest of them are all Klaus,
But
as far as I know.
that's why it does baffle me as a
Yeah.
as a weird 6-man roster. Why those 2 maps?
Yeah.
I mean, I'd love to dig into this more because as someone who was a part of 6-man rosters, 7-man rosters, even it's
did you
difficult
have
for
a
the players who
7-man
comes in
roster?
2023. 2023 global had 7 players.
Who were your extras?
Oh, you put him on the spot here.
You want me to list all 7?
He's not going to remember his boys,
forget
and
it,
he's
forget
going to be
it.
really
Now I'm kind of
embarrassed.
curious. But do they work? The thing is, I've never seen them work, and they're
Yes,
using
that's
an
the problem.
active one. It's not someone because someone's injured, someone's sick. This is like an active. Like,
I will say,
6-man roster.
the 6-man roster is normally difficult because the guy who has to come in has such little prep time. He has no warm-up time. He's coming in cold into the middle of the series. But to Klaus's credit, both times it's been him coming off the bench. In the T1 game, he was very good there. And even in this map, he did his job very, very well. So if they're comfortable with the swap, then it can give you an edge. But it's just how consistent can they be at making that swap work? At what point will that be a trigger point, a problem, and it will break down for VALORANT?
But so right now you guys are feeling the.
I'm just feeling a VALORANT win.
Yeah, I think they've got big momentum, but I think it's up to DFM to turn this one around. I think it's good that you highlighted May in particular. Had a little bit of a rough game, as mentioned, attacking into double senti. Can't get the best of everyone, and he will be back on the Jet. Last time he played Haven against VALORANT, I think he dropped 20 plus in a loss, if I remember correctly. So he's very, very poised for a big game here to carry DFM across the finish line.
For VALORANT, this is what we expected from them. Zexy on that Neon, LP on the Phoenix, and it is Klaus in. Once again on the Omen, I will say he had a fantastic game on the Omen, so if he's able to replicate that performance, I'm feeling fantastic for VALORANT. And we have to keep talking about Foxy9 on this Sentinel. He's been so good. Even vintage Foxy9 Haven was his map, so if anyone's going to pop off, I'm expecting it to be him.
Especially because there's a Sky on the other side of things. Going to be a little bit harder to break his
Yeah.
trips. He could have some cheeky little setups here for
That's
VALORANT.
true.
You guys are sounding really confident for VALORANT, but I think I'm still gonna vote of confidence here for DFM. They had a little bit of an upset there. They have had comebacks before, so let's see if they can do it again. As we send it back to our casters, we got Quack and Jordan, and if you guys could clarify the father-son role, that'd be great.
Jordan's my dad. I'm the dad, apparently. I don't know. It's like an illegitimate child. I didn't choose this. I didn't want this. It just kind of happened. Well, but anyway, we've got to make it happen. We've got to make it work. And I think that's what VALORANT and DFM are saying. Final map in this series. And it's all on the line. VALORANT could be up 3-0 after this. And unfortunately for DFM, they could potentially also be 0-3, although those numbers could flip back around a little bit as well. DFM looking to find their first win of Stage 2.
Exactly as Pilsky said as well. I mean, the onus is on DFM if they want to walk away with this in a 1-2 overall in the group stage. They need this win, but like he also said, no Sova, it's a Sky instead. I'm kind of concerned how they're going to be working against potential trips and everything. So, starting things off, at least on the defensive side, but VALORANT can always pick up the pace as well. Just that game against T1, this is where, I mean, they're starting to do so much. Zexy feeling incredibly confident as well from that past map, but May spots out the first head.
May not able to get back out to safety though, so good coverage from Klaus, who received quite a bit of attention there on the death segment. And for good reason. I feel his addition to this team has typically been a solid one. Ideas still whirring through for VALORANT as they decide where they want to go. It looks to be towards the A site, short and long, both open for them at the moment.
I'm just not seeing anything else from DFM yet, so like you said, I mean, just having some of these options, but maybe also trying to keep their positions concealed so as to explode onto site, making full use of their utility rather than using them to clear forward positions. So it's that sort of slow creep. Maybe you face check into garage, which is always a little worrisome. Oh no, they're trying to sell a bit of a fake to B first. And now contact into C.
Seems to have worked out pretty nicely. Akame can't win this duel, and Cess is there a little bit too little too late. He's kind of out in no man's land until that smoke does come down and obscures his vision and position. Plant will be confirmed, but Yatsuka seems to be a miracle worker on low HP. I don't know how he keeps doing it. A 4K again, Yatsuka out of nowhere. It's just this low HP wonder kid.
Oh my god.
40 HP this time, so it wasn't quite, you know, the 3 or 4 HP that he had in that Ascent round, but that round just, you know, it probably should have gone the way of Varel based on the setup that they had.
This is so good though. Oh, I think he dropped his crown. Let me pick it up. That's so good. I mean, initial contact, the flashes being sent across back and forth, but he kind of predicts or anticipates where LP would be positioned, and of course has a bit of assistance from his team as well, getting his opponents down to low HP, but this is a resurgence of confidence for the team as well. Now they've got the pistol.
Got an investment here from Varel though. Bucky for Zexy. Interested to see what he's going to get up to with that.
Just to burst into garage. Oh.
There's a trip spotted out. Kaide taking advantage of it, gets the better of Zuna, so far no real success for Varel. They take a bit of space, and this will be where Zexy looks to activate. Kaide has that one on lock. Nice sharp shot in from Klaus. Overall though, DFM will be pretty happy with how this is proceeding so far, and may setting up for an aggressive fight if he wants to. Ends up actually eating a bullet to the head. Much of a muchness. Foxy 9, see if he can get a little bit more damage out here. Has an upgrade now. Headshot would be nice. There it is.
Oh no.
How much more can he do? 40 seconds on the clock here. Foxy 9, he's been a bit of a miracle work. But this time, Akame says no. 2-0. DFM do convert, but it is a pretty costly conversion.
Yeah. 3 players lost. At least they'll be able to pick the rifles back up, but maybe a little bit more tentative on the bonus. Well, May could buy up, maybe Kaide as well. However, either way, I kind of like what I'm seeing from DFM. On their defense, they get a bit more proactive, especially on a map like Haven. It's just so much information, and the way that they can hold around the smokes off of that. But yeah, like what we witnessed, it's going to be working out the back foot on this round, but yeah, it's...
Ooh. Hold on a minute, Zexy's already crept past. Jutska had no idea. That's an awkward case of timing. Now a fight down the bottom of Ceylon as well, going to go the way of Varel, and this round kind of just falling apart a little bit for DFM. You can get the sense as to why they're playing this way. They don't have the weaponry. They want to try to force the issue a little bit, cause a little bit of chaos. But Varel are too good to fall into that trap. So they take the C site, they get the plant down here as well, and this one should be the first round on the board for Varel in map 3. Get underway nice and early.
Oh yeah. The Varel thrive in these situations too. If they know you're going to be peeking out somewhere, they can go for the fight. They will. Klaus. They're passing each other.
Everything's gone the way of Varel in this round. Sometimes that's just how it is.
And they can work off of this too. I mean, LP, run it back for the next round. I know there are going to be some nerfs coming in pretty soon for the Phoenix ult, but right now, still pretty clean. And at the same time, I mean, it's just something that DFM is going to have to consider as well. They have to watch out for, because they do want to get proactive. They can't do it too carelessly. And at the same time, I just kind of need to point out, as much as I love him, I have him on my build div, I believe. Kaide has not been able to get the better of his 1v1 opponents in some of these duels. I mean, for this one, yeah. But Ascent was one of those too where he would constantly fall to Zexy. And if you're playing against Foxy9 now, that's maybe, some might say, an even bigger hurdle. So, Oli Spaghetti, we're just going to keep going. Op brought out by May.
See if we can channel a little bit of what Zexy was doing in that last map. DFM. Going to see Varel headed in the direction of A, but we'll see how May goes as we listen into DFM.
CT 행수지 내형 팔았어 팔았어 맞다 베니엘도 넘었대요 베니엘도 왔다 왔다 왔다機械出るよ機械出るこれ犬で一回そっち取らあいよパラ使ってたよ俺パラあるショートも食いとくよパラある俺左なかったよサイトパラ構えるよそう鼻くそでくね俺めっちゃゆっくり飲む鼻くそでくねこれ鼻くそでくねはい
Oh, Zuna needs this kill. Yatsuka, can you be a miracle worker once again? This time, not able to get past. Zuna for the double, in fact, and Varel are starting to take control of this round. DFM down to just Cess, who will decide to back off and try to save that operator. Varel starting to work their way into the map.
Really decisively too. I mean, might as well, right? Expending the run it back to get into sight, but then having the sensibility to still mark the flank, especially because that trip was broken. But I'm scratching my head, like, the position seemed okay. Sure, with the op loss, the stun and everything, but where is the follow-up? Why was Kaide that far off away? Maybe he was trying to mark LP, but surely you would have wanted to double up against a singular opponent instead. So 1v1's not there for DFM. Working out incredibly well for Varel too, even though Foxy9 did kind of lose his head, peeking over in towards defender spawn. 2-2, and they keep going. DFM onto the half buy. See how much value exactly this op's going to bring.
Foxy9 getting a little bit of info there. A nice and easy kill onto Yatsuko. He's going to pop the neural theft here as well to inform the attack here from Varel. They see there's nobody on the C site, and so they just go waltzing all the way up long. Take the site nice and easy. And that plan is going to be given over to LP to try and build that, run it back up, which was burnt in the previous round.
Spike planted.
It's a good setup here for Varel. I don't know if DFM are going to enjoy trying to retake this, particularly with Kaide going down like that. I mean, how do you break this crossfire? There's just no util to get you back into this round. Varel will, I think, just force the save out of DFM.
They have to die though. I mean, at least Akami and Cess do. So, hoping for some exits, if not to die to the spike. But you can also kind of already tell what Varel's post-plant protocols would be. And it makes you then question, you know, how DFM might take a crack at that puzzle. Do you need perhaps a player to go all the way towards the back of C Long instead of setting up more presence around Garage? Akami at least does do a bit of damage there, but somewhat inconsequential too, at least until he actually does get his Seekers. Either way, though, I mean, this is perfect, right? Like you said, just having one player, especially when they have to spike down on C, off angle towards the back of Plat. You have the Phoenix ready for a flash in case of contact or fast floods out from spawn. Other players in other positions as well, maybe one towards the back of C Long too, and that's just like multiple layers working out incredibly well for Varel if they actually get into the site. At the same time, then DFM are still holding on to this op, and it's just not finding too much value yet. Now Varel are picking up the pace over onto A site.
Yep.
It's notoriously difficult to retake here.
Well, it's not actually going to be the site take from Varel, just going to set Klaus up forward on short, and the rest of Varel looking to put a bit of work in on B. Smoke on the left side, Blazewall on the right side, and LP just kind of goes waltzing into his death. Yatsuka, another one as well. This round is really a bit of a nothing round for Varel.
Why?
Through caution to the wind. Just a bad read, I would guess.
But now, you just gave one round up to DFM.
Well, Klaus is going to try and see if he can put in some work over on the A side, but Kaide's waiting for him. So yeah, bit of a strange round for Varel.
Why? Do we need TK9 intervention on the next round? Oh my god. One wall's not enough to set foot into B site. LP, come on. Well, it's a free one for DFM either way, and
No hard feelings.
Foxy9's still gonna give it a go. Hunter's free post plant.
Yeah, I mean, not impossible, but you're going to need Foxy9 to step up, and he doesn't do it this time. If he would have found a couple of kills there, maybe I thought Zuna could get it done, but here, this is a bit of a task and walks right into the op of May. So, as we expected, that will be a third for DFM. Farrell might have some explaining to do, but they do have money to buy back in. So they can brush that off and say, well, it was a bit of a mishap, but we'll just run it back and see how things go.
Like, it's not even too much in terms of conditioning, but either way, whatever. At least now, perhaps DFM is going to have to try out different positions, but the op still going to be able to lock off so many positions. But in the round, at least you can tell, no real Cypher presence over on towards B site initially. And perhaps Vero can use that to kind of formulate something for the next round. A complete head scratcher. But either way now, DFM very aggressively taking space down C. Immediately locks off a line. Kaide has honestly been bullied several times in this spot now, so he's playing incredibly safe. Meanwhile, the rest of the team just dipping their toes over onto A. May's there, though.
Ball up halfway down long to just try and get a little bit more space. Thrown over the top of it. The explode isn't really there, though, for Varel. They're happy with just the space that they've got. Meanwhile, by the way, Foxy9 into Garage has taken quite a lot of territory. This could really get interesting now, depending on where Foxy9 goes and what he decides to do.
Just to hold the position, team to overwhelm Yatsuka.
Oh, Yatsuka surely can't get away with much this time. He does actually do a lot of damage, but Foxy9 should have that rotation on lock. And so Varel successful in this round so far. Seekers will be dealt with, Plant will go down. Kaide's going to break the trip, but this is not looking fun for DFM once again. Flash around the corner for LP, lands perfectly. It was a wayward spray, but Kame could see absolutely nothing, and so run it back does get one. And Kaide decides to save.
Instantly, just needing to hold on to this op still for dear life, but fantastic round put together by Varel. As soon as they heard the op warning shot fired off over by A, they immediately get that pivot over, and Foxy9 having that much space. Just feels as though DFM leave some gaps open around the map, and Farrell have indeed identified it. Zuna.
You seen him? No.
Gives up the one tap. Kaide is happy with it.
I suppose you would be. 4-3 though. Varel have 4 of the last 5 rounds as well. I think that's the more important point here. You know, the scoreline looks close, but if you take away the pistol and the conversion there for DFM, this is not really looking like much of a half so far. Need to be seeing some gun rounds come out pretty soon. Otherwise, Varel are going to start to spring out ahead.
Yes, they always do have that option. All right, there we go. Now you see the trips set up over on towards Garage, because that was the gap. May holding up by Sewer A short instead. Doesn't see anything though, so as DFM, you would think your opponent's probably a little bit closer out towards the C portion of the map. No real cage or anything invested over by Lobby as well, and they have to be ready.
Zexy not having a fun time trying to work into the C side. There's a lot of util to get past in the end.
Nice.
Can't get past the headshot of Cess, and so this time DFM will hold strong.
Oh, look at Foxy9.
Oh, hasn't split the gap this time, although does a lot of damage to Akame. So maybe still some kind of advantage gained off of that lurk. Oh, and we'll get him as well, waiting so patiently. So back onto the 4-on-4, Kaide's position. Locked in on by Klaus, and once again the C side is under pressure. Cess will get a smoke down. Back in that site though, has to give away his position with that shot, and there is the entries again for Varel. They are just bullying this C site time and time again.
Yo, C site, give me your lunch money. I'm gonna shove you into a locker. No, I'm watching way too many movies.
I liked it. But that is crazy. Look how LP actually clears the angle too. He jumps and airstrafes a little bit. And the whole team's there for the trade. And that's exactly how VALORANT have been, well, barreling into multiple sites all across this map. Foxy9's just so quick to put himself into pivot positions where he can cut opponents off by the rotate too. And it just continues to just buy DFM's attention away from the actual hit that's unfolding onto C. Even as Kaide tries to peek back out, he cannot do much. He can't even find a singular frag. And it's another round where we see Mei off to a save. I kind of almost want to see Mei get mobile again on a rifle or something, but
yeah, it must be getting frustrating, right? If you're DFM having to constantly save these guns and think, okay, well, we'll get him in the next round, and we'll get him in the next round, and then the next round never really comes, and it feels as though the deeper we go into this map, the more comfortable, the more clean this is looking for VALORANT.
Yeah.
DFM need an adjustment, they need a change up, they need something. They need a hero. Again, they need Mei maybe with that opt to get aggressive early on in these rounds, but he just can't. There's a molly at his feet, there's a dart there as well, and he's not allowed to progress and fight on the line that he wanted.
And he's still going to keep this position because he thinks they might be aggressing back in, but
it is at least some forward space that's getting you some early information.
Look at B and C. Okay.
Once again, though, the pressure is over towards C. Mei missing the shot. It just goes from bad to worse. You've held that up. You've saved that up for 3 rounds in a row, and that's the result.
And because Mei's down now, they know the A side is weaker. VALORANT are looking to pounce.
Kame needs to be the difference maker and is sharp as ever. So that does send a bit of a mental note to VALORANT that maybe the A side isn't going to be quite so easy to overwhelm.
Oh, Yatsuka. Okay. Sending his own lurk. He's behind Foxy9.
Should be getting traded. Worst case scenario, doesn't even get Foxy9, so Yatsuka unlucky. Smoke's gone down in Garage. Kaide and Cess, they just try to make a risky play through it, and it kind of works 1 for 1. It's really not what they needed, but they at least have some space paranoia there to try and slow the plant down, but Akame spotted out by LP. And Cess, again, is going to go and try and save the op.
Akame walked through the smoke dry, though.
I mean, you're out of options at this point for DFM. Nothing is working. You're just trying to take a risk and hope for the best.
Exactly.
VALORANT seem to be a little bit too switched on at the moment.
They're still giving up again. It's diminishing returns.
Well, who knows? Maybe Mei will make something happen with it in the next round, but it has been pretty rough going for DFM. And that is also assuming it ends up getting saved. This shot will connect, so
all right,
looks good.
Just to try to hold on to it, but otherwise, VALORANT again just masterfully picking apart this map. They've had so many options to try and feign bits of presence over by A lobby. Op gets saved, thankfully. But this time also leaving players on certain lurk positions. Yatsuka tries to be the hero, gets shut down. Akame only able to come in with 1 bit of individual effort, but otherwise down to the 2v3, still a little bit too much to do.
Timeout.
And as DFM, it feels like every time you see your opponents, create a bit of presence onto a singular spot, you rotate over, but then the hit actually goes off elsewhere. And you're just in this constant game of catch-up. It's not good. It doesn't work. The next round even, they're going to be broke, Jordan. I fear for this team because it actually looks like they might go down 0-3. That's shout out to Misa, our Japanese counterpart. I think she was either hosting or the translator back over in Japan last year when we were in Tokyo. But I don't know how she's feeling watching DFM perform like this.
I mean, in a roundabouts way, VALORANT is a Japanese org, right? So, it's kind of a win either way.
I guess. But DFM were the protagonist.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, look, it's tough going at the moment for DFM. They, again, save that up, and let's see what Mei can do. It's been tossed on over.
You are basically a hero op. You have to be the guy in this round.
He's got blades too.
Yeah, looks to be maybe an aggressive fight outside of Garage potentially for both Yasuka and Mei. Put those two duelists together, they're going to swing. See how it goes. Mei through the cage. Finally something that goes right, and then it goes wrong. Zexy for the double, knew what the mission was, and then gets the entry onto Cess as well. I mean, credit for the effort for DFM, but it's just nothing's going right today, unfortunately.
They used up all their magic on Lotus.
Yeah, it seems so.
Oh, that's so clean. Perfect relay bolts, straight into the slide, hit by Paranoia, doesn't matter.
One enemy remaining.
Heads up duel by Akame, but what are you going to do? Oh, he picks up the op. He picks up the op.
Yeah, of course. What else?
It's cursed.
True. It's like monkey's paw. Like, we will get to have an op every round, but it literally basically does nothing.
Yeah. Well, I got one kill through the cage. Well,
yeah, and how did that end up?
Thanks for reminding me.
You know, this is not the Zexy op from the last map, where every single opening pick kind of resulted in a round win. Oh! And finally it's gone. Finally the op is done. Zexy gets the ace as well to finish that round off, just to add the cherry on top for Varel. But Mei immediately buys the op again. But at least it's a different one.
Okay, okay.
Maybe this one's not cursed.
Oh, no kidding, Jordan. Well, let's take a look at how this is done. At the Hunter's free for support too. And that's just how many layers Varel has in some of these rounds on top of DFM. DFM have been just trying to catch up to it. Upline held once more, but another bit of utility to feign presence. Akame tries to clear it out, but it's just not enough. You're still not sure if someone might have gone into that little corner on Cubby. And that smoke doesn't do you any favors either. Meanwhile, Varel are just fishing around, hoping that someone could peek out around B or Garage even, but oh no, DFM, they're worried. Kai's starting to rotate over, and once more, B and C are left weakened because of this.
You know what? Ironically, this feels like probably the best start to a round in a little while for DFM. Which
no early casualties.
It's not saying much, but you know they've got the 5 alive, and they've got a bit of space here for Mei as well.
Okay, 40 seconds. I feel like DFM. I mean, Varel are just gonna
hit C again.
Yeah, group up.
To C or not to C? C is the question. Let's see. Another hit towards the C site here as Varel.
Okay.
To lose Zexy. Yatsuka, with the help of the trip there, able to open it up. Still going to be a plant in.
I'm out of here.
Garage control somewhat lost, although Foxy9 aware that the drop has come through there from Yatsuka. Is going to stick around for the fight. He's somewhat got some backup. Trade on through from Klaus in the end will be enough for the 1-for-1. That's scary for LP. Zuna was trying to swing and help out as well, but the shots just not connecting enough here for Varel. They need to turn it on, and they do. LP gets a flash out as well. That'll slow things down a little bit. He's run out of bullets and run out of chances, and finally DFM have a successful round. A 4th in the half. And if they could get to a 5th, maybe there's a conversation to be had.
You know what? The off got the last kill in the round too.
Bang.
Okay.
We're so on.
Really close effort by LP. Incredible. But this time around, the setups actually worked out in favor for DFM. Having Yatsuka in position, kill trips as well. C-site perhaps not quite the option that they want to work off of any longer, but it's just a layer of flashes as well. I mean, DFM didn't really spend too much in the early portions of the round. Not even a relay bolt. Oh god. Okay, Mei off B. Varel just completely avoid it. Straight on into A. And if you're DFM, you're still thinking like, well, we've seen them feign presence towards this site in multiple rounds now. Are they actually hitting it or not? Trailblazer spots out one player.
Kame does a good job of clearing out short as much as possible, but immediately sort of retaken by Foxy9, who's just happy to sit on this line for the moment. A little bit of a fake in towards B. You've got to run it back from LP. He's trying to find an entry somewhere. There's just Util getting dumped in his face, but it has pulled a big rotate in the direction of B, and this is when VALORANT ideally should be hitting A. They might be half a second too slow, but still, entries will be enough, and that is what they're getting so far. May down as well, and yes, VALORANT got there in time. 3 on 2. Cess from long might have something to say about it. It's found that 2K. LP's got the spike, and he's actually just going to chance the plant on A, which is a bold move. Instead of running over to B, running over to C, he is happy to take the fight to Cess, it would seem. Repositioning, knows he has to come from long, at least on this timing. Elsewise short, that's also covered. And so LP just needs to hit this shot, which he will. VALORANT goes to 8. And DFM minor success in this first half, but you'd have to say this is VALORANT's map to lose.
Feels like it for sure, but doesn't seem like that's going to be happening either. I mean, it's just so clean with how multiple of these fights and trades go through. As you called it, all the fakes, every single bit of conditioning from the previous rounds, working off the medium to slow pace that has been unfolding all throughout the map. And as you go then over onto the second half, like VALORANT are feeling confident. These guys, players like Foxy9, will be emboldened to, play more sneaky positions. Klaus is the first half MVP.
Yeah, I mean, he's been quietly putting together a pretty good series, even though he didn't play that opening map. There's a lot of good reasons why you'd want to have him in the lineup permanently.
That's dramatic.
Oh dear. DFM fans are rioting.
Okay. But yeah, I mean, how else would you feel? We'll see what the attacking side works out for the team, but otherwise, all eyes on VALORANT still as they ride this wave, ride this momentum, possibly over into a 3-0 result at the end of groups from this match.
Well, pistol round going to be all important once again for DFM. Said the same thing in the second half of Ascent. It didn't obviously go their way. See what they can do in the second half of Haven as they roll out on this attack, already having been spotted out by Zuna.
They have to watch out for trips, DFM.
Indeed. Zuna not going to have any trips to help him out here on short, and he also doesn't have any teammates, so needs to get this done himself, having now been spotted out as well. Relay Bolt will connect, easy for Yatsika on the entry. Trips coming into play now, but a little bit too little too late. 4-on-3 retake on the A site seems like a pretty doomed prospect.
Yeah, no one in position to capitalize off of it, unfortunately. Still, at least there are flashes available for VALORANT to gain some space.
4-on-5, I should say, of course, as DFM have yet to lose a player. Smoke's going to go down, perfectly timed, and Zexy goes sliding straight into the crosshair of May. The refrags are not there. Akame with the 3K once again. DFM keep it interesting.
That's pretty neat. Progression smoke, and DFM set up their own smokes. They play inside of it, so that completely nullifies whatever flash you might try to send through, even as Zexy tries to create a bit of space as well. I mean, even with the Omen Paranoia, that's just nearsighted, so still clean enough. This is now both pistols for DFM. They have to at least put up a bit of a fight on their attacking side.
Zexy once again going to invest a little bit. Okay. Orb's going to be collected by LP as well, so it's not as if VALORANT are getting nothing out of this round. And a cheeky setup again on short. We've seen that kind of setup work before. If DFM were to make the wrong choice to go in that direction.
Foxy9 Bandit in Garage.
Might be hearing a few steps there.
I must wait a moment.
DFM playing safe as well, though, so could just...
Here.
Oh, hang on.
Well, it's all on the shoulders of Foxy9 here, and that is not a favorable duel to be taking. Swung by multiple. DFM into C. Will get themselves a nice easy plant and more than likely a nice easy round here as well.
Yeah, that's okay.
Business as usual in the second half.
Not seeing too much in terms of retakes from Varel just yet.
Cover going out.
And again, they are working off of double duelists, so it's a little bit painful for now as they get held off around the choke point again. Some inconsequential kills. We'll see if Zuna or Klaus can fish up a bit more and get more points towards their ultimates, which could be neat, but none for Zuna. And Klaus to eventually fall around by Garage.
Kame wanted the knife. Not going to get it this time, but does get the 6th round there for DFM, which is big news because this game is a bit of a contest once again. Could have been blown out to something like a 10-4. We'd be saying, well, this is pretty over. But leaning a little bit more in the direction of what we saw on map 1. DFM can get it together on this defense, then it's still going to be a winnable series for them.
He has 7 points.
It wasn't the knife that he wanted, it was the ult that he wanted, I guess.
7 points. Uh-oh. Now we start off with LP onto the Odin. Big spam, Mei low HP, or at least medium. Akame should be able to heal him up though, but close enough. They're going to leave him on an insert. What's the play here? DFM maybe trying to poke a little bit, bait some kind of a reaction out over on A. Mei peeks off of it. Varel playing it safe as well though. Early presence, but not much else across the map, so they're happy to sit still on A.
Patience is a virtue, as they say. That's what we're going to need in this round. Klaus was spotted out there by the dog.
Still hovering around. I mean, yeah, they could just actually group back up and take a gamble against Klaus, but
it seems that might be the case. I mean, this is going to start to become a bit of an awkwardly timed round if things don't go well from here
30 seconds
for
left.
DFM.
Okay.
They have an open C site. Klaus happy to play for the retake.
Yeah, look at how healthy all the Varel players are as opposed to DFM, who are spending bits of utility just to break into the site too.
Yeah, and it's actually a retake out in front of that plan. It does eventually go down, but Varel already swarming onto the site, and so DFM don't have time to really calibrate themselves in the post plan at all before it even starts. It's an easy one for Varel. Granted, bonus round there for DFM, but Varel looking pretty good.
Yeah, much more of a solid retake. Just trying to work the map, reading, you know, what DFM tried to set up. Because they only saw, you know, a Cypher or maybe some Sky utility and towards the C site, it's not enough. It's not where the hit's most likely to go. But as soon as they spot out Mei trying to cross, like, they're just so quick to rotate on over. Varel is so prepared for all of these potential hits that DFM are trying to send in, but we'll see if a potential rush breaks that cycle and have a listen in onto Varel and see what they can put together.
게이지. 쪽 카메라 보는 괜찮아?
지하나 빠지는 발?
빠지는 말이야?
그래서 빠지는 발 같긴 해. 일로 이렇게 빠졌어 방금.
오케이.
한드. 걔 빠진다. 네온도? 네온 믿음가 저거?
No, just not really
쳐줄게.
seeing
나 이런 거
anything.
이제 스모크 안 돼. 쇼캠점.
Very careful approach from DFM and just communicating all the little bits and pieces that they see, but there's really not too much to work off of, which means Suna alone onto A. Well, he's going to find some contact off of the drone that hopefully should be enough. No!
Doesn't see anything.
DFM hides away.
Yeah, oh, that's actually baited Zuna to start walking his way down long. I was going to say it's starting to get reinforced by Foxy9. You'd still have two players here, but not the case anymore. That's a double kill. How's he got that? Foxy9, no! This guy's insane! Oh, he could have got 4 too. Still, DFM finding their way into the site. Seeker's gone hunting there as well. It's all over the place. Zexy up into heaven nice and quickly. Could catch Cess on the exit here if he decides to, but Kaide was watching for it. And Zexy went a little bit too soon, so now it's all on the shoulders of Klaus. He'll be aware that there is one player underneath heaven, but he's got no idea where Klaus is. Now the info given, but the shot is connected, and despite some heroics from Foxy9, Varel will not get through that round.
Might have had the stats, but not quite the dog in him. Klaus not quite able to clutch it out, despite recognizing positions. Foxy9 though, my word. But it all comes down at the hands to Kaide, who is just like hiding right underneath inside of Hell. How does Zexy not anticipate or clear that out? I mean, he must be thinking that there are more players positioned commonly towards Graffiti instead, but
yeah,
does bite him in the back, and now you go with another buy.
I think he just felt he had a timing there that he could try and catch Cess. Maybe would have been better off waiting for Klaus, but it's easy to say that in hindsight. Now Klaus will have a bit of work to do over towards B, and it's a full hit from DFM as they go charging in. They toss all that util up just to cause a bit of chaos. Cess gets Foxy9, and there's nowhere for Klaus to hide. DFM coming back in the second half.
I don't disagree. This is actually, I think, the best opportune moment for DFM to come in with a strat like this as well. I mean, a set play like this, actually. In so many of their rounds, even on defense, DFM starts off a little bit more slow. They want to leave themselves options to mid-round with. But it's a swing round now. Varel are going to either be broke or, you know, if they take the round, you know, flush with cash. But otherwise, DFM just suddenly pick up the pace, and once in a blue moon, it's a quick rush into B. Varel just don't expect that at all. It's the first time in this half where DFM has come in with their own set play rush, and instantly 2 players down, you're forced to save. Varel are going to be, I guess, going into the next round of the half buy, and it's the perfect chance for DFM to tie up the score.
It feels like they're going to do it as well, doesn't it? DFM are on the warpath.
Truthfully, though, not... Oh, yes, hydration break. Not impossible for Varel to come back in off of
timeout.
Their own weapons as well. I mean, 3 weapons secured over for the next round. They have some big ultimates. LP onto the run it back is always going to be huge.
Varel going to recognize that the clock is ticking if things are maintained in the current trajectory. Varel is going to end up losing this map, actually, even despite the fact that they're up 9-8, 5 rounds into the half. We've only seen 1 for Varel, and it was the anti-bonus. So you'd think that that is, you know, a bit more of a straightforward round for Varel to win than your standard gun rounds. So got them thinking, got them a bit concerned. Foxy9 again has kind of been the standout, and he's got a big job to do on a map like Haven. You often see that Cypher having to really be a pivotal piece of the puzzle, but if it's not backfilled by the rest of the team,
yeah,
maybe there's not going to be enough there for Varel.
And I kind of want to see a little bit more from Zexy. LP is still decent so far, but again, at least in some of these early portions of the rounds, losing to bits of pressure or not quite getting the read against DFM as well. I mean, the same could be said for DFM in their defensive side. That's always going to be the tricky thing about playing on Haven. Oh, DFM off of the timeout. They're rushing into C.
Yeah, Foxy9 can't see anything. That flash did connect, so has to pop the cage and back it up. Zexy's there as well. Like you say, there's numbers here for Varel, but they're not winning the fights. May with 2 off the Bladestorm. Does get shot in the face through the smoke rather unceremoniously, but in the end, LP only able to get 1 with that run it back, and that is not enough to hold the site by any stretch of the imagination. DFM beating Varel with pace, and they are going to go to 9. There is no doubt in my mind.
Yeah, not gonna lie, they kind of beat Varel at their own game. Okay, Suna's gonna stay safe enough, but I mean, we all saw that. He had the stun, was in position with the judge, Zexy. There was even a flash coming out from Klaus, but despite getting stunned and hit up, you know, because DFM pulls off, you know, the most surprising of rushes, I suppose. Earlier on it was B, this time it was C. Despite being stunned, despite being flashed or blinded, they were still able to group up together as either a trio or having multiple other players around the sites. just being able to take more body shots, get some hits against Varel, and they withstand that onslaught. And then they go again, where now, almost for sure, Varel are kind of broke. And the lead feels as though it has swung over onto the other side.
Yeah, I mean, if not the lead, there's certainly the momentum, that is for sure. DFM playing freely on the attack, confidently. Varel don't have a lot of money, like you say, so it's going to be a half buy. You've got a couple of rifles here, couple of shotties. See what Varel can get done. It's going to have to be somewhat of an unorthodox round from them. They've gone for the 4-1 split, sort of leaving B up to Klaus, who's really only got a sheriff. Foxy 9 over towards C with a Bucky. But they've got to make something happen with this push. LP has very progressed over on A main. A long, I should say. Eventually he's going to run into a trip, and I think he's going to have to go soon because this C side is going to be overwhelmed. And best case scenario for Foxy 9 here is maybe he can get himself one. Oh! But you're never really going to get more than that. Zexy trying to come across as well. Now the hat dropped, and you'll be well aware of the positions of Varel. That lurk coming through from LP a little bit too late to have any kind of impact.
Yeah, like you said.
Zuna's just hoping for a bit of luck with this tap through the box.
Nope.
Not connecting.
Oh, the smoke comes on perfect time too.
Yeah. This surely is not recoverable for Varel. They're going to try and give it a crack behind that blaze wall. Zuna and LP do win themselves a duel on the way in. That'll bring it down to a 1v2. This is so winnable. He needs the headshot though. He's got no idea where Cess is. Checking behind. And DFM take 10. They have the advantage and they are on their way to their first victory here in stage 2.
3 rounds away from it. And it certainly would allow them to heave a huge sigh of relief. They've gone up against, I guess, Titans already inside of Pacific. Their next opponent's T1. But at least to maybe even just put up some numbers inside of this group stage would make them feel a little bit better going into possibly play-ins or not. But wow, timeout again, TK9.
2 timeouts in about as many rounds for Varel. Not a great sign. Really feeling the pressure. You're just not getting any semblance of map control, it feels like, for them right now. I mean, this C site has been so exploitable. Maybe you need to start adding a second player over there, but even then we saw sort of Foxy and Zexy over on that side. That last round, they weren't able to hold it. Granted, the weaponry, you know, wasn't all that, but this is looking very dire indeed.
For sure. Especially considering all the work they've already just put in over on Ascent this first half. They have the players to make it work, certainly, but on the macro front of things, just DFM taking similar approaches, taking a page out of Varel's book. We'll see what this timeout does, though, because there is a big investment into this round. And we have seen them starting to place players onto deep inserts, maybe potentially to push out, set up flanks. They can't hesitate, though, that's the thing. Smoke set up, starting to try and push out, but DFM just takes it fast into B.
Had a lot of success with these faster plays. This time, Varel going to well and truly play for the retake. They do have the Hunter's Fury, they do have the Neural Theft. Those could be useful tools depending on the circumstances. Foxy 9 might get a chance with the hat, or he might not, as he's immediately taken down by May. Now Hunter's Fury is going to get dumped through, and Zuna does have success. Gets even a tag onto Kaide as well, but still a 3-on-3. No blaze wall, no fast lane. They need to get the kills here, Varel, as they work their way back into B. And it's on Cess to try and swing to deny that defuse. Can't get it done. Varel are up to 10. They give themselves a little bit of breathing room.
It almost went off by the south side, but okay. Quick rotation, quick pivot back over. And despite May's huge efforts, just getting tagged up by that Hunter's Fury. Fantastic work by Suna, but to Zexy as well. Immediately ripping overdrive, and also for Suna to anticipate someone on the flank as well, not seeing anything else out towards grass. That was very quick.
I was very worried about that defuse. There was no smoke, no cover at all. Like I said, no walls. They just had to hit their shots, and that's exactly what they did. Varel stay alive for a moment.
This round, though, Suddenly feeling pressure against A.
Bit of a sack on short. 2 players there, and one is enough, apparently, as LP gets both Kaide and Mei, and just at the 11th hour, it might well be Varel that once again pull ahead. It's been all the way of DFM up to this point in the second half, and then a late-stage spurt from Varel might be enough to get them over the line once again. Cess has ported up into the heaven position, and Akame down on the ground. They're going to try and make this happen, but like, how do you break this setup? Varel have got players everywhere. That's a whiff. LP caught with util in hand. Zuna goes down as well, and now all of a sudden it starts to swing back. 50 seconds might still be a little bit too much to play with in the end as DFM concede the round. Varel swinging across 11 to 10. Now have the advantage. And DFM, their money will start to run out soon.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of that, but oh my goodness. Every single round down to the wire. Even Akame just trying to pull off some hero plays to try and bring it back, but ultimately overwhelmed. I almost feel like you need to see, maybe for a potential buy round for Coach Force or Northern Lights to call in a timeout, keep things competitive for DFM, but this could be their final investment. They're going in for it. Trying to slow down the pace now after suffering that many casualties. At the same time, though, for Varel to work in with this sort of like buddy system, they're working around some of these forward spaces, chokes, having players close by for quick trades.
All right, Trip's going to be cleared out. And so too will Foxy as he just concedes control of that garage position. Little jump forward from Mei, who's going to have a little look forward. Oh, timing's awkward here. Foxy9 fell off the line, but Mei cannot capitalize. Sets in through middle into B. Starting to put a bit of pressure back on, but Varel are answering that very nicely. Akame, where's that come from? Out of nowhere. Just the 1-2 punch, flick of the week maybe there. Keep your eyes peeled later on. Akame now trying to salvage things, but can't do it as Foxy9 goes one better once again. And Varel are up to 12.
Match point.
What's the money look like? I need to, oh my gosh. Okay, at least Yasuka has overdrive, but it's not the full kit.
Can we get a Kame pop of the 2K?
Yeah. But what about Foxy Pop? Oh.
We didn't get it on the POV, but I could just tell. I could tell that was nasty.
It certainly was instant. But look at Foxy9 too, like the trades, everything. As soon as LP pops in with the run it back, it's just so quick, and how he's able to use that for a quick trade, takes down his opponents.
Man. Look at that second half. This is not how that was supposed to go. DFM were winning. They thought they were going to close it out easy, and then Varel said, no, bro. We're going to take 3 in a row, maybe 4. Game over at that point.
That's the value of a coach right there.
DFM have been holding this timeout for such a long time. They thought they might get it done without needing it. And now, is it too little too late? You've got to get through these 2 rounds. Varel have got money to buy next round, whether they win or... Well, if they win, the game's over. Whether they lose or not.
Yeah.
So, 2 big rounds. And I'm told that if DFM lose here, they will essentially, quote-unquote, secure play-ins. I'm not sure that's what you'd want to secure per se, but it means that they cannot make it into, the top stages quite so easily. They'll have to go through the play-ins.
Yeah, precisely.
Yes.
22 and 15 here from Foxy9 has once again been another inspired performance from him. Just been such a fantastic pickup. Probably, I think you could argue, the roster move of the off-season.
Yes. I think it certainly is, actually, if this does turn out to be a 3-0. Oh my gosh. LP.
Could well be. I mean, I like that Varel have changed it up here as well, by the way. LP sitting under the window for the first time in the half. It's going to be... a cheeky position that can catch you off guard in a round like this.
100%. You're going to the site, maybe you have the plant, but this is quite a strong clear retake.
Once again, Foxy9 has to get this job done. He has to do it solo. There's no rotation necessarily anywhere nearby, but 2 duelists in your face. There's nothing you can really do. Luckily, as we've seen, LP under that window, he was able to get himself a cheeky pick. It was enough to catch Kaide off, so it is a 4-on-4 for the retake, and LP has the flank on long.
DFM have to watch their spacing, though.
He thought about it, but not going to go for it anymore. Zexy on the line, misses the shot. No way, Mei gets away with one.
And that might just be enough to win this round for DFM. Dark goes through. Zuna looking for info. Klaus in with the shorty gets himself one. And maybe there's still a chance and maybe there's not. It is DFM that take us to 11. We will go the full set of regulation rounds in both map 1 and 3. And how painful it would be to lose it here 13-11.
VALORANT, it's theirs to lose. But my gosh, do they make it close. Unfortunately, whiff by Zexy for sure. Just perhaps wasn't expecting that many players up close, but that's credit to DFM for recognizing the situation and immediately playing into a close one-and-done position instead, with 3 stacked up. LP onto an Odin now. The crowd is just willing this forward. They want to see an OT.
Relay Bolt Shock Dart to go forward to take a bit of space, and Zexy set up for success here. Are they going to clear it? No! Yes! Kaide on the second jiggle. Gets the important kill, but Zuna is tucked in a corner as well. And by the way, you've also got Yatsuka all the way into B. They're going to go back to B. They're going to cancel on A. VALORANT's got no idea. Foxy9 is maybe starting to cotton onto it now. He's just going to tuck himself away. Drone clearing out long.
Just can wait for the eventual hit.
There's the info.
Okay.
Not ready yet.
Does Foxy9 go off on his own?
No. But has to be very clinical with his shots here. If he goes around this corner and dies, that is the two-pronged approach for VALORANT done, though. You've got the wrap coming in from LP. I like his timing. Barrel spotted. Maybe he needs to have a look in the other direction, though, because Akame's on the line for the double. And now the Seekers can go out as well and give away Zuna and Klaus's position. This is surely DFM pushing it into OT. Another week where they look to try to get it done in OT. Unless Klaus could pull off a miracle round. He's getting some kills, he's getting some space, but there's too much to do. And DFM secure it again. Reminiscent of that Paper X game. We go to another OT.
Just refusing to bow out in these final rounds, but it's just so impressive too. Although they were met with a bit of resistance as they set foot around A, calling that cancel over onto B site works out a treat. Even with Foxy9's positioning. Just a little bit spaced too far out away from LP, and the whole team just able to capitalize onto these crucial little moments. Overtime though, and this is where the gloves are off.
Well, it's a good way to start the week, isn't it? First game of week number 3 goes the way of overtime. DFM, VALORANT could still go either way. At one point we would have all said it's DFM, and then it was maybe everyone saying VALORANT. And now we're back to who knows.
Hard to say, that's for sure. I mean, even with that guiding light, just not enough information to really confirm anything. But DFM definitely playing a lot more defensively, though. Yatsuka spots it out, gives himself maybe a bit of an escape route.
Swing on in. Not going to go well for Zexy. That is clean from Yatsuka. Not going to slow VALORANT down too much. They want to try and barrel their way into C. That's where they had so much success on their own attack. But Yatsuka is an ever-present threat. Hiding inside of that cage. Round the corner again. Just the one more. But just the one more might be enough for DFM. It does give them the player advantage for the retake. Plan took a little while to go down as well. So DFM are well and truly on their way. In position.
No big also pieces of utility to worry about.
That said, all 4 players from the same angle could be a problem. There's going to be a little pivot through from Kaide, maybe towards Garage.
Fair want to meet them by front.
Doesn't see anybody. Doesn't slow things down too much. There's the flash on through, and LP's going to be a dead man now on the line. Zuna and Foxy9 can't do anything. DFM have series points.
Incredible. And that was just well put together by Yatsuka. You have to witness how he does it alone. I mean, the courage to be able to peek back in, get that eventual kill onto Zexy, who's unfortunately not able to get it through a slide. And then having that cage set up to him by Kaide as well, it just keeps him alive for an extra second where, despite being blinded, Yatsuka takes down another numbers advantage, like you called it, Jordan. And it's just going to continue to give them confidence for what could be the last round of the series now. Just an eruption of cheers for the full Japanese team. That's it, though. It's Varel on their defense. Uh-oh, but they're being tested. Just Suna alone by A-Long.
Yeah, that smoke's giving him a little bit of room to work with, but has to back off eventually. Now smoke through onto Heaven. There's no secret. DFM are headed in towards the A side. Fast lane's going to get them in. Dash up over the top from May, and Zuna for the double. It's still the backfill from Varel. Looking good for the moment. Flash around the corner. Easily avoided, and no concerns for Varel. At the moment, we go again. The entries just weren't quite clean enough.
Not truly. Smokes, trips, cages, and it's just enough delay. It feels incredibly fast-paced, but it's in those split-second decisions that Suna does just enough damage to, well, similar to Yatsuka, start off the round with 2 first kills. And the whole team comes in off numbers advantage, even with a flashes through. Akame trying to dodge it. It's not enough. You go again.
I mean, at this stage, I don't know who everyone's cheering for in this crowd. I think both teams have some supporters in the house tonight. Klaus is going to try a bit of a solo push on short. Does get across. I don't know if maybe spotted a foot earlier on there.
Go, go, go.
This is a solid position to play from for the A side, particularly if Dog doesn't spot much, although Zexi's now been seen. Smoke goes through. Got 2 players on short, 3 on long. Varel going to try their hand at an A hit similar to DFM last round. May has it all on long, and Akame's there to back him up as well. A site is closed.
No entry permitted. They tried. Initial scouting work done by Klaus. Maybe trying to feign some fake presence as well, but as they eventually push through, the one thing they neglect, it's overtime. You cut some corners or you start to forget some things, but it's May up on elevation. Just a couple of pivotal kills. Akame as well. Timeout now called. Varel does not want to let up, but can they afford it?
Well, 3 defensive rounds in a row. Varel moving on to the defense here as well. Prayers from the fans.
I mean, you have to admit, like, in some of these rounds, like, DFM just looks a little bit more secure. They have a lot of these tricky positions that they're playing on the defense. Maybe not so clear on the hits, but that one where Varel won in round 26 just comes down to Suna being able to put that together. Had it not been for him being able to secure 2 kills, that could have been a very different story, and it makes you wonder what their defensive setup is going to be this time around. If they play it passive, even if they try to push out, it's going to be risky either way.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, again, anybody's guess.
On a glass cannon op?
Once you get to this point in the OT, I think you can throw anything out the window, any precognition, any strategies. It just comes down to the moment, whether you can hit your shot, whether you can step up.
I guess so, but
whether the util connects, this and that.
DFM slowing things down. If May gets an opening pick, this could be a very different story. So Varel actually making the right call to play it safe instead.
It is an interesting call, isn't it? The glass cannon op, like you say. It's a risk. You do have to prove why you've gone for it. There's not really a pick to be had on A long at the moment, though.
And the drone sees nothing as well. Which is kind of why it's neat that Varel are playing that far back. Foxy9 probably up over by Heaven, working around kill trips, but spotted out by May as well. You see that camera and you kind of know site's not clean. DFM might call a cancel, push somewhere else instead. Varel in position though. Look at 2 players, A and C link. They're ready for a B hit if it comes to it.
It's late lurk, actually, from Kaede could be everything. There's no trip there to stop him. He could actually navigate past these trips if the hit happens on B. And the rotate is out from Foxy9. Never mind. Kaide's gone too soon. He was the first prong of the attack and maybe needed to be the second. Now with 19 seconds, DFM have been stalled up. They're going to try to go towards C. They're going to go through Garage. And Varel should be well and truly in position to defend it. That fast lane doesn't really slow them down, but the spike's been dropped. 10 seconds less now. And it's all on Klaus just at the back of sight, holding it down. Cancelled out by Cess. The planet goes through. You're kidding me. How have they managed that? And now it is all on Foxy9, the superstar here for DFM. He's done. DFM will win 15-13. Varel's streak is over, and DFM have their first win of Stage 2.
They're not going down without a fight. The Japanese protagonists, and they just fight tooth and nail for every single round inside of OT. But that is criminal though. Foxy9, superstar. He pulls out the camera in that 1v2. Thought that he had some space, but DFM just goes to show how tricky they can be in some of these rounds. Down to such a desperate plant attempt, Akame actually sticks it all the way through. Cess provides just enough coverage.
Yeah, I didn't think Cess was going to get there in time. I thought Klaus was going to deny the plan, and that was going to be another OT cycle, but Varel handed their first defeat of the season. What does that mean for this team? We know that they went on a pretty big loss streak at the start of the year, so maybe that is going to sort of rear its ugly head once again. We'll have to see when they do come back for their next game, but on a brighter side, DFM get their first win of the season, and you saw their fans in the viewing party were very pleased. They've been supporting them for the last couple of weeks through the losses, and now they have themselves a win. And I think based on what I've read, that doesn't technically mean that they're now locked in for play-ins. So they might still have a chance in this season to kind of cause a bit more of a ruckus. They've got something to play for going forward, as opposed to just saying, oh, well, we're in the play-ins anyway. Look, chances are they probably still are there with a 1-2 record, but technically speaking, mathematically speaking, if you can keep yourself in the game and you can keep that momentum and that motivation going, I think that's what matters.
Every bit counts.
So for DFM, nice to grab themselves a win today and show that they can still get those wins on the board. And that really throws this group once again into a bit of a ruckus, because Varel have lost a game, Paper X have lost a game, everyone's losing games. But I tell you what, we'll go down to the stage and hear from DFM.
네, 이제부터가 시작입니다. 승리를 거둔 DFM의 야츠카 선수 만나보도록 할게요. 승리 축하드립니다. 가장 먼저 마지막 순간에 스파이크가 설치되면서 이렇게 스테이지 2 첫 승을 가져가게 됐습니다. 경기 끝나자마자 야츠카 선수 눈물이 고여있는 모습이었거든요. 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. Massive congrats, Yatsuka. You were in tears, right? As soon as the game was over, the spike was miraculously planted. You got that first win of stage 2. What was today like for you, and what got you in tears?
今若干涙ぐんでる様子も見られると思うんですけど、まずはそのステージ2初勝利おめでとうございますといったところで、今日の勝利の感想を教えてください。
本当にそうですね。たった一勝なんですけど、本当に負け続きでちょっと自分は勝ち方忘れちゃったのかな、ちょっと不安だったんで、この一勝本当にその勝ち方っていうのを思い出したかのように感じて本当に嬉しいです。
It is just one win, but we were losing, and actually I was like forgetting how to win, but this winning just remind me how to win the game.
1승이기는 하지만 그래도 뭔가 계속해서 지고 있었던 연패 상황이었기 때문에 이렇게 승리를 할 수 있다는 게 너무 기쁘고, 사실 좀 이기는 법을 잊은 듯 했는데 다시 어떻게 이기는지, 그리고 이기는 게 어떤 기분인지 기억이 나는 그런 좋은 승리였다고 하는데요. 그럼 한마디로 승리한 기분이 어떤지도 들어보고 싶네요. So in one word, what does victory feel like?
一言で本日の勝利は安川選手にとってどんな意味を持ちますか？
希望かなと思います。
Hope.
Hope? 오, 희망이라고 얘기를 합니다. 맞습니다. 정말 희망적인 결과를 가져간 DFM인데요. 사실 그동안 조합도 여러 가지 준비해왔고 경기 내용도 나쁘지는 않았는데 첫 승까지 기다림의 시간이 있었던 것 같아요. 직전 KRX 그리고 페이퍼렉스의 경기를 보면서 좀 어떤 부분을 문제라고 진단했는지도 물어보고 싶네요. Yeah, I mean, you guys came up with, different comms, came in prepared, and you've been flexing on different agents as well. We saw Sesu on Vice today as well. But then you guys kind of had to wait for this win. Why do you think that was? What were you able to kind of fix when you look back on your Paper X and KRX series?
いろいろな構成を試す中で安川選手はフレックスとしてチームの役割があって、例えば今日の試合でとセス選手がバイスを使ってたりとかもあったと思うんですけども、今日の勝利といったところで、ペーパーレックス戦だったり KRX 戦から、どのようなチームとして学びを得て、今まで今日の勝利に向けて活動してきたか教えてください。
そうですね、2戦やってきたんですけど、負けてきた理由が、相手がうまかったのもそうなんですけど、自分たちのミスが多くて、でもそのミスの直し方っていうのをちょっと分かんなかったんですけど、今週は本当にミクロ的な部分を意識して練習できたかなと思います。
So the thing is that for the Paper X and KRX match, opponent was good at it, but actually there was a lot of mistakes on our side. And we just practiced on that, how not to make the mistakes. That's why we contributed to the win today.
직전 KRX와 페이퍼렉스 경기에서는 경기력이 전반적으로 나쁘지는 않았는데 실수가 많이 나와서 같은 실수를 반복하지 않도록 집중을 했고 그런 부분이 오늘 승리를 가져다 준 것 같다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 이제 마지막으로 T1과 팀 시크릿과의 경기가 이제 남아 있는데요. 아까 희망이라고 말했으니까 힘차게 팬들을 향해서 이 희망의 에너지 전달해 달라고 부탁해 보도록 할게요. You have T1 and Team Secret left. In the group stage, DFM fans are always hoping for your win. So give us that winning energy, really. Fighting!
残りグループステージが T1 と TS 戦、チームシークレット戦になると思うんですけども、DFM の応援してくれるファンの皆様へエネルギーのこもった言葉をお願いします。
T1 はもう本当に強いチームですし TS も成立からいろいろと変更があって強くなったと思うんですけど思って本当に難しい相手だなと思うんですけど本当にこれから DFM 勝っていくのでぜひ応援お願いします。
And T1 and Team Secret are both strong teams, and I know it's gonna be a hard way, but we're gonna be doing everything, and we're gonna be giving the everything to have the win. So please keep supporting us.
두 팀 다 강팀이긴 하지만 승리를 위해서 최선을 다할 거니까 계속해서 응원 부탁한다고 얘기했습니다. 이렇게 해서 야츠카 선수 만나봤고요. DFM 에너지 파 1, 2, 3 오케이. DFM 에너지 파 화이팅!
화이팅!
A beautiful moment for DFM, a much needed win for this Japanese team who have been fighting so hard over the years, not just this year, but for years. We've seen them make progress and we've seen them come really close. But today, the theme is hope. Like what's happening in this interview, the theme is hope, and that this is very promising for the rest of stage 2, Pilsky.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Barrel definitely gave them a run for their money today, but at the end of the day, we kind of set up the stakes when we started off the day today. They got caught off guard a little bit by KRX. No shame in losing to PaperX, but to show the tenacity to be able to win this game in overtime when Barrel really put them up on the ropes there is very nice, and I think it, as kind of mentioned at the end of the cast, it gives them a chance to maybe make it into playoffs, but, unless certain things go their way and they win every game from here on out, it's not going to be easy.
Yeah, it is definitely not going to be easy with T1 and Secret around the corner for this team. But for now, at least they can celebrate this win. And of course, I don't know if you guys expected an overtime, but at this point, I'm starting to I think I will start to expect overtimes from this team moving forward.
I think from Varel, you always expect an overtime.
Also
They
Varel.
played 24 rounds minimum. I was surprised, honestly, that they got Ascent done so cleanly at the end of the day. But for DFM, good to see them right at the end there. Even that last round was so tense.
Oh, it was. The crowd was so electric today.
Yes.
Between these two teams with Varel, which, you know, with a newer team here, there's a lot of fandom, but DFM has carried so many fans flying in from Japan every single year to support them. So I think this has been a really exciting day, you know, if you're here live in this venue. And of course, we will be having an interview with Sess shortly after this. But, you know, your prediction was wrong, Pilsky.
My prediction was wrong?
Let you know.
Yeah, unfortunate. Look, my Varel streak has been pretty strong so far, but full credit to DFM. They definitely earned that win.
Yeah, they did. And I would like to introduce our two special guests. Of course, we have DFM Sess, and all the way from Japan, Mitsuka. Welcome to Help Translate.
Thank you for having me.
You're here on vacation, and they're making you work. They're making you translate. But welcome. Really happy to have you here, especially for DFM's first win for Stage 2. We're really excited about that. Now, Sess, I want to ask you, your coach, Northern Lights, mentioned that you guys were pretty confident coming into today. So I want to know what you guys were changing to be so sure that this was in the bag.
ノーザンライト選手コーチがこの試合に向けて自信があるっていうコメントをどっかでなさってたらしく、その自信とかあとはそのチームの雰囲気が変わったきっかけみたいのってあったんですか？
きっかけはなんかこの2週間ぐらいこの大会で負けて、なんか改革的な感じでちゃんとみんなしっかり練習に励んで、まあちょっとの悪いところ、ボディの使い方とかはなんかしっかり見直して話しながらやろうっていう感じで今日になりました。
So this past 2 weeks, we got defeated twice in a row. So we need to make an adjustment like in a big way. So we decided to communicate more and like a physical movement. We discussed about how we communicate during the game, and then we practice a lot.
Oh, well, it's definitely showing, and of course, you guys did win today. But I think another theme besides hope for today is resilience. You're a team. Last week against Paper X, you guys came back, brought it into overtime, and today, the same exact thing happened on map 3 with that overtime. I mean, what is happening with the comms to bring that kind of energy to push it over the finish line?
そういったこともあって勝利挙げられたと思うんですけれども、前回のペーパーレックス戦でもこう逆転の展開っていうのがあって、今回も第3マップで大きく逆転して勝てたという要因があると思うんですけれども、そういったところの変更というか自分たちの中での変化、そしてどういったところが変わっていったと思っていますか？
まあ僕は変わってないんですけど、まあ他のメンバーは若いですし、まあこうパシフィックに出てもう経験もちょっとずつ積んでって、まあ、ラウンドが取られてても諦めない気持ちっていうのは多分ずっと持っているからだと思います。
For me, I'm not the younger one, so and I have this experience, and I need to stay focused and stay calm even if anything happens. And when we need to chase, I think younger players are accumulating all those experience through this VCT Pacific, and then I think all of us are more like a calm and chill when we are in a bad situation.
Yeah, you're definitely stepping up in terms of experience for the team and roles too.
Yeah, I wanted to ask about that last round. Was that kind of the case? Because that last round, I felt like you saved the game and pushed the game across the line with that 3K in the last round. So if you can talk us through that that hectic like seaside situation that we had at the end of Haven there.
ヘイブンの最後でも最後のラウンド3キル取って、セス選手がこうゲームセーバーになったような展開っていうのもすごくあったと思うんですけれども、そのギリギリのところでもしっかりと勝ち切るというような個人的なそういったプレーについてはどのような思いでいますか？
いや、まあ実際は最後のラウンドはもうメイがオペレーター持ってもうピックしてワンピック取ってもらってゲームスタートっていう気持ちだったんですけど、まあ敵もやっぱり警戒しててピックが取れなくて最後の選択はすごい難しかったんですけど、まあただ自分がミッドに行った時に勝つならこれをするしかないと思ってただ行ったら勝てました。
So the last round, we are kind of depending on May's operator, and I wanted him to get 1 kill at least, but we couldn't make it. So when I went into the mid, there's some like do or die. So there's nothing I can do, but I did it, and it was kind of successful.
Yeah,
you did do it.
And as Vic kind of touched on, we've seen almost everyone on DFM but May maybe be flexible with their role. And today Cess actually played Sentinel as opposed to just playing Omen. So is that something that we're expecting more of? And how's that all going?
エージェントロールに関してはメイ選手とかもフレックスみたいに、そして今日セス選手もロールオーメンとかっていうところも使ってちょっとみんながフレックスっぽくエージェントピックっていうのをしていくのかなと思ったりして見てるんですけれども、今後の選手の皆さんのそういったロール変更とかっていうところに関してはどんなように考えていますか？
いやまあ僕は分かんないんですけど、まあロールを変えて良くなるんだったら多分コーチと話し合って積極的に変えていけると思いますし、実際なんかキャラを使っていく中でなんかその経験というかそういうのが重要だと思ってるので、上手くなってたらもうそのロールでいくのかなっていうのを思います。
Me personally, I'm not thinking too much about agent roles of each players, including myself. But if new thing worked, I think that would be great for our team. So it's up to our teammates and the coaches. But I think using agent, it's really important to experience more, right? So if we experience more and other roles are very much usable for other players, I think that would be great, and I think we can be flexible about that.
And lastly, correct me if I'm wrong, the very first time DFM had their first win in Pacific, it was against T1, right?
DFM が初戦こうやって初勝利挙げたのはT1 でしたよね、パシフィックでは。
多分そうですね。
Maybe.
I think so. Well, they're your opponent next. Do you have any words for them?
で、次 T1 戦になるわけですけれども、何か T1 にメッセージありますか？
For the DFM fans, let's have a message for T1.
ファンでもいいですけど、T1 に何か一言あればお願いします。
僕が初めてパシフィックの時行って戦って勝ったんで、次も勝ってやります。
So yes, my first win on Pacific Tier 1 was against T1.
Yes.
So I'm gonna repeat the feat.
Oh, love it. Well, congratulations on today, Cess and Musica, for translating. That's all we have time for, so I hope you guys get some good rest, and hope I kind of want to see a repeat. Don't bias, but like a little bit of bias. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Akame, this guy does more than just dance. You know what? There are a lot of players who can dance. Not a lot. There are a few players who can dance, but not all of them can frag the way he did today, especially as their initiator.
Yeah, he's been fantastic on the Enid. He had so many crazy multi-frags, particularly on that last map of Haven. Like the amount of individual rounds that this man was saving, just kind of being in the middle of the pack. He'd throw his util, he'd throw his guiding light or a dog in, and then he's kind of in the middle of the play when May's making the entries happen or Yatsuka's making the entries happen. He's just been phenomenal in kind of the mid to late round situations, so it's great to see him. He's on your build diff roster as well.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every single game he's been the guy, so a very well-deserved match MVP for Akame.
And I'm kind of curious who our match MVP for the next match is going to be, because we got Full Sense against ZETA.
Yeah.
Now, ZETA's been on a really good run, but Full Sense, on the other hand, we had really high expectations for this squad coming in, especially with the coach, rejoining the core of this roster, but we haven't been seeing the firepower that we expected.
I mean, look, last week against Global was shocking from this team. It really was not how they wanted to go in that game, but they did have a good win against Nongshim before that, so we need to wait and see which ZETA division is going to show up. But when they're on their game, this is a team that we expect a lot from. Look back to last year, this is a team that could have, maybe should have made champions. Even over in Stage 1, you see them come second. We saw how well they can do in Pacific, really, so it's just, can they find that form once more?
Yeah, 100%, but this is just a classic, really, game from Full Sense. If Varel's, MO is going to 24-plus rounds, then Full Sense's MO is they either absolutely blow the other team out of the water, or they completely go missing in a game. And there was a lot of kind of behind-the-scenes pressure, I think, in this particular game, for both teams, I would say. And it seems like GE completely thrived under that pressure, and Full Sense completely went missing.
Yeah, look, we heard from Frost, though. He said, it felt like they had a game plan, but they just weren't able to follow it. They weren't able to execute it. But truly, this is not what we expect from this roster, because they just have this tendency to disappear. This is over in London, that game against Foot, where a lot of people held this team in high regard, said they could do real damage over in London, but they couldn't make it happen. So the big question we have today for Full Sense is which Full Sense appears.
Yeah, and even in kickoff, like, they had a moment where, they went missing against Nongshim on one of the maps. And look, for anyone that can find Full Sense, 100,000 baht from me personally. I'll send it to your account.
I think they're grab netted somewhere. They're like stuck somewhere, but surely cooldown is like, they figured it out and we'll see something a little bit better.
This is exactly it. They go missing in games like this. So they have to really fix that problem if they want to do damage, if they want to get back to these internationals, and then if they want to have a good chance to lift those trophies. But they have to get there first. We take a look at the champs points here. They're sat there down in 4th, where Paper X doesn't really matter. Champs points is still very much on the cards for this team.
That could have been 9-7 for Full Sense over GE. We talk about that 2-point swing. This is exactly what we mean. GE, having won that game in the group stage over Full Sense, have equalized the champs points, and it's going to be a very tight race right at the end of the year.
Oh, definitely. I mean, you need those champs points, and they were in a bit more of a lead earlier on, but things have changed. Now, ZETA, on the other hand, unlike Full Sense last week, had a great game.
Yeah, that win against RRQ is so massive for them. I mean, that's what we were kind of hoping to see if they were able to pull that out, and they did a fantastic job there. These two teams kind of the inverse, where ZETA will be feeling pretty confident going into this after finding a run of good form, but it's can they replicate that against another big opponent?
Yeah, I feel like they've got a pretty decent rhythm going at the moment. Some of the individual players are in some good form. They had an OT against Genji, who seemed like they're in very good form at the moment, so I don't think there's any shame in necessarily losing that opening series. But Eco has been phenomenal. He's still playing a little bit of Enit here and there. He's putting up well above average numbers, and he's been one of the better Yorus so far in Pacific.
Yeah.
I mean, the change on this guy from stage 1 to stage 2 has been crazy. I really think when we talk about who has been the most improved player throughout the year, his name is in that hat, no doubt. So if he's able to keep consistent with these performances, it starts to look more likely that they can flip this around.
Now, of course, in the head-to-head between Full Sense and ZETA, Full Sense is in the lead. I do want to ask you guys later, too, though, but if we talk about the core of Full Sense when they're Talon, that head-to-head is a little bit different. But let's look at the present.
Yeah, I think for this year, this has been a very cut-and-dry matchup. ZETA will be feeling a little bit sheepish going into this game. Both kickoff and stage 1 was an absolute obliteration of ZETA division, so they want to change that narrative today.
Well, they have Coach Mini, who is like never wearing the ZETA jersey. Like, he's helping them out, apparently. He put that breach in. He has not answered the question yet.
We love Breach on a set.
I heard he's a big Breach guy. One thing I know about Mini, Breach guy.
Yeah, clearly, and since he put it in, they started winning. So let's see if they'll do it again. Here is the map, Vito, Split, Sunset, and we're going to end on Haven again, like you guys said earlier. Japanese teams do like that Haven.
Well, we just saw in both of the matchups that they've played this year, Split was in both of them. Full Sense won, obviously, handedly, but that is ZETA Division's pick. Full Sense picking Sunset, not something we've seen from them yet, but the other thing I want to point out is that outside of Sunset, in the 2 maps that we've seen, both of these maps were deadlock Primi maps, but that was against Nongshim, so now we get to see if that's truly a counter to Nongshim, or if that's a style they want to lean into even more.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question to ask, because there's a little bit of question marks around the double Senti and whether, again, as you mentioned, it was a counter to Nongshim specifically, but we have seen many different iterations of Frost lineups, whether it's GE or Full Sense, love playing that double Senti. It's something Cruz is very comfortable calling with, so I want to see if they stick to it, or they're going to play something that's more comfortable for them that we saw before Frost came back into the lineup, which was just a classic double duelist burst.
I mean, I am a little bit curious how this is going to be panning out. We'll be talking about predictions a little bit more later on, but for me, I have a little bit more confidence in ZETA right now. I think Full Sense might be having an adjustment period with Frost coming back in. Yes, you know him really well and he knows them, but there is still an adjustment because they kind of started finding their own identity throughout this year. So to do this in the middle of stage 2, I think it's going to be a little bit tough. Do you think I'm crazy?
No, I think that's right. I think you have to find a balance between what you believe the meta is, or anti-meta in Frost's case, and what's going to work right for the players. They're still back and forth between that, so let's see if they can make it mesh today.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'm excited setting down the stage to see what kind of move, what kind of form these two teams are in. We've got Full Sense facing ZETA Division.
Today's matchup.
Now we have Full Sense and ZETA, and this matchup is rather curious and a little bit surprising. You would think Full Sense going to Masters London, now reunited with their coach who was coaching another team who also went to Masters London, they would be the favorites to win. But I have to say, after we saw ZETA in stage 1 finding their form despite no changes on their roster, I think this match might be a little bit more evenly split than we expected.
I mean, I think that's very true with Full Sense. When they're playing their best, I truly feel like this is a team that can beat anyone in the world. But when they're at their worst, it feels like they can't get a win. So we need to see what their form is like today. I think they are still in an adjustment period. I think it will take a little bit of time for it to click. But can they find their stride here against ZETA Division, who are feeling great after a win against RRQ?
Yeah, I think ZETA, I mean, this has been a rough matchup for them this year in particular, but they've been on a little bit of an upswing in form, so I think that they're going to take a lot of solace in the fact that maybe Full Sense are a little bit down on their luck at the moment. I don't see Full Sense necessarily reacting like that, though. I wouldn't be surprised if they really bounce back after a bit of a disappointing loss against GE and take their frustrations out on a team that they always absolutely smash.
Yeah, I think that's very true. I think there was a lot of pressure as well for Full Sense to perform. I mean, look, like we had to address Frost and, you know, the things that happen sometimes with him and other teams. There's a pressure that you can't really help sometimes. So hopefully all of that is done and over with. It's been a whole week since then, and here are our predictions. Now, we know Paper Thin is a big ZETA fan. I'm a fan of both teams. I normally go for Full Sense, and I think, you know, on top form for both of these teams, I think I might pick Full Sense because they just have a firepower you can't really deny, but I am not convinced they are, you know, back in full form.
I find it crazy that you guys are like painting this as like a close matchup. Are we not looking at the same scorelines that we've seen all year? Kickoff in stage 1, they 2-0'd them, and it was not close. ZETA Division has not got double digits on Full Sense this year, guys. Are we crazy?
But I do think there's been changes in the Full Sense camp, right? You see they come in, they're trying to play a different style than they were in both of those games. I think the aggression works very, very well against a team like ZETA Division, so I'm curious if they bring out this deadlock, and then if it's something ZETA are going to feel more comfortable with. So I don't know. I don't think it is as cut and dry as that in my mind. Yes, Full Sense, I think in full form, are definitely the favorites, but they just had a tough loss. ZETA Division just had a resounding win. I think the intangibles could definitely help ZETA out today.
Well, production just reminded us that last stage, Paper Thin and I both picked Full Sense, and they won. But now we're both picking ZETA, and, you know, we just know things.
Okay.
As the elders of Pacific.
Sure. Oh, this agent select is actually super interesting. So Full Sense have not swapped off. We've got the answer to our question. Is it a counter to Nongshim or their general style? I guess it's their general style. Hopefully Primi doesn't grab net himself this time. For ZETA, it almost looks like they were expecting the double duelist out of Full Sense. They're playing a very slow comp here. Absol is the solo entry and they're playing a Sage.
Yeah, I do worry how Full Sense will play into this, to be honest, because I think this double Sentinel Deadlock Cypher is great for stopping like a Neon Phoenix comp, but against something that's slower, that can bait out that util a little bit more, and is so strong in the post plan, will you struggle?
But how are they going to break any of the util? They've got nothing to break trips.
I mean, that is true. That is
they're
true.
just going to double pump. They're going to have to lurk a lot here, Morgan.
Yeah, I could see it for sure, but I think the question is, can Primi have a better performance on that Deadlock? We know he can be great on it. Let's see if he finds his footing here in this game.
What'd you guys call it? Weaponized incontinence.
Incompetence, Victoria.
There we go, yes.
Okay?
Yeah, well...
If you don't want to do something, pretend you can't do it.
Well, that wasn't the version I heard last time. Use a very different word. Primi back on the Deadlock. I was to send it back to our casters for split.
I think we saw a bit of weaponized incompetence from Pilski on the throws to the caster desk. That's why he's not doing it anymore. So, yeah, thanks for that one, Vic. Look, I tell you what, it's going to be a tough act to follow to provide a better game than that last one, obviously going all the way to 3 and going to OT in the final map. It's going to be a tough one, but Full Sense, I kind of want to see the recovery for them this week. I think they've been a little bit wishy-washy, and I think that's why on the desk you get a little bit of conversation saying maybe there's something in this one for ZETA. I do kind of wholeheartedly agree with Pilski, though. Like, I feel like on paper this one should be Full Sense every day of the week, no?
Yeah, on paper. Right. That's the main thing. Who knows how they were going to treat that loss from last week, but that's why this is all so crucial for both sides. It's going to be super weak for Full Sense as well. Championship points on the line. ZETA, are they going to ride that wave?
Guess we'll find out as we head into second game of week number 2. It is Full Sense and ZETA, and ZETA obviously not having too bad of a performance, too bad of a run. They got that win last week over RRQ. They got themselves underway after a tougher start. They did lose to Genji in the opening week, and we've all, I think, been really focused in on what Full Sense have been doing, and they have certainly been a little bit up, a little bit down. They had a fantastic map of Split, I recall, in their opening game against Nongshim. I think they won 13-3. So I do feel this is a pretty bold map to be peeking into them. Actually, no, it was the other way around. It was Nongshim that had the 13-3 against Full Sense, so that makes a lot of sense, actually, from ZETA to be picking it into Full Sense, now that I jog my memory.
The flip side of it, but for sure, just thinking about all the intangibles going into it, but also what happens on the server itself, the compositions. Pilski has a big point.
Yeah, intrigued to see what Primi's going to be able to get up to. Full Sense kicking things off on the defense here, so we'll get ample opportunity to have a look at that.
Or even what Absol and Eco get up to themselves. No real utility for now, though. Just Primi checking. GravNet. Oh, and the nades in.
Luckily doesn't GravNet himself, which is a good start. Kalua gets the opener on to Absol. Smoke's going to go down here from ZETA, who look to maybe use it to take a little bit of space, but I think the jig is kind of up. Full Sense seems to be pretty aware of where ZETA are at the moment. They're going to start to rotate off of B.
My. Just clear as day. As long as they don't lose anyone off towards the crossing.
ZETA could still make that transition over to B. Looks like they want to fight their way into the back halls.
Oh my gosh, no.
You're stuck between a rock and a hard place here, you'd think, although that kill from Eco, that's not shabby at all. Primi back in the site, and once again, he's going to be overwhelmed by Sugar Zero, who's found a couple. This round is kind of getting a little bit weird here. I think Full Sense, it's getting awkward. They've got that spike control, but you're right, time is going to be a factor here, and ZETA are going to look to push the issue. Sephiroth is just going to give that spike control up for a second here, maybe get the kill on the fadeaway. Oh, he almost chose that timing perfectly. In the end, he kind of still does, but he misses his shots. And somehow ZETA get away with that round. I just don't, I don't think the Full Sense of last season would lose that.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. I just... Primi had his own GravNet.
Spike down A.
Didn't go for the fight, but because he tossed in the net, like, That's a kill afforded up to Sugar Zero, and that's what gives them.
Mate, if
the
he's on
2v2.
Jet, he's not pulling any util. You know what I mean? Like put him on the Jet, then he can't pull util. Like it's literally impossible. His buttons don't have that effect.
I'm like trying to hold my tongue, but yeah, this is very perplexing stuff. It's still just a pistol though, so I guess we hold on to a bit of hope. Very big stack, a bit of forward space onto this B site. Cruz peeking over. ZETA's pretty happy and comfortable. All the rifles purchased up in this round.
Cover going.
So just trying not to lose their grip over him.
Yeah, be a pretty unfortunate one to lose here if you're ZETA. You'd have to make that call to go towards B. And they do seem to be making that call. A couple of pings do go through. Dog does get the info of Cruz's position, but he actually gets a little bit of chip damage out, which, you know, isn't necessarily all that. Sage gets the heal onto Absol. Sugar Zero tagged down a little bit, but again, you've still got 4 players on this site, so every little bit of damage counts here for Full Sense. We'll see if they can make anything of it. So far, so good for ZETA on the entries, and there's really not a whole lot to write home about. Jip Boys does fight too.
Can I wait? Did he hit the grab down on the Jip Boys? I gotta see that again. It kind of looked like it wasn't the cleanest of hits. Maybe there's an idea around wanting to grab that nade combo, but it hasn't been clean, and it's tough for them to get the right timing. It's just kind of the nature of things right now, especially with ZETA and how they're able to kind of fish around, working around their rifles, playing very safe. That music says it's a tech pause.
Indeed.
But yeah, it's not going great for Full Sense.
No, I mean, yeah, I guess they have some issues on this map. Although it is early days, I don't think we can really read into that all that much. I thought the piss around was a little bit messy here and there, but
yeah.
Honestly, I don't read too much into it. A piss around's a piss around, and you go back and second round there, it's nothing really too concerning to be dropping that round as Full Sense. So
it's what's a fair statement, you know. So we'll kind of just hold the breath and then see what happens in the possible upcoming rounds. But for now, it's just a far cry. Honestly, we're not seeing too much yet. And you, of course, mentioned that Nongshim game as well, which you do see similar shades. You know, having a Neon still, Absol definitely capable, but ZETA definitely just very calculative with how they're approaching every single round as well. And as mentioned before too, from that win off of RRQ last week, they want to carry that forward. Every little bit counts, just to let you know that what you've been practicing works. But okay, toxic screen initially. Bit of presence over on towards Garage as well with a flash being tossed early.
No escape.
You talk about the win for ZETA, but Full Sense also coming off the back of a loss against Gen.G, which I think was a pretty punishing loss as well. Didn't look too great in that series, and if they went down early in this series against ZETA, I could definitely see ZETA winning this game. Form hasn't exactly been there for Full Sense, so start to get a bit of momentum against you and an element of doubt in your mind, and things can start to go wrong. Early days, though, so we don't need to really be touching on that just yet. ZETA once again have got that creep towards A. They've been spotted out by the Cam.
This is not too bad. You wall off mid, quickly head on over to support the A site. Primi is in position.
Cam's still not dealt with either. It's kind of crazy. So all the information in the world for Full Sense at the moment.
They're setting up their own flanks too. A full 5v5 unless ZETA suddenly decides to pivot over onto B, which should not be happening.
No, they've got the wall up there as well. Primi, good for one, sees another, and this is where Primi tends to do his best work, when he's just got the gun in hand and all he has to do is shoot. Easiest 3K of his life. That felt a tad too easy, in fact, for him.
The whole round's pretty much done. No bonus anymore for ZETA, despite minimal losses in the previous round.
It's one way to get your first round on the board.
Soul Hit's not really working out too well. It does give Full Sense a lot of space. They clear it out B main or garage, and then of course the deadlock, the berry mash as well, is just to further reinforce potentially sites if there was anyone lurking on towards middle, which was not the case either. ZETA kind of one-dimensional right now, and that's Primi. That's your boy. Oh, okay. Well, another gear issue. So last one got fixed pretty quickly. See if maybe this one gets fixed pretty quickly as well. Shouldn't be too much of an issue, but
it's a little bit annoying though for the teams. Sort of breaks up the momentum a bit. Full Sense just get their first round on the board. Primi's hit some nice shots. They're feeling good.
Oh, it looks like an audio thing onto someone in Full Sense, Sephiroth maybe. But either way, yeah.
Just got the word that this side, this one is from Full Sense. The last issue was on the side of ZETA, so maybe something a little bit different. But we'll get work through ASAP. But yeah, I think if you're Full Sense, obviously you want to go rolling on from that last round. It was an anti-bonus, to be fair, so you're expected to kind of pick that one up if you're investing the guns. And this next round will be the tougher prospect with ZETA now reinvesting themselves.
Because that's the curious thing about ZETA. Like, we've seen DFM with some of their own upgrades, and that, whoa, hell of a shirt. That previous series just played, DFM going a little bit quicker and faster with some of the hits. A lot more confident and aggressive as well. ZETA have started this one off incredibly careful, like, but apart from that, still, if they continue to give up that much space for Full Sense will be happy to exploit it.
Lovely work from the admin team, getting that one sorted nice and quick once again. And we get a little bit of insight in this round again, as we are going to have a little bit of a listen into Full Sense and see how they go about this defense.
Very curious wall and instantly communicating it all throughout the team and making some moves as well, but this is so odd. ZETA are leaving players to mark flanks as well.
I think Full Sense have a really good read on what ZETA's up to. Maybe not so much Sugar Zero just sitting in mid. It seemed like they were well aware though that pivot was heading in the direction of A, and so they activated. Jip Boys just get the trade back, but now having lost one of those B players, ZETA's kind of thinking maybe we should go back to B here.
They're breaking their own wall.
30 seconds left.
XDLL, an early move, could get a pounce onto Primi.
Yep, we'll get a pounce onto Primi, but Primi is just better. B site was open, at least that's the information that was given from Eco. Of course, there's still a couple of players, and Chip Boys getting the better of Shota. There is a plant on offer for a second here. Absol is not going anywhere too quickly, so Eco has to get this one done alone. I don't think that's going to be happening at all. So 2 apiece, Full Sense secure a pretty comfortable round. I like the aggression. They seemed like they had a really good idea of what ZETA was up to. And so now it is ZETA that is going to have to sort of scrape the bottom of the barrel when it comes to the economic department.
Which means Full Sense should be able to build up a strong lead effectively. So even if ZETA, I mean, when you're walling off your own angle onto Heaven like that, you're trying to maybe go all the way through the back of spawn, maybe over onto, well, I guess either site, but it just wasn't clear enough, and there's not enough utility to anyhow support anything. So they just kind of wall themselves in and allow for Full Sense to hold up around spots, and with Primi being able to swing back like that too. So now trying to condition around Garage initially, but without the gun supporting, it's just very easy for Primi to start things off immediately with the utility combo that, despite not hitting anything, just is enough information for Full Sense to sit close by and watch Mailroom.
Yeah, mid-take. Not bad for ZETA, but what do you do from here with the weaponry that you've got? Boombot will give the info over to Full Sense that there is a lot headed in their direction. Again, what are you really going to do as ZETA? Can't get past the wall.
Just going to have to wait. Even if they try to go over by vents over onto A Heaven, Sephiroth, Killua's in position.
Shadows traveling.
So it really just rots the clock. We saw the previous round go down to about like 15 seconds, and it feels this one could go down similarly.
Yeah, and you're going to be going into an insane crossfire. That flash avoided nicely by Jit Boys. You have Primi ready to swing off the contact as well, although he's now been walled off, and so Jit Boys will just fall and play alongside Cruz instead with that high-low. Easy stuff for Full Sense. ZETA not posing too much resistance in this round. Just Eco. And he's dealt with accordingly as well. Full Sense, 2 really good rounds back-to-back.
Very simple, very clean. As soon as they get information of where ZETA are intending to hit, Barrier Mesh comes up, they set up their own crossfires, and look at the form that they're playing with today as well. Jit Boys landing his shots in a neat spray transfer. Otherwise, it's crosshair placement all around too. Maybe some mistakes in some of the earlier rounds, but now starting to come into their own. And this should continue forward as well. Primi pairing up his setups, this time over onto A, immediately falling off.
Oh, here comes Jit Boys with that showstopper. He's gone so far forward that he's had to take another fight, and so it ends up being a 2-for-1. That's brilliant from Jit Boys. I think he's been in fine form this season for Full Sense. And another good start to a round courtesy of him. Do get that raise through, though, from ZETA. So we're back to a 4-on-4. By no means a sure thing for Full Sense, and it is going to kind of send Cruz scurrying back and forth. He's not sure whether he should start heading back to B.
It's A-okay, though. Trips setting set up again. Oh, it's another wall.
Sephiroth, nice tap into the back of the head of Shota. That wall is not really doing ZETA any favors. Kahlua now for the triple! And so Full Sense are looking well and truly on top in this matchup now. Taking them a little while to kind of really get rolling, but this is starting to remind me of the Full Sense of the previous season.
Right? Little steps. It might have been a hard fall last week, but you start to build up that confidence again. And it's kind of lovely to see it, although it's also a little bit confusing to watch ZETA put up these walls as well. I mean, you're trying to block off rotations, but if your initial assault is already delayed by that much, you have to assume your opponents would have rotated somewhat already. And even then, like, there are players in position up by screens just to watch. If not, then you had Killua setting up his own flank by pushing all the way up a ramp, and it's just a very slow and methodical push that affords Full Sense, again, that much space, that much initiative to do what they want. If you're going to play it slow against Full Sense, who have a double sentinel, Primi's watching for angles, you're just not going to be ready. You're just not going to find those trades. We're not seeing it yet. It's a neat idea, but it's not enough.
Once again, ZETA just don't really have the buying power to get into this round. Stinger for Sugar Zero. He does have the ulti. Absol with the overdrive. You know, maybe you can make something interesting happen here if Absol finds an entry. But
perhaps.
It seems to be pretty wishful thinking at the moment, I would say. The way that Full Sense are playing these defensive rounds, they're looking really comfortable.
Wow. For sure. I mean, look at their trips again. Now you've got them layered all around the B side, just in case Absol does go in ham with the overdrive. At the same time, you've got more just to watch for gaps on the other side of the map. In this case, would be B. I mean, would be mid. We've got a couple players on the A side as well. It's a bit of presence. Primi's just doing his best, trying to anchor. But no big commitment either way from ZETA. It's just too risky for them to really push up front. They don't have anything like a Raze Boombot to clear these forward spaces. So it's always this like very careful, eventual rolling death ball where it takes time for them to get going.
These rounds are starting to become very formulaic, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
Late in the round, ZETA's going to have to make their push. Wall goes up.
Sensor destroyed.
Like, okay, I guess you have a slight high-low. But then what?
Well, Trip's going to cause a problem. And spam on in from Cruz. Sephiroth as well there. It is a 1-for-1. Primi did go down up towards middle, but not a concern right now, as there's just no way ZETA's getting this plant. Although, having now lost Kahlua as well is going to put added pressure on these side players, and Cruz does not care about your pressure. That spike, 10 seconds left, and Eco's not getting anywhere too quickly, so that'll be another round for Full Sense. It's a costlier round, but at the end of the day, it still felt like a pretty comfortable round, even despite some nagging issues in the round.
Sure enough. You just know where the hits come in. Even if you get tossed in with bits of utility, flashes, sure, seekers, whatever. They're just also prepared to look at how Cruz deals with it. I mean, the only thing that kind of got tossed in around was, I think, was it Shota lurking up towards middle, taking down Primi? Yeah, I'll kind of put an asterisk on that and think about it, but otherwise still pretty comfortable for now. I mean, Primi had that barrier mesh set up, and that's why he kind of overlooked it. 1-3-1 now for ZETA. Oh, and Primi doesn't care.
Yeah, Primi is pretty happy to take those kinds of fights, even if he's on the deadlock, and it's going to make matters worse. Absol 2-9. This has to kind of be the driving force behind your firepower for ZETA, but it's just not happening at the moment.
He's like chained, like leashed up. He's not able to go off and do what he wants. ZETA is really working through the paces right now, and look at the game sense as well. Killa anticipating it. Jit Boys to support.
Yeah, just backing off. That's a nice port from Sugar Zero, although it seems like Kalua's all over it. Jit Boys has 3. Sure, Kahlua does fall. But, I mean, where's the entries? Where's anything from ZETA at this point? You know, you can't keep finding yourself in these types of situations where Full Sense has full control. Spike is going to be retrieved. And straight through he goes, but straight into Primi's crosshair. Yes, gets 1, but there's just nothing to be excited about for that round either for ZETA. They had a full buy as well. So 6-2. This is fast becoming a very dominant Full Sense display.
Oh, that was through the smoke too. I mean, well, he must have seen a little slip, but yeah, it's Zilch, Zip,
Nada, Nichts.
Ooh, okay. But yeah, Full Sense just continuing with the same thing. Trips all around. Primi always has the wall to stall and hold. If not, it's just going to be grab that nade combo. Plus stars. This pretty much confirms presence, and he is hungry, along with Jit Boys.
Well, once again, I think ZETA's probably going to slow things down. And look at all this util that they have to get through. Deadlock walls up.
Hero rifle for Absol, but just not seeing too much yet. A bit of presence, but at the same time, look at what's happening over by Garage. Cruz is clearing it out.
Oh, good flash. Really good flash. Kahlua was dead if it didn't connect, but he still might be in a bit of trouble here now that Jit Boys has fallen. Cosmic Divide's gone up to just try and reinforce that A side a little bit. It has given ZETA some pause for thought. They're thinking about going back around the world. They'll run into Primi if they do decide to do so. He just wants to take the fight forward, but this time loses that duel to Sugar Zero. Heals coming through as well. 40 seconds is still plenty of time to play, but meanwhile, by the way, Cruz is on the fast flank, so if this ends up being an A hit, he might not be there in time. Now, with that kill onto Kahlua, or maybe he will if Shota goes back there. I'm not sure. Plan's going in. 2-on-2. Sephiroth to peek on the line. Should lose the duel and just about does. Eco very low. This is winnable for Cruz, particularly if that swing comes through. He gets the better of XDLL, and it was a headshot required from Eco, and it was a headshot. He will deliver. ZETA get their 3rd, but it is by the skin of their teeth.
Definitely not the cleanest of rounds, but a bit dirtier for the side of Full Sense, I want to say. Movement and accuracy, they see the same wall and everything, but neglect to play around it. And ultimately, it's a lot of these forward hits that unfortunately got tossed off. A little bit unfortunate for Absol as well, because he's oftentimes the sacrificial lamb that has to go in and break those trips, but it's an opportunity lost for Full Sense. Like, everything was going right for them. Now it's going to be an op play for Jit Boys, but ZETA more intent on A.
Well, Kahlua out of the picture early on in the piece, so I don't imagine this A site's going to be holding on for very long. Primi's coming across. There was some delaying util, but really not enough. Wall up. It's going to cut off Primi's rotate, although
You might be able to see over the top of it.
Yeah, a bit of a dink. Not quite the second shot though. Meanwhile, Full Sense just setting up. Still a 4 and 5 at the end of the day, and we'll see if Sephiroth can get over to the flank in time.
Well, if JitBoys can maybe find himself a kill, get the showstopper out, you could see this one potentially being doable. It's going to have to happen pretty soon though, because time's ticking away. There's one for Cruz.
Smoked off, walled off too. So it's a little bit tough for JitBoys to get in line.
Paranoia probably slowing JitBoys down just a little bit there, but he does get the boom bot out now. Primi having a little bit of a look in as well. That wall had dropped. Full Sense needs to get a wriggle on now. Flash through from Eco. Sets himself up for a little bit of success. Maybe not enough. It's kind of falling apart, but time is a real factor, and I don't think Full Sense are getting there in time. Defuse missing, and so too JitBoy's life as he will go down to the spike. It was a decent retake attempt, but time gets the better of them here. And ZETA go up to 4. He's keeping this half honest for the moment.
Yeah, it's pretty perplexing to watch as well. I can't imagine Frost feeling too happy about this one either. I mean, ZETA just take their time with things. This time a lot more of a simplified approach, especially walling off, smoking off Heaven and Screen. Really makes things difficult for JitBoys, but we'll have to see what the last 2 runs look like now that he's still onto the op, showstopper in play. ZETA starts things off in towards Garage this time around, so Full Sense a bit more passive or defensive in their own hold. Unsure as to what could be on the other side of the toxic screen on A site, as well as Garage. Just kind of forced to sit down and watch.
Once again, ZETA slowing things down.
This is very slow. Okay, barrier mesh outside of Garage, just to reinforce mid a bit more. Maybe they start to go fishing with that boom bot.
I don't know how much fishing Full Sense really want to do though. I mean, you haven't seen them with too many aggressive moves on this defense so far. It's not the same as, you know, when you're playing the double duelist with Primi on the Jet, and JitBoys on the Raze, and, you know, they're sort of bouncing all over the place. It's been a much more reserved style.
Yeah.
JitBoys waiting now with the op in hand, and those Seekers are headed in his direction. Paranoia through will be an issue, but Cruz has that on lock. Sugar Zero does go down. Showstopper is going to be ripped by JitBoys to try and buy some time. There's 18 seconds. Where is ZETA going? When is ZETA going? Are they even going is the question. They're going to try and jump their way in. There's 10 seconds left, guys. How are they possibly going to hope to get a plan here? They have to get perfect entries, and that's just impossible at this point. That is a real mess from ZETA. Full Sense, delayed, and then they won the round.
Last round.
This is one of those melons. It's just so odd to watch this happening. They try to set up for it. Yeah, there's so much freaking delay for the side of Full Sense thanks to Showstopper, Primi. And not only that, it's just ZETA. Like, what is the game plan supposed to be?
Just terrified of that Showstopper, I think, was really the issue there.
Yeah.
Looking for the 5th at the end of this half setup. Might go a little quicker towards the A site. Got that wall up to provide some space for the cross. JitBoys missing one, bouncing back out with his own satchel. The Kalua's in there, still holding on to the site, waited for that push to come through. And so it's Sugar Zero out of the picture. And by the way, the buy is not great for ZETA, so even now in this round, can't be expecting too much out of them. Should be an 8th for Full Sense.
Very clean. Might be wall up for now though, but should be quick and easy to rotate back over. They are a bit worried about a potential look around middle, but otherwise it is down to Sephiroth and Killua. And ZETA once again continue to slow things down there.
You will not kill
Okay, while they get the res. That's a start. Well, it's not much of a start though. Sephiroth dealing with that. Killua down, and now Sephiroth really under pressure. These rotators coming through. Flash is going to be a great one. Eco gets himself the kill onto Primi. JitBoys now has a real job to do.
ZETA, okay, they've got some rifles now.
You do have a Cosmic Divide here to play with for Cruz. Last round of the half, you might as well rip it if you want to. But that pit is a huge cause for concern. somehow ZETA have, sort of swindled their way into this round. Cruz will drop. Jip Boys tries to go as well, but Shota gets the better of him. And it would seem that really the slow pace has worked out for ZETA again in this instance. Cruz gets himself one, but I mean, time's ticking away. Pit's fallen, but there's no chance of a defuse, so ZETA get up to 5. Very strange round, very strange kind of half. But now ZETA moving on to the defense, so I wonder if that's going to change the pace up at all.
I kind of hope it does, but who knows? Double Sentinel on attack. You just kind of hope they actually get onto site and set up with all the utility that they would have then. But otherwise, yeah, you're still seeing, Primi trying to unfortunately work off of the utility and the positions that he's forced to play.
Halftime.
Meanwhile, ZETA just drag Full Sense through the mud. It's a lot of these incredibly slow plays. The same wall kind of forces Full Sense to rethink their decisions or otherwise get into some awkward position. So that's what you have when you've got this like double Sentinel versus, well, it's not really double Sentinel on the other side, but the controllers really slow things down too. And it's just a little bit odd. But what is... No, it's not even that nice. Like, there's an attempt at Sugar Zero. I think DFM tried to make this play. It's a Snakebite lineup that goes over on the top of rafters, and then Sugar Zero is meant to use that to clear out the smoke and then TP around it so that he can find a separate angle on the top of a heaven. Unfortunately, what happens, though, is he TPs out into the open of rafters and ultimately gets blown up, but even with the res coming in, like, ZETA just used that as bait to drop off, locate the positions of their opponents on the site, and then trade it out from that point forward. Like, that's how they swindled off that round. Like, what is going on between these two teams? You just hope that Full Sense on the attack does things a bit more decisively, but at the same time, this is when Absol gets to do a bit more work. He hasn't been having the greatest day.
No, it's been pretty tough. Tough in general for ZETA, but they still got 5, so something to play with. They've gone for a bit of a heftier stack over towards that B site. Just leaving Eco here to try and slow things down with a flash, which, as expected, probably doesn't really slow much down for Full Sense.
Not even enough info either, so he's going to jump spot for it. Now the team should start to rotate.
No, he spotted a couple players out. That smoke again. Probably not going to be dissuading Full Sense all that much. Could be a good read from ZETA, though. If Full Sense do decide to pivot back over to B.
Yeah, the toxic screen's making them think about it. Both sides are kind of overthinking these rounds. They don't see what we can see, so it's still a little bit odd. Okay, now they're Barrier Mashed. That's the rotation pulled over. Full Sense. Oh, they found an open B site.
They've actually bamboozled them.
It's just down to one piece of utility.
ZETA's got no idea.
Okay, Sephiroth.
Well, that might be the game given away now that Sephiroth has been spotted out. Plan's going to be going down in a second once the site is clear. So ZETA do get the opportunity to start coming back just a little bit sooner.
No util for Full Sense.
An isolated fight here, by the way, for Sephiroth. Doesn't really have much backup until Primi does swing. It ends up being a couple of 1v1s, really. So you do give up some space there, and ZETA have an avenue back into the site. Not sure that they're going to be expecting this late lurk out from mid, though. I mean, Kahlua and Cruz, sorry, Jip Boys and Cruz start to come on in through the top side. And Defuse is
God.
Behind a wall. Hold on a second. No, this is not even... No way! Oh, no. Oh, no. I think we might need to get the frost cam out of that one.
Oh, my God.
What can you really say about that? Full Sense they've just bamboozled themselves, really.
They kind of forgot about the wall.
Yeah.
I mean, I did too, to be honest, but just both sides, through the nature of their compositions, end up bamboozling each other in different ways, but it's just down to ZETA at the end.
No coach cam. Interesting. Well, Full Sense with a bit more work to do now. Probably should have been their pistol. Seemed like they were making the right decisions, and then they weren't.
Okay.
Ball's up in middle. Sephiroth concerned about a potential peek over the top of it. XDLL is the one in pole position to get a bit of an ult charge on the board here. There's 2 and 3, and of course, A fourth was on offer if it was not stolen away by Sugar Zero. That's about as easy of an anti-eco as you're ever going to see. Zeta will be pleased. 7 apiece.
Yeah. Individual mechanics, I mean, that's all you got to admire in that one. XDLL immediately dodging the flash. Lands his mark, doesn't over-aggress or anything. This is pretty nifty. But again, otherwise not seeing too much else from Full Sense. I feel like on the attacking side, though, maybe Primi gets to... Oh, what are we doing now? What a VM just to get under their skin. Full Sense, like Primi, maybe just once he's done with all his utility, like he gets to go back on his gun, and then maybe you start to see a bit more proactivity then. But for now, what is this? 3-2. You got 2 Sentinels to lurk around A. No big movements from Zeta because they're an incredibly passive team right now. And neither side can really make any headway into any portion of the map.
Flash goes forward on A. Full Sense might be expecting some aggression on that side of the map, but there's only a single duelist here from Zeta, so... Caught unawares. Sugar Zero will fall to Jip Boys. That's a little bit too easy for Full Sense. You know, you can't be allowing that to happen.
And he gets away!
Tap on the orb. Covered off by Cruz. Jip Boys is there as well now.
Oh my... They're like sitting on the orb. I dare you to peek me. At the same time, look at what's happening over on the A-Ramp.
Just disrespecting Zeta, aren't they? Walking wherever they want.
Odd. Progression smoke, hides inside, gets walled off, doesn't matter. And now Sephiroth is in a prime position to scout, maybe clear out the side. Of course, he's a little bit tentative because he's alone for now, but the whole team has finally arrived.
For me, alongside Jip Boys, leading the charge into the A site. Final go down, nice and easy, and Zeta have to think about how they want to make this retake happen. It is their bonus, so it's not exactly the end of the world if they do lose this. But tough ask to get back into this round. Sephiroth a 1-for-1, not too bad, considering it gets you a little info as well that there's a couple of players coming through from top side, and Absol needed to pop off there if there was to be any chance. Now it's just down to Eco in the 1v4. He'll try to flash himself out onto the side. It does connect onto Jit Boys, but Primi is there to handle it nice and easy. So 8-7. Full Sense are still front running, but not by a massive margin.
Not yet, at least. But it starts to look like it could go that way. I'll even pull out the nade for a second. So this is what Big Time was kind of talking about. This is what we're going to be witnessing for, I guess, a majority of these games. Is that both coaches, both sides are playing sort of anti-meta. You're not having the double duelist, things are slowed down by a lot, and both sides can really think a lot of these little moments through, which is why you do see a little bit of awkwardness at times, but eventually when Full Sense does get the site, there's so much they can work off of, all the trips that get set up. But we'll have a listen in to Zeta and see how they react to Full Sense pushing around the map.
これランプ行くね俺肩切れ肩切れカメラビット入ったあ入った何レッドロックタイパー置いとりわかんない勝ったな勝った CT カメラメインから行かない CT 多分スキルめっちゃ多い俺 CT そうするよ頭いける壁壊してない CT いやいや俺やってくレイドル下がったレイドプラントこれ早めにこれここはせーの肩切ろう俺かわせる奥見てる決断ね
Oh, Kahlua under pressure around the corner, but gets himself at least the one, which is enough for Full Sense. Questions abound, though, as does come through as to whether or not it's going to win them the round. Primi can't double down this time. Sephiroth in onto Sugar Zero. Jip Boys somewhere used the showstopper for not a whole lot of success just yet. He was still holding on to it. Absol will fall. And Shota is fighting himself alone with his back against the wall. Jip Boys is there to answer the call once again. 20-7, and he has been a real driving force behind this Full Sense lead. 9-7, 2 rounds the gap goes back to. They're on their way to closing out this opening map.
And this can continue to build. I mean, showstopper, whatever, you know, like it's big kills. It's a bit of fear sent down Zeta's spines, but even if Jit Boys does somehow go down, Cruz was always going to be an extra layer of defense in that post plant because he was all the way towards the back of sewer, and this is what Full Sense wants to do.
slow things down, get some big openings, get into sight. Primi with an incredible shot, and then work around all the multiple layers of post-plant utilities or positions and players. Opening pick, they think it's going to be rotations for ZETA over onto B side, but no, ZETA are sitting around their toxic screen. No sound to be heard either. So it's just full sense. The trio maybe going against XDLL on a site. Hero Theft does confirm.
Yeah, nice quick pace change here from Full Sense. As soon as they get that information, though, XDLL is still going to be good for one onto Primi through that smoke. And they call the cancel, or at least they call to slow things down. We're going back to B. Playing Ring Around the Rosie with ZETA at this point. I don't know if they're beating them, though.
Uh-oh.
I mean, Eco's here. Are they going to be prepared? Oh, tucked in nicely. Do you clear this? There's only 2 players. You can't afford to be losing these guys. Wow. Spike is there. Jip Boys clears it nicely in the end. And Shota tries to slide on in there as well. But Full Sense have got it covered. That round was fraught with danger. But they negotiate it reasonably well in the end.
I admire that. It's just so Coach Frost handed them like a treasure map to navigate through all the perils of what all the potential traps that ZETA could be hiding in around. And then this happens. A little bit unfortunate for Cruz. Does afford XDLL another point. But either way, the round should belong to Full Sense. He's just trying to bait them out more into the open so that he can continue to farm up points, but...
3 down.
Oh, hold on.
Come on.
XDLL's making it interesting. You got that late flank coming through from Kahlua, but he is very low. The ace on. I mean, there's no time. There's no time, but man.
He's gonna, if he actually aces, he gets his res. No. And this is like, by the way, completely, like, it's a full 180 from how Full Sense used to play in Stage 1. I think the desk can back me up on that, because back then they were double duelist. Back then they, well, I mean, even last week a little bit they were, but it was a lot more fast and fluid. In fact, they were playing quite a bit on Fracture, but here, it's incredibly slow, and it's much more in line with kind of, I think, how Frost works the game, but either way, it's double digits for Full Sense. We'll see if they can put more on the board.
I imagine they can. There's a flash to go through. Pit's gone down on B, by the way. Full Sense will be aware of that. Cruz just kind of lurking over on B while the rest of Full Sense try to work A.
Ooh. Yeah, not anymore, especially seeing such a forward smoke.
Scout destroyed.
It's kind of wise, but it definitely foils ZETA's plans. They tried to hold more forward positions just to try to foil Full Sense's eventual pushes. They continue to push out this time around, and taking down Sephiroth gives them a bit more information.
Cruz is inside the pit now. Seekers
on both sides.
They'll have a little bit of a look for Shota, and grab net forward as well from Primi. They're really trying to bully their way in through this pit. It's a hard job. It's a tough nut to crack, but Full Sense are making their way forward. Sugar Zero has the answers. He's got a 3K. Is it enough, though? As Kahlua's going to be able to get the plant, there's the wrap in behind that he might not be prepared for. He got the shots in onto Sugar Zero, somehow alive, and the flash keeps Eco at bay for now, and it's all on Kahlua. His timing on this swing and whether or not he hits a headshot is the big difference maker. Tough, of course. Impossible in this case, and ZETA get their 8th.
Almost. What on earth? And the one difference this time would then be ZETA pushing out, getting a bit more proactive on their defense, gives them information, and Sugar Zero just put in a shooting gallery. We kind of need to watch that one again, because it's just like Full Sense trying to get that safe crossing through. Of course, the Viper's Pit makes it that much more difficult as well. But otherwise, incredibly sharp. ZETA get to extend a bit more. Oh, gotta love always with the flash parties. Full Sense a little bit broke then.
Yeah, not a great time to be going broke. Have invested in a number of stingers, so they're going to try and make something happen in this round.
Be an aggressive fight over Garage here. Smoke down will keep them at bay. Meanwhile, you've just got Sephiroth kind of lurking over on A, making a bit of noise, breaking open the wall. Pace being taken here by Full Sense, and they are moving pretty quickly. Long range fight's not going to be too favorable for them. Jip Boys, that is a bold attempt. Do have Kahlua there to heal him back up.
Not even testing too much from ZETA though. Like just a smoke, okay, dog to re-clear, confirms a bit more presence, but eventually Full Sense should be able to group up and hit somewhere else. I mean, if you've got 4 stingers...
They're just trying to find a mistake somewhere. They're trying to find someone that's isolated.
Yeah.
Go, go, go.
Absol wise to those tricks. Eco tucked in under the drop. This has to be a B hit. It's going to be a B split, but are they going to check Eco? The answer is yes. The Stinger's finding 2 entries, 2 for 1. Sugar Zero being collapsed upon on the side. He needs help, and it's not there in time to save his life. Shota will fall as well. That is not the way that ZETA want to be losing this round, and it might be potentially also the way that they lose this map, because that round should not be going to Full Sense with the buy that they had, but they catch that timing, and now ZETA in real trouble.
Camera taken out.
1v3 for XDLL.
XDLL bumped into the wall as well.
Oh, you're going to pop the res here? Okay, let's see what Absol can do.
Well, his opponents are shieldless, so...
1 away from the overdrive as well. I mean, this could get a little bit saucy if the opener goes the way of ZETA. Absol, he is rewarding XDLL for his troubles, and now it's down to the 1v1. Swing has to come through. Sephiroth knows he's off the defuse, but it won't matter. The res was worth it after all.
What a heroic round. Absol hasn't had the best of times all map long, but put into a situation where he's finally able to perform, finally able to let loose. And he just walls up, slides backside, immediately lands the pinpoint shot, and turns back around for a bit more too.
He does a great job of isolating the duels. That's what was really important.
Yeah. But it's like, he finally gets to do it as well. Okay, Full Sense again. I mean, they had CQB over on B Heaven earlier on. Now it's just a trade.
Oh, that's awkward. Get an exciting round like that one for ZETA, and then immediately the next round starts like that.
Cruz lurking.
Oh, Cruz caught as he's popping that Cosmic, and all of a sudden the round's fallen apart for Full Sense. What on earth has happened there?
I have retrieved the spike.
A series of unfortunate events leaves Sephiroth alone. Doesn't know exactly where Eco is. He might walk right into the crosshair. Does actually... Oh, did he get spotted?
Yes, he did.
Thought maybe the gun might have obscured the vision.
50 seconds though. Does he try to... It's just... There's so much to clear.
Oh, he's going to walk right into Shota. 10-10. ZETA are fighting hard for this map. Full Sense are running out of money again.
It feels like they just might be able to do it. Okay. Initial trades, it seemed like a more simplified push, but with Cruz lurking towards middle, trying to set up that Cosmic Divide, unfortunately reveals his location, and at the same time, Eco continuing to be that player.
Timeout.
I love it. I actually love it.
It's okay, it's entertaining.
I wish we could have got the reaction earlier to the Sage Wall round.
It's kind of like what we were thinking as well, to be honest.
What is going on?
10 out of 10 Frost impression. I want to see like Achilles do one of these days.
He'd probably have a better shot at it, to be fair, with the accent. But anyway, 10-10. That is, again, a bit of a question mark, right? Because this was looking not free per se for Full Sense, but it was definitely looking like it was leaning in the direction of Full Sense. And now all of a sudden, ZETA have kind of come away with a couple of these cheeky rounds. I mean, you got Jip Boys 24-11. You're telling me you're not winning this map? He's popping off.
It's just so odd. But the positions, ZETA playing a little bit more forward, allows them to catch Full Sense mid-process. Like, that's how they took down Cruz. That's how they, that's how Eco took such a courageous peak and at least, brought things down to like a 4v3 or 3v3. more of that, and you're never quite sure, but we'll see what the timeout affords for Full Sense. It's another one of these stinger rounds. But it really is just, I don't know, feels like it's, the team's not built for this yet. Incredibly slow. Slow orb, snake bites already all tossed out. Full Sense should be happy with that, but because it's this stinger round, they wanted to play off CQB, so with mid being blocked off, they're just relegated to eventually pushing up ramp, which who knows how that's going to fare. Oh no, Sephiroth gets isolated.
This is getting grim for Full Sense. Gone again for that sort of investment. This time they're going to try their hand at the A side, but it's not looking good at all. ZETA have had a second wind here in the second half. In Full Sense, their lead is dissipated, and now they might actually have to be the team fighting from behind. Cruz is battling for positioning over towards B, but they know that's a fake. They've already spotted the extra couple of players over towards A. They might get a plant in, but that's about all that's going to come from this round, you'd think. Killua, he would have to be a magician to do anything. That is 11 for ZETA, and Full Sense were in command of this map, but no longer.
Can't believe that just, well, if we were to cope for Full Sense, we'd say this was Zeta's map pick, so kudos to them.
True.
But they really did do such an incredible job on this round specifically. They could have, you know, lost it earlier on to a sudden rush play by Full Sense, you know, Stinger, they're trying to catch their opponents off guard, but look at this, they had 3 players out towards mid, setting up some kind of a trap, especially with the flash and the peek. They had slows and snake bites to delay as much as possible, and eventually cutting off a Full Sense route. It just confirmed where the hit was going to, and FSOL was prepared, XDLL was prepared. They hit their shots, and everything counts.
Well, this is a last-ditch attempt, I'd say, for Full Sense here, and it's going to be a faster play from ZETA. They've changed it up. Absol for 2, then Chip Boys for 2. What a mess to start this round. Flash around the corner from Eco is really not going to slow Full Sense down all that much. He's popped the Seekers as well, and that seems to be the difference maker. They do eventually decide to turn around. Trying to clear out, but you've got 2 players from ZETA filtering back on this line. It's a double for Primi now, and we're into the 1v1.
Oh my god. A full minute.
Primi knows Eco is the A player, but he doesn't know exactly where he's coming from, and Eco is being very active.
Just a little peek, a single bit of noise, and that could be the whole difference.
If Primi does get over to that B site, that's going to be best case scenario for him. Oh, he's going to elect to go back to A.
He won't see Eco. And if he does get onto site, like, he might consider Eco could have gone over back onto Heaven or back over onto Spawn.
We slipped the net.
30 seconds left.
Speaking of which, he's got quite a lot of util here, Primi.
Yes. That's the one thing he has to work around.
Barrier deployed.
So where he sets it up is a whole other story.
Oh, that's a nice barrier mesh. He can just tuck himself in the corner now and watch and wait, but Eco hits the shot. No way! How did he even know? That's normally what Primi's doing. Eco's hit a couple of sharpies like that this game. And ZETA are on their way to a map win.
Indeed he has. Map point. I catch it on the replay again. Like, the Seekers were ripped, but because Full Sense saw their Seekers going into vents, they thought their opponents were in there. They turned around. Primi was lucky to bring it back to a 1v1. But even then, that was, oh god.
Oh, that's so sharp.
Just not enough. ZETA had the advantage of positioning the initiative in that round. Okay, now they're definitely getting under their skin. 10-12. We'll see if Full Sense is able to bring things to an OT. Would be the second one of today if it happens, but...
And ZETA changing up their setup once again.
Pretty sick of this.
Oh, Shota just fired a little bit too early, and so in the end gives away his position. It wasn't clean on the initial kill. Full Sense in with a chance. pivot their way back over towards the B side. By the looks of things, Dark Cover will not slow them all that much. Sugar Zero is going to try to clear out the wall and does a good job of that, but
Kilo's good position.
Spike planted.
Time to hunt.
Oh, Eco having a little bit of a look. Must-win retake here for ZETA. You don't want to give Full Sense a chance back in at this map. Absol has got overdrive. Should it be required? That's awkward. Can't get even into the site. Cruz with an easy peek. It seems like it's a done deal for Full Sense here in round number 23. We will again go the distance. ZETA have one more chance.
Not impossible for them. I just wonder what else Full Sense has left in their playbook. I mean, you watch how this round plays out, and it's a lot of huge presence being bought up by Primi onto this A site, while the rest of the team just carefully works their way up into B male. Like, he's fed up, pulls off Annihilation, and tries his best to just take things into his own hands, get his opponents invested into the A site. Now they're grouping up a full set play into B. They have no idea it's an op.
Eco's on the op. You haven't seen the op basically at all. There's the shot out though that's going to give the information. Eco sees 4. The full rotate coming across here from ZETA. Full Sense are going to have to call the cancel.
Yeah, it's an op they're working against. But then what else is left? You leave Sephiroth on the lurk. The whole team, what, you just get the transition over onto mid, take male? The op could reposition too. And then there's the question of the Sage wall over by A. They need to break that just to force ZETA to think, which is what Primi's doing now. TP confirms information.
52 seconds. Full Sense just kind of milling about in this round. Not sure where they want to be. Have no mid control. Don't have any control really over towards A. All they've got is Warehouse, and now starting to make their expedition in towards middle, but there's not a huge amount of time left in this round. Shota will slow them down, or maybe even reroute them with that snake bite.
Oh my gosh.
So it's over towards A, and they're making a lot of noise. Absol, again, trying to play delay, get that relay bolt out. Backs up into the site alongside XDLL. It's the final stand here for ZETA, and it really does come down to these two players. XDLL, sharp shot in onto Kahlua, dropped the spike, but Absol's fallen, and now rotation coming through, but I'm not sure it'll be enough. Spike's been retrieved, it still needs to cross into the side. There's 8 seconds left, but there's nobody there to deny it. Sugar Zero goes charging on in. He couldn't get there in time anyway. Plan will go down. Primi secured it, and Eco will fall, surely not quite at the hands of Primi. Apparently we're still on for it, 2-on-1.
Walled off though.
How do you get past that? Obviously you're gonna have to make a lot of noise, and you're gonna have to waste a lot of time. And time is precious here. As Eco starts his campaign now in the 1-on-2. Flash around the corner, sees nothing. Jitboy's touching himself back towards the site. And then Eco, another, but it's not enough. 12-12, and we go to overtime yet again tonight.
I am losing my mind. Okay. And it just continues to go down to the wire. Eco mixes so close as well. Despite it being a full eventual hit onto the A site, Primi has to work around the wall, walling himself off and find all those big kills. Meanwhile, ZETA are like 100% milking every single piece of their utility to its maximum effect. Every slow, every snake bite, and it just buys so much, it's just so much delay. Full Sense, like, oh, there was a chance XDL could have rezzed, there's so much going on, but either way, now into overtime, you just kind of need to let loose. Full Sense defense. This is where Absol had it roughest, trying to confirm positioning. Okay. It's an initial smoke setup for now. ZETA not really pushing on any extremity of the map yet, so very intent on breaking through middle. Smoke comes in for a bit of cover, but eventually spotting out Absol, and that is your duelist gone. No more mobility in the round. ZETA are working against the back foot. Oh, the same thing with all the Sentinel utilities slowing things down. They did manage to break the wall rather quick, though.
Oh, Full Sense back in control for now. 40 seconds left in this round for ZETA to continue to work.
Oh, that is so curious. They left a trip up over by Raptor.
30 seconds left.
It's going to be a tough one to get past here for ZETA. Oh, Doc's not even going to spot it either. Surely someone's walking into it. Does get cleared out in the end by the looks of things, but still, it's costing time. Oh, Kahlua gets one more onto Sugar Zero, and Sephiroth is really not having a good time here at backside, but buys a little bit more. Still, plan is going to go through.
10 seconds left.
So 3 on 4. Not unwinnable, particularly with the rounds that Full Sense have been putting together. They've been in some winnable positions that they have not converted upon. Here's 4 players pushing from the same line. XDLL walks onto it, loses his life, but at the very least gets some information. Maybe Eco and Shota can hold on, or maybe it'll just be Eco once again. There has to be the hero. He's going to rip those Seekers and see what he can do. An ace on the line. Eco can't do it this time. He got so damn close, but it's not enough. Full Sense go to 13. They have map point.
Okay. Again down to the wire. The Seekers, the little jump peaks. Every single bit of delay, but what ZETA has done a little bit better this time around was getting themselves into forward positions, breaking that wall just as quick as it gets set down. Gives them a lot of options. So also spotting out Sephiroth over on by screens gives them extra numbers.
Oh, this was just so close, actually, from Eco.
Could have.
He really made that look doable.
Yeah.
Like, it was coming together.
Timeout.
Okay, and it's a timeout by ZETA.
Oh, well, backs against the wall again, ZETA. Felt like it was their map to lose, and you know, such a great recovery here, but Full Sense might punish them for that round loss, and then it will all be gone with the wind. It'll be one map in the bank for Full Sense. We move on to their pick. They'll be looking for the 2-0 tonight. It's been a topsy-turvy kind of a season for Full Sense so far. Certainly have been, you know, a far stretch from the dominance that we saw in Stage 1.
For sure. And onto a map like Sunset as well, where things just continue to get tactical. It's going to be a little bit difficult for both teams to really get a strong read on one another, but for this one, where we have seen Full Sense start to go in with more concerted hits into sites, like ZETA off the timeout, I wonder what they're going to try and do. It feels as though they're looking to take forward space once again, perhaps into a more known quantity, which, you know, if a team is to play 4-1 split, Sephiroth would be the isolated player outside of a ramp. So 3 players, a little bit of a trap setup just in case, but Full Sense have other ideas. Immediately breaking the wall, they have the advantage here. Oh, they're taking it slow.
And JitBoys has the orb, which puts him 2 points away from the showstopper. Probably not that relevant, but worth noting. It was Eco that got the one on the other side, so again, 2 points away.
Okay, trip broken.
Oh, and well aware for Full Sense. JitBoys finds the opener, and it might be the one that sends Full Sense through to the victory here on Split. 4 more kills required. Sephiroth just waiting, spots the gun barrel, well prepared. Did have the backup there as well, if need be, of Cruz, so it's falling into place here for Full Sense. This map has been a mess. It has been a roller coaster. But it might be finally coming to a close for Full Sense.
And an incredibly slow roller coaster. Okay.
Shota needs to be a miracle worker here for ZETA. Tucks in behind the box. Has maybe one chance at this. Needs clean shots. There's 1 or 2. Hold on a minute. Shota could get it done still for the team. How do they keep getting away with all these multi-kills? I don't know. Kahlua right there. Here's Sugar Zero. And now it's on to Eco again to try and save the day for ZETA. 1v1, this time against Cruz. Flashes out, he doesn't have the Seekers to play with. And Cruz onto the line, gets it over for Full Sense. My word, has it come down to way too many clutches. But it is a map in the bank, and it is for Full Sense.
and they'll feel comfortable now going into their own pick of Sunset, but that, again, surely had to be too close for comfort.
What was it there? Like 14 to 12?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Shota almost made it possible, but that's just what you have to live and die by. Again, both teams with all the slow plays, sentinels and everything all afoot. There's not much to afford in terms of mobility. They had to stream on, and in those instances, Shota managed to isolate some fights. All map long, it has been a bit of a drought for both sides, dragging each other through the mud. A lot of these very long and dragged out rounds where sometimes even spikes couldn't get planted. But either way though, just being able to find that slight advantage, bringing things back to a bit more normalcy, trying to sell in some fakes. FullSense kind of starts to come out on top, if not for players like Shota and Eco, who come in with their own heroic moments too.
Yeah, time and time again, you know, there's a lot of multi-kills coming down in this map. I'm quite intrigued to hear what the desk has obviously to say about this, because I think there's a lot of you know, touch points for that one that you could go over. Really felt like at one point FullSense was well and truly in control, and then ZETA swung it back and looked really good, and you know, probably should have closed that map out. I think both teams can walk away with a lot to look at, but that's it from us actually down here for a moment. We'll hand it back up to the desk, so guys, take it away.
By the time we were at halftime, it was like 7-5, but FullSense looked fully in control until they were absolutely not. And Morgan, you were talking about in the last match how you probably would have lost it if you were still a coach.
Yeah.
I think the same would definitely have applied here.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit of a crazy game, I can't lie. I mean, I feel like in that first half, ZETA Division sort of griefed themselves. I will touch on that in a little bit, and I think they didn't abuse the fact that FullSense weren't playing with the Viper. I think there's things that they could have done better that would have got them this map. I think FullSense will be kicking themselves that they didn't get this done in a cleaner fashion. I think this was a little bit of a muddy game from start to finish, but it is FullSense that come out on top, and it looked like it should have been more dominant in my mind, but fair play to ZETA because they fought their way back in.
Especially Eco.
Yeah, 100%. He's playing fantastic. Honestly, I felt like the chemistry that ZETA was showcasing, and some of the little things that they did really impressed me this game. For FullSense, like you look at the scoreline across the board, this should be kind of like a cut and dry game, but there was something not quite clicking for them. It feels like the chemistry between players and the spacing at times is a little bit all over the place, as you can see from Jip Boys in particular there, but across the board, it felt like they were having a lot of openings, a lot of first bloods and things like that, plenty of man advantages, but they were really struggling to close out some of the mid to late rounds.
It was a little bit laborious, to be honest. It felt like every time they sort of should have won cleanly, there was some heroics from ZETA Division, so I think that's something that they really do have to address. If this FullSense team want to go far, I don't think you could let these games though get that close. You know, one thing I always said when we were coaching is it's a real skill to stomp noobs. You have to learn how to beat the people below you, and you have to learn how to beat them comfortably, and they didn't do that in this game, which is worrying given how we've seen these teams shape up against each other the rest of the year, where they have been able to do that comfortably.
It's been by far the closest game you've seen between these two teams.
Yeah, speaking of stomping noobs, like, is that what you did with all your... You love Sage, okay? So
I love Sage.
Yeah.
I think ZETA need to work on a little bit of Sage theory. Let's talk about it, because in this attacker half, yes, they got 5 rounds, but they could have got way more. So this is pretty standard. We see them, we just see them abuse the mid, which is great when you're playing against a Viperless comp. So they walk 4 people up here, but they don't have that B main space. That's all important here. And then they wall themselves in. They wall the drop angle, they start exploring back to A, see nothing, but that's too much pressure for them, so then they have to come back towards B and break their own wall. They hamstring themselves in this round, they force themselves to go through this tiny choke, and it doesn't work. These are problems that can definitely be addressed and improved on for ZETA, but it's hard because you start to feel like this was a winnable game if they just don't have a couple of these rounds. And there's another one as well. This is a straight B main execute, but they put their Sage wall up so early, they're stopped by a one-way. Now you have to break through this choke, and you have one angle to explore into Cypher deadlock. I think again, they've misplayed this with themselves, where I think if they were just a little bit cleaner, they'd done a bit more theory on how to attack with the Sage, this is a 1 game for them, hands down. So I need to see improvements if they want to pick pick this map.
Yeah, they did have some good approaches though. I particularly like this retake on the pistol. They recognize that
This
Full
is
Sense
nice.
are playing the post plant from mid. They smoke heaven, and then you get that wall to be able to actually complete the defuse, particularly on the pistol. That's a really nice approach, and I felt like a lot of the retakes from ZETA were looking a little bit better. So maybe Sage Theory on defense, kind of decent. Some of the attacking side Sage Theory. I mean, I agree. I have never seen that heaven wall.
That wall is
almost
crazy,
looks like,
no?
It looks like something you would do on defense, honestly, to push them into spawn.
If I was in ranked and I wanted to grief my team, I'd do that wall. Like, it doesn't make sense to me. So
Yeah, you would actually get abused for throwing that wall in ranked.
Yes, actually. But luckily, Full Sense has players like Jit Boys.
Oh, he's
As a
unbelievable.
duelist.
Particularly this map. Like, he is so crazy on the Raze on this map in particular. He's so good at finding the openers. His operator is phenomenal. He puts up numbers every single time. And Morgan put him in his build diff.
Of course I did. I feel like he won a lot of these rounds just by himself. He was kind of the hero Full Sense needed. I think Premi also had a much better day on the deadlock as well, which helps. But if it wasn't for him stringing together 3K after 3K, this is a losable game. And Full Sense are a team that we're talking about have a real shot of going to champs through champs points, not even through massive performances here in stage 2. So I'd have to see them be a little bit cleaner than this, but I think you have to shout this man out because he's been stepping up on split. The same in the Nongshim game as well. Just dominant, 28 kills there, 30 kills in this one.
Those are Primi numbers.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, they got another Primi. He just drops 30 every single time.
It's so crazy because he's always sort of like the quiet player as far as Full Sense and talent has gone over the years. Like, he's always been like pretty solid, pretty consistent, but never the star player for so long when he was on that Sentinel role.
Just a reminder, in kickoff, this guy was a Cypher IGL, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, the growth throughout the year is phenomenal. I can't believe he had this in him the whole time.
Yeah. They were hiding
He's just
this.
sitting on his cam. He's like, please let me have them.
Please,
please.
Please give me the satchels, guys.
Well, in any case, I also want to, speaking of Sentinels, are we happier with Premi on Deadlock this time around?
He played better.
Much better. This is what we expect from him because he's such a storied player. We talk about him so much. And when he was on the Deadlock in previous years, he's been able to put up these kind of numbers. So I think you can see the vision there. They do get split done, but I think for both sides, they have to work on that map, kind of redefine how they want to look at it. But we are moving across the sunset, which is Full Sense's pick, and we've not seen it from them here in stage 2. So a real big question mark.
I'm looking forward to seeing what they're coming out with. They're going to keep rocking with that double senti. For ZETA here, it was a game against Genji, I believe, that they played this Sunset. They did play a Sage comp in particular, mixing in with the Cypher, so we'll see if they have some good Sage ideas on this map. And we'll see what Full Sense are going to be coming up with as well. As you mentioned, not one that they played. It's crazy how much play Sunset and Summer have been seeing. Like, we only got our first Lotus today, because I feel like a lot of teams are quite happy to kind of adopt these new maps.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of teams that feel like they have to make a break for stage 2. You know, the champs points aren't exactly evenly split. So if you're down at the bottom of the scoreboard, you have to try and get an edge in stage 2. So I love that we're seeing a lot more Summit. For ZETA Division, we saw that Sage. I would love for them to stick with it. I love Sage on this map. I think especially on that attack. To be fair, it's a little bit easier to use than it is on split. So I hope they stick with it because that's a style that I'm all about.
You are so, oh my god, you're so into Sage. I
think it's a great agent.
Every day on this desk, you're like, Sage!
Just
give me a Sage! Except when ZETA used
Sage,
it on Split.
It's just a thrilling agent. I love it when she slow orbs and then they have to stop. And then we have to wait 20 seconds. And then she slow orbs again and then we have to wait 20 seconds. It's just peak gameplay.
Sorry for liking macro. I can't believe it. No, guys. Let's all be KRX. Let's run it down. Yeah. Is that what you want to see?
Absolutely.
You want this region to devolve into chaos, man.
Yes. I do, especially with Full Sense, but
You're telling me that's not what you wanted out of the paper XK or X game. You were happy when they stopped playing triple duelist.
Yes.
All of that building up into nothing.
Go back to EMEA where you belong. Ugh, get out of here. I would love to see Full Sense do something a little bit crazy. A little bit of that Full Sense spark that we saw from the start of the year. But let's see what Frost has got to offer again.
Yeah.
A lot of changes since he came back onto this team.
Well, we've seen a huge stylistic shift since Frost has rejoined. We see them play that sort of anti-meta style quite a lot instead of leaning into that double duelist that they were doing before. The 100th map for Primi here in VCT Pacific. He's racked up that number extraordinarily quickly.
Ooh.
And we take a look for Full Sense.
Happy 100th map! You're on veto!
You're on veto, buddy. He's in veto jail. Let's see how he pilots this agent because I'm excited to see it. This is a this feels Frost in style. I think Jitboy's on that raise had a huge performance map 1. If he can replicate that map 2, I'm feeling great for Full Sense.
Yeah, I think Primi can create definitely opportunities on this defense. He's a player that we know is great at kind of taking some of these timings, and he can TP away. It's something that Vito is fantastic on, particularly on the defense. For ZETA, almost quite a similar comp to what they were playing in the last map. Couple little stylistic differences, obviously, but core-wise and mixing in the Sage here, I think that stylistically they can kind of stick to a very similar approach here on Sunset, and hopefully it gets a fair bit of work done for him.
Well, earlier today, Pilski got to introduce her casters. Morgan, please.
Welcome everybody to the greatest cast of all time. It's Quack and Elfish Guy.
Now that's what I'm talking about. Finally we get a good throw from the desk.
That was
I've
so
been waiting
goofy.
all day. And that guy, I didn't even know that he knew he had it in him.
Yeah.
But credit, he thinks he can take on a giraffe and he knows how to throw over to the caster
I think
desk.
he could cast one day.
He could definitely cast one day, although he might have to work a little bit on the voice there. It was a bit warbly, you know.
Yeah.
Either way, Full Sense, ZETA. Let's see how this one pans out as we head into our second map. Full Sense's pick of Sunset. They were a bit topsy-turvy, certainly over on map 1, but we can forgive them, given it was ZETA's map pick. Now, though, again, we get them onto Sunset and Primi on the Vito. Still no duelist. And I think this is kind of like beating a dead horse at this point, is it not?
I don't think so. I see the vision with the Vito, actually. I mean, for all the jokes that we've been having at the desk as well, Vito, you're not sitting around just waiting for utility. You're setting things down immediately, and then you're off mobile and able to work around positions as well, which is what Primi's doing right now. You know, at a moment's notice, he can switch on the Interceptor, which is the ability up in the air right now, and he's still able to have his gun out and shoot. So it's very different from Deadlock. It's kind of nice, kind of neat. Also a little bit of mobility with the crosscut as well, which is where he's positioned for right now, and has one available up towards the top of A. But otherwise, smokes up. ZETA's intentions revealed. Full Sense immediately wall up and turtle up a little bit onto the B side as well, which does weaken up A, and that's where ZETA shift their weight to.
Yeah, they have a nice cam out in mid here as well that Shota can have a little bit of a look to see what's going on there. An easy pivot across to A. We're going to get, again, by the looks of things, one of those sort of slower styled attacking halves here from ZETA.
I think it's what we're going to have for both teams, honestly. I mean, they both have double Sentinel, the difference being, you know, Cypher, Vito, Erase, and Neon. But, okay, we're going straight through from mid. Full Sense already on top of it.
Well,
30
they
seconds
are
left.
going to be late to this A side if this walk from ZETA continues. They have to get past the wall first, and really, it is just Cruz that is here to hold on to the site. He's got a classic in hand, so it's not even really a favorable fight for him if he does decide to go for any kind of fight. So probably a wise choice here from him to just play for the retake.
Spike planted.
Knows that his chances are pretty limited of getting any better than a 1-for-1. Slow orb into the smoke to ensure that ZETA's not pushing in that direction, but they have given up a lot of territory, and Full Sense all filtering through from the exact same position. It's going to be a massive brawl here. ZETA have the crossfire, and Full Sense have walked straight into it. ZETA making it look a little bit too easy until Primi arrives. He gets himself that double, that timer ticking away, but not too quickly just yet. He has to get the job done alone, and now aware that he's in an awkward spot. Absol will finish it. ZETA 1-0. Pistol goes their way.
It's a little bit too safe for my liking on the side of Full Sense. They knew where the rotations were coming through. Of course, with the wall revealing everything, but they were so tentative with, you know, how there could have been a player to slip past and play spoiler around different corners. And because of that, no one was close enough to support Cruz in any potential fast flood or angle to hold, and that's why they turtled up so much to the point where ZETA has extra space, played around the top of A Link instead, and everything gets tossed in. But okay, we start things off with an Interceptor, immediately eating, I think, what was a recon. Still, though, ZETA, with all the guns that they do have, are just marching up and towards mid. They hear the ult orb being picked up as well. What is Full Sense? Like, they're trying to play the long game. Here. Having lost the pistol as well. Smoked off, incentivized to peek and check. ZETA recognizing there was an interceptor up over by B main as well. Will take their time with things, but eventually committing to a singular spot. All 4, if not 5, to eventually put their foot into the B site.
Here comes the drone. And it's just Primi over here. So you're not really expecting a whole lot of defense. Ball goes up, plant goes down. Easy as you like for ZETA, really.
Spike plant.
Rotate is coming through, so Full Sense, of course, going to have a little bit of a look in here, but this really feels like more of a formality than anything else.
Right? Yeah, I hope eventually you come in with paint shells, something, get up close. Oh, but Jit Boys get shot through! No more paint shells.
No more paint shells. Not that I think it really would have made much of a difference, frankly. Full Sense are just trying to stall at the back of site here and see what they can do, but the reality is this is always going to be around for ZETA, and I think the conversation at this point probably does have to turn to, you know, what is Full Sense going to do in this upcoming round?
I'm not even sure. I mean, it's all down to...
That works out pretty nicely, actually, for Full Sense.
Just a bit. But yeah, for the upcoming round, right, it's you want Cruz to be in a position where he can potentially slow down, you know, what the Neon can do against him. Otherwise, it will then be Primi. Get some information around the interceptor. Otherwise, you use the crosscut and get yourself in the positions all across the map. He does have one set up onto the top of mid for now, which is a position where we've seen ZETA exploit before. So a little bit concerned, but also getting a bit more proactive as well, which is neat. Jit Boys peeking into B main. They know where the hit's coming though. And Cruz has already sent in his slows, but it's not deep enough. Absol gets past. So that's the A-orb contest gone. And we're back to just the mid-rounding. Drone only spots out tracer rounds. It's not enough to see if indeed ZETA are rotating back over, but that's why you have this trio to peek. And then the counter drone on the other side too. This is almost comical in how both sides are playing very similar approaches.
Yeah. Full Sense have got the info that they want over towards A though, and so now they, as you say, have started to rotate those extra players across. XTLL with the wall. So it's the Great Wall, there's 2 of them.
Yeah, Sage, Chinese. But what? Wait.
Well, Primi's gone down early on in the piece. There's a little lurk in here from Sugar Zero as well. Full Sense are getting a bit bamboozled. Sugar Zero gets away with way too much. And the bonus round at this point almost assuredly going to be going the way of ZETA.
1v4.
Not happening.
This is so odd. Like, why wall off your opponents while you're not keeping them contained? Surely Cruz knows that there's that little ledge or stairs where ZETA are able to hop up. Look at this. They just, the wall did nothing. What? And then for all the positions that Full Sense were playing, they just get caught by Sugar Zero, who cuts him off of rotation. This was barely even any resistance against ZETA's bonus round, and now they're 3-0. Why? Okay. I don't know what to say, Dark.
All right, well, luckily you don't have to say too much, because in this round we get to listen in. We'll see how Full Sense try to recover things here against ZETA.
เจอไซเฟอร์นะเว้ยไซเฟอร์มาร์กแดงเนี่ยไซเฟอร์ติดแท็บเขาอยู่เอแล้วไม่มีแท็บนี่เลยล่าสุดมันอยู่ตรงมาร์กแดงกล้องไซเฟอร์อยู่ที่เบรกล้องพวกเราวะกิวโซว่าไปใช่3 ตัวตกมาเศษนีออนโซว่าถามเลยไปเบียร์เอาเสียงหน่อยไซเฟอร์มันเดินค่อยๆเดินอยู่เงียบอยู่
Just so much contact, and immediately multiple corpses litter the floor. Easy trades. They are confirming presence, though, at least. But Full Sense will not be able to compete much for any of this space. They just don't have the numbers nor the weaponry. They're just kind of rolling over at this point. Frost is like vibrating in his seat, by the way.
things are getting a bit awkward, that's for sure. I mean, you do have the first map in your back pocket, so I guess there's the backup plan of going to Haven if necessary, but you're not peeking into Sunset to go down 0-4. And he's probably wondering, okay, at what point do I need to have some kind of input into this? I think you would give Full Sense the next gun round, see if they can put it together there, but if you eventually do go down 5-0, then, you know, at that point, you're going to need to have to call that timeout. It's not been the start Full Sense have wanted to their map pick, that is for sure. But they've only really had one gun round, so, you know, how much can you really draw from it at this point? Not too much.
Yeah. But okay, so here's the thing. I don't claim to know everything, right? But what we do know is this. From what we saw in the very first week while Full Sense played against Nongshim, like this was not truly the style, this was not the form even. But right now they're looking a little bit lost on their own map pick. 4-0 is not the way that they would have wanted to start, but at least now with the operator in the hands of Jit Boys, brings things back.
Yep, we'll be able to slow things down as well with those paint shells, so gets back out to safety. That's what I'm saying, I don't think you can read too much into it just yet. 4-0, sure, not a great start, but give them a couple of gun rounds to get the ball rolling. Jit Boys is going to look for more, and he does. At least strike for the one. Of course, 4 players on the other side of that peak will mean that he's a dead man, but you know, information and the kills, and now Kahlua chiming in as well. Much better looking round for Full Sense this time. Sugar Zero walking into a 3-player setup. It doesn't even require that. Primi will get it done.
Just clean as always. Had the evolution popped as well, but a little bit unnecessary. Either way, though, incredibly well held by Jit Boys, as well as Cruz, who does pick up his res now. I think he was trying to get crossover really quick. But these rounds are afforded for now because ZETA have been just grouping up a little bit more one-dimensional, similar to what we saw in Split. No lurkers or anything, and Cruz just is having his time around B main. Now he's going to be challenged.
Might see something a little more proactive on this defense. We've got Showstopper built up, of course, by Jit Boys.
Oh.
Those have been typically the rounds where he's been getting a little more aggressive, though, with the AWP in hand, maybe incentivized to play it a little bit slower. Cruz drops an early slow orb. He's holding the wall, ready to go if he hears any steps here.
Yeah, one way as well.
Just going to push ZETA back away. That's good util cycling from Full Sense. Cutting some of that time off the clock from ZETA.
A little bit as well, like they didn't note anyone towards tiles, so more than likely no one towards A. Now it's just Primi stationed over turret mode, just to jiggle back and forth. Confirming now also with the drone that ZETA is indeed trying to rotate across. And then more util being milked as well. Sage wall set up outside of B main. This is going to go down to the timer. There's no way about it, Jordan. Like, this is down to 20 seconds before they even get close to a site.
And there's 4 players out that site, more or less.
Okay.
I can't imagine this is going to go very well for ZETA, but, you know, we've said that before, and they've managed to pull some off. Cruz really nicely timed slow orb. ZETA in all sorts of trouble. There's going to be the Hunter's Fury to try and catch Cruz, and it does work out. But still, ZETA needs some more entries than what they've got right now. Absol is in a dangerous place. Oh, the gun barrel. It blocked Kahlua. He couldn't see him, and Kahlua doubles down as a result. Spike did at least get planted. But you think for ZETA, this is going to be all she wrote for at least this round, and Full Sense can start to build their campaign on this defensive side. Retake successful. Shota is off to the races to just try and hold on to his gun. Sephiroth will be given the defuse.
Get that from the shadows sooner rather than later. But very neatly put together. Okay. I mean, that's one of those things. You can rot the clock and really force your opponents to play around your utility a lot. But apart from that, it also forces your opponents to feel the pressure of the timer a little bit. And that's some instances where ZETA might start to feel incentivized to cut some corners, rush into a site, and that's where you start to see things like, the gun barrel being exposed. You're just forced to try to sit down and get the plant just so that you don't have to fear the timer anymore.
Standing ahead.
So it's a bit of a mental game between both sides, not just in terms of macro as well, but ZETA now exploring mid.
Yeah, a lot more mid control early on here for ZETA. Drones going forward to clear things out as well. Wow, Cruz once again pretty proactive with these slow orbs and seems to be getting them in the right places. That is lucky for Sugar Zero to be alive, to be frank.
True that. But look at that, Sephiroth smoke as well, just completely blocks off ZETA's path. So now they're thinking about market. If not, they just have to wait for that smoke to dissipate. Maybe then they get to push in the A side, but Full Sense already in position.
A little bit more of a split defense though for Full Sense this time around. You've got a lot of potential isolated duels here that could go against them. Absol's making a bit of noise, feeling a little bit under pressure there. He gets that fast lane up, the relay bolt out. He can't actually get back out because of the wall. Ooh. So he's going to be a factor later on in the round on that flank. 1-for-1 thus far on the entry. Primi in the perfect position to shut down Shota on the entry and then easily deals with Eco as well. Full Sense are now definitely finding their feet on this defense. Sugar Zero has no chance but to try to get that plant down early here and see if he can make something happen. But the flank is coming in and Chip Boys should have it easily. So 3 for Full Sense. It was a bad start, but they didn't panic and now they're underway.
Yeah, it definitely looked a little bit on the start, but this is much more like it. Definitely a nod of approval from Frost, if I were to imagine, because everything goes according to plan. They note the attempt at a mid to maybe A play coming out from ZETA, especially the wall blocking off B. And then immediately Sephiroth comes in with a smoke. At the same time, Primi just gets that crosscut to position around Cruz on the B site. And there's just multiple layers of defense and slows again. So ZETA once more starting to feel that pressure now. Do they... I mean, yeah, like you have to look at what the options are for this team. Like they could start to come in with their own set plays and rush in somewhere with Absol. That all comes down to what the conversation is, you know, with the old team right here. XQQ and Ryota. It's always been slow for the majority of these rounds for now.
Yeah, but I actually kind of liked from ZETA in the first map. They did have some nice pace adaptations. There was a couple of rounds where they did actually go quite quickly. You know, they obviously show a lot of that slower pace, and that's kind of what you're expecting as Full Sense, and then, you know, a fast pop comes through and it catches you off guard. So something that is in the wheelhouse for ZETA. Still haven't really seen it on this map yet, but this would be one of those rounds to do it. You know, you've just come off the back of a timeout. You've got a lot of your ultis online. Maybe you get that opening pick. Shota can get that neural theft through. Absol sliding on in with the overdrive, and, you know, with all the information, right, can definitely get a bit of work done. But see what ZETA do up to go for here. I mean, again, we're sort of expecting that slower style, but I'm sure they'll show something a little bit different, and Absol already dealt with. I mean, it's a bit of a difference from Full Sense as well, as they've gone for a bit more of a proactive defense in middle. Res on to Absol, so it was a 2-4-1. Now ends up being back to a 4-on-4. Mid control somewhat established here for ZETA. It's a bold line for Chip Boys to be playing. Kahlua just dead to the spam from Sugar Zero. Chip Boys wants to get on that line anyway, and still punishing Showstopper. Oh, he poured it out. He got out.
Res comes back in.
That was very nice from Sugar Zero, but you're right. It's still a favorable exchange for Full Sense. Full Zero, Sugar Zero.
Either way, though, ZETA gets to race on over onto the A side, get the spike in. Full Sense will take their time to clear out some of these positions a bit.
Primi there going to show some presence. This cross is not going to be an easy one for ZETA. They've got lots of angles to check, but Full Sense actually not too keen to fight them for
30
it.
seconds left.
Yeah, forward angle for Absol. He's going to go for a swing with that overdrive. Drone is pushing its way forward as well, but now he's spotted a few out. He'll just wall them off. Full Sense being very tentative about this retake at the moment.
So incredibly. Oh my god! He finally blocked the slow orb.
Yeah, goes bouncing back away. It gives Absol a little bit more room to actually work on this corner, and that could be pretty imperative as he does swing on through, and it seems like they had no idea that that was possible. Absol out of nowhere just punishes Full Sense. And
I don't know if that's maybe them just not recognizing that that slow orb didn't connect where it should have, or not recognizing why it didn't, or just not expecting the peak from Absol, but it seems like they completely negated the possibility that he was going to swing that.
I agree. I mean, you look at how it happens. There were a few seconds before they even went for that peak against Absol. And in all that time, the slow orb's gone already. And by the time they went onto the peak, like, they just neglected to think that Absol was still in the corner. Either way, fantastic job by Absol, because this is now a complete 180 from what his score was back over on Split.
That's what you need. Oh, that's really nice, though. The 1-2 punch. It's Sephiroth and Cruz that combine for a little bit of tech on the map.
And no res this time around, so you're immediately off to the back foot. Drone outside of B main as well, and Full Sense have all the information they need.
Yeah, well, ZETA up to take mid control instead. Primmy's up here waiting for this smoke to fade. Be aware that there's some opponents close by. Oh, but he gets baited out by the peek on the left and then the swing on the right, and that's the end of Primmy. So back to the 4-on-4 very quickly though. Jitboys, and with a crucial kill, has dropped the spike.
They found my wire.
Swing coming potentially from Shota. That boom bot is a bait. Oh, Shota! Oh my! He's actually salvaged it. Can you believe it? Oh it was so bad, and then it was so good.
Now he has the V site. Oh, you're kidding me! You have got to be kidding me.
God, they found my.
Look, sometimes you need the bad to appreciate the good. Madness. Well, Sugar Zero is in behind Sephiroth, and you'd imagine that'll be a freebie. A little bit of a whiff again. It's not been the cleanest in the mechanics department here from ZETA this round, but job is being done. Shota might be a dead man. Swings coming through from Absol. You'd think that should be a trade. Now Cruz actually might be able to get something done here as Sephiroth wants to sit that defuse. Cruz for the trade. Time's running out though, and you'd think Cruz just has to sit this defuse, and well, surely Sugar Zero is going to be in there to cancel it. 6 on the board now for ZETA. Full Sense they were working their way back into the map, but now it seems like they've lost control of it again.
I don't know if my tears are from crying, or I mean from like laughing, or from crying from pain. We need a reaction cam. And at the same time, there was still a little bit of time, I think. If you get it to halfway, get the kill. Never thought about it.
I mean, ZETA,
oh my god.
They're having fun with it, and that's all good.
Yeah, they're up to 6, so this continues forward, but Full Sense, I don't think their economy's going to look too good soon. It's a bit more defensive for now. Cruz gives himself a corner to work around.
Fast lane's up. Jitboy's already inside of it, so Sugar Zero, as he tries to port forward, is an easy kill. A double for Jitboys, but they have now lost that mid part of the map. So a potential pivot back on offer here for ZETA. That's going to put Primmy under a bit of pressure over towards A.
Shota once again lurking as well. Primmy.
Well, I like the fast push out from Full Sense. They're pretty aware at this point that there's nothing happening B. So Primmy, he's able to get himself forward on and off angle. Doesn't win the duel though. A side's cracked open. Everything going the way of ZETA at the moment.
And now it's Shota.
This time, he will not miss those opening 2. Clean as a whistle. Puts it into the 1-on-2. Jitboys, again, has to be the guy to put in the work for Full Sense, and it really does feel like a lot has been resting on his shoulders this season. But this might be a little bit of a stretch too far. I mean, look at the post plan. How are you going to find these two players?
He's no idea.
He's got to tap. He has got to tap now. Otherwise, it's going to be too late. He needs to find a way to draw out one of these peaks. And, you know, obviously he's doing what he can to try to clear the site, but I think he's just timed himself out of the round. ZETA get to 7, and despite a good start to it, another one will fall by the wayside for Full Sense on their map pick.
That's the lead. For everything, they started out well. And Primmy, who typically would be so good on these angles, whiffs. Shota gets it instead. And what on earth are we watching right now? It's just so weird. But it works out well for ZETA. I just, like,
Is it pressure? Are they overthinking things? We have no idea what's going on, but it's all up to the teams. ZETA's just having a good time.
Yeah, a bit of a head massage there for Cruz, sitting in the middle for Full Sense, and you can imagine why. This has not gone to plan. Perhaps copying a bit of a spray, the team, of course, from Frost, but I don't know, man. Some of these rounds have been very winnable, but some of them have just been kind of nothing rounds for Full Sense, and
yeah,
ZETA are getting away with a lot, it feels.
Right, like even the whiffed op shot.
Yeah.
Just not living up to expectations. I mean, round 5 was still one of those rounds that worked out very nicely according to Full Sense's plan, with all the little setups that they had and all the slows and delays. But more of these rounds now, it's just you're whiffing shots. You're letting your opponents run circles around you, playing in positions which you should kind of be aware of at least. And then down to clutch situations where it's just too much to do at that point. So ZETA feeling less pressure now. They're just able to do what they tend to do. Look at that. Showed a fake step, baits out utility. He does cop a shot though. So now it's 5v4.
All right. This might be where the half comes back online for Full Sense. If they can find a way to win this round, bring it back to a 5-7 deficit at the halftime break, then, you know, that's still going to be playable. Of course, ZETA are going to filter their way in onto that site. They'll be able to get a fast plant down here. Oh, Absol even picking up Cruz with a bit of a wallbang through the box. The grenade goes a little bit more towards default. Not going to be a problem for ZETA in this instance, but Primi perhaps will be. His shot's not quite online. Let's pop the ulti. Sephiroth chiming in as well with a Sheriff, but Full Sense are walking into a crossfire from the same position once again, so a lot of this does come down to the swing timing from Sugar Zero. Not good enough. Killua, the hero for that round, gets a lot done with the Guardian. And Full Sense go to 4, a little bit more of a thrifty round out from them, and now again they're back in with a sniff for this half.
It still does feel like it comes down to the wire though, doesn't it? Either way, what works out incredibly nicely this time around, just having a little bit more time, the smoke comes back up, and being able to block off elbow or Halls just meant that you're forcing Sugar Zero's hand into peeking out into the open. And Killa, thankfully, is able to land these shots where just noting ZETA's positioning. So they didn't have the best economy in that round, but either way, they've managed to bring things back. Now it's Primi onto the op, and his evolution was spent as well. Not seeing too much on the map just yet, though. Mostly just middle, which has been quite a bit of a pain point for Full Sense.
All goes up. Chip Boy's here, almost on for 2 with that showstopper. Gets the second anyway with the rifle. Job well done on his behalf, as it usually is for Full Sense. And now Cruz has caught Absol floating around in mid, spike in hand. That'll need to be retrieved in the blink of an eye. It just explodes. Around settling now at a 4-on-2. And Eco not having a great time of trying to salvage that spike. Shota eventually does pick it back on up, but Full Sense are aware that both these players are in mid. Primi doesn't want to go down here. Bold peek from him. Maybe not too wise to stick around that long. Shota is on for another. Well, he might be able to deny a res if he pushes in and catches him, but ring around the rosy in the end. Timing here for Shota. He is wrapping in behind. If this res comes through and gives away their position, well, this could be crazy from Shota. They haven't heard him. They don't know. The barrel. Cruz is a dead man, and so is Killua. Another unbelievable round from Shota. 8-4. ZETA win another. He knew what they were going for.
Oh my god. And you are absolutely right, Jordan. I mean, to some of Full Sense's credit, they knew what ZETA were trying to do as well. Jit Boys was in position, anticipated the mid play, had the showstopper ripped, but down to this 1v2. And Shona pulls off the unimaginable. Unbelievable.
Halftime.
All it takes is one pixel on the barrel to be exposed, and he lands every subsequent shot. As Full Sense, you have to be kicking yourself in that one, but you can't dwell on it too much. There's still a whole remaining half to go off of.
Yeah, I'm not really liking Full Sense's chances. They are just giving away too many of these rounds. Look, giving away is probably a stretch. I think you do have to give a lot of credit to ZETA for being able to do what they've done, but it does feel like ZETA is giving themselves a lot of chances, and Full Sense aren't really kind of grasping the opportunities that are presented to themselves sometimes. So 8-4, it does kind of feel representative of how that half played out, but I think it could have been honestly closer to a 6-6 with a little bit more cleanliness out there from Full Sense. Maybe some of those rounds that should have gone their way do, and it's a different looking story, but 8-4 is a bit to come back from, and Mental's going to be in a pretty awkward spot for them. They've only just won map 1. They're getting a bit plastered here on map 2, their map pick. I mean, last week didn't go very well for Full Sense. Week 1 was not a clean win, so it hasn't been their season really. And here's another example of that, where they're really getting pushed by ZETA, a team that, in previous season would not have even been close to Full Sense. So still taking some time maybe to adapt to this new style. That's a possibility, but you don't have that much time. You don't really have that luxury necessarily when, in a couple of weeks' time we're going into play-ins, which is what it kind of looks like Full Sense is heading towards. Anyway, that aside, ZETA on this pistol, if they win it, they can walk on to the map win as well. Jip Boys down early. That is a huge scalp to grab, and all of ZETA able to filter away from that fight. Happy with the player advantage, but Full Sense probably also pretty happy with the map control that they've got. They spotted a lot of players there.
Yeah, immediately getting the spike down at the very least, or breaking trips. They are leaving some players lurking behind, which you would hope affords them a couple more kills, especially with Primi onto a bandit. Uh-oh. Oh, no. No!
That's what I mean, though. Like, these moments are cropping up probably a little bit too often for Full Sense, for my liking.
Yeah! I don't know.
Well, it's a nice slow orb out from Cruz. Might still be winnable here for Full Sense in the 3-on-5. Another slow orb goes through. Big double kill from Primi! And it's not just the double, he was almost on for the 4K. He's done a lot of damage to Sugar Zero. Killua has a Sheriff. All it takes is one tap into both of these players. Eco holds it down though, as Killua swings to try and deal with the diffuser. He needed to fight Sugar Zero first, and ZETA still take the pistol. Primi almost pulls off the heroics, but Full Sense at this point, this map is done.
You just can't, dude. Incredible shots for sure, but you could tell like something's up mentally as well. It's getting overwhelmed by the number of targets, the spike getting defused. Uh-oh, they're doing it again. And at the same time, like what you're saying as well, it's a lot of these like 1v1 scenarios. Full Sense anticipate, they know what these positions are going to be, but they're just for some reason not connecting, not getting these duels, and it's really costing them a lot of crucial rounds, pistol rounds. Now you're just flooding in full blind.
Yep, that might be the world's best paranoia.
Bring up what was the graphic that we had today on the pre-show is missing Full Sense posters.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll write this round off. Sure, it's pistol. You do what you can. The next round in question, if they can't find that one, it feels like this map for sure would be done. Primi onto an op. Glass cannon.
Missing. If you have information, please contact VCT Pacific. Sephiroth, Cruz, Primi, Killua, Jip Boys. Looking for stage 1 runner-ups, Full Sense. That's what it said on the graphic.
I don't know if they're runner-up in runner-up form now, but okay. Full squad just scaling ups out of A. Look at Shota, by the way. He's just already clearing out B main.
Well, Primi looking to clear out A. Back on the op, which is where he did a lot of his work last stage. And that is exactly why he is pixel perfect. Eco down, but Absol goes one better and finds the double.
Equalizing it back obviously gives his life for that, but the round still very much hanging in the balance here, particularly with this late lurk coming through, this flank from Shota. It's only got a Sheriff in hand, but there's 2 players on this site. This is well set up for ZETA. If Full Sense commit to A, that's some decent damage. XDLL, though, could be on for the double. Can't quite hold it down. And there is a res in there as well to make matters worse for Shota. So maybe Full Sense will be okay here. But it is a hard stopper every single round at the moment. Shota has a Vandal. Now he's been spotted out as well, so building himself a wall of cages to just see if he can get some space out towards this site. That's going to be tough. Drone will spot him eventually as well. Now he's surely a dead man. The swing will come through. No heroics this time from Shota, and Full Sense get to 5. 5-10 the deficit though. It's 5 rounds to pull back here, and that's an uphill battle for sure for Full Sense.
It's not a simple task. But as long as they believe, you know, it's still possible. Either way, heroics this time brought to you by Cruz instead of Shota, although the flank was nearly accurate. But yeah, Cruz being able to find all the necessary trades and kills as soon as his teammates fell. Primi getting the opening shot as well, but that is indeed the op lost now. Full Sense starting off a little bit slow with some B main presence, but let's listen in to ZETA and see what they can react with.
Here. これ2で残ったかなんかショック打ったよ。壁張ったってよ言うて。変わるわこれ。ペトライチ。壊れた。大丈夫開いてないよ。え、熱い逆に熱い。開いてるこれ。開いてるけど帰ってこれない。カメラたまにして欲しい。ビメ2、ビメ2。やってもいいよ。外す。これドリブルできる。これオペだよ。オペのコンタクト見てほしい。これいただけ入る。え、スモークないわ。だわ。オッケー。It's
kind of nothing doing from either side, just a bit of utility trades. Drone comes back into clear though, and that should be enough information. Sugar Zero getting into position, but all he's got is just the smokes that are already spent. Has to pivot quickly for information, has Absol for support.
Comes Full Sense towards A. Absol on the line. Oh, just pushed off by Jib Boys, who's keen to continue to take some space, satcheling forward. No one's really cleared out Sugar Zero yet, which will be of a concern for Full Sense. They know they're going to have to try and collapse in on his position, and does get spotted out. Easy kill for Sephiroth in the end. It's coming together a little bit more so here for Full Sense. Maybe they can get this done on their attack. It's, I would argue, maybe looking at a little better than the defense thus far.
Definitely a little bit more clean this time around. Initially baiting out utility, getting the rotations over, especially when ZETA are playing a bit more passive in this sense as well. Early utility already set up by Sugar Zero meant that he had no other choice, so not too bad. It's another round put up. But I do wonder if ZETA will bring in some adaptations of their own. Economy, yeah, maybe not the best. But perhaps a bit more proactiveness could allow for them to, you know, set up flanks like what we saw with Shota attempting that in some of those previous rounds. Definitely screwing their heads back on though, and that's what's been kind of sorely needed for Full Sense.
Yeah, just got to take it one round at a time. You know, you can't get stuck in the big picture. 4 rounds deficit is still a pretty monumental task, but you just go, look, we'll just take it one round at a time, keep winning. Eventually you get there, and then it's equalized, and then the pressure goes right back onto ZETA, who, you know, do have their backs against the wall in the series overall, having lost on split. So, bit of a save round here from ZETA. They've got a couple of rifles out, so they can definitely work something. But by rights, it should be another round for Full Sense.
Just a bit of mid-presence. At the same time as well for ZETA. I mean, not that it's entirely possible given how competitive their group is going to be, but every single win is going to mean so much. If they can actually bypass play-ins and go straight to playoffs, could help.
I'm not going to guarantee this one just yet for Full Sense. Absol and Shota both over towards the site that's
going to be hit, so you've got to get past a couple of rifles, and Absol already able to strike, doesn't quite get the double. Primi trading that one back out, but there's still some players on this side to get past. Shota being the important one, and he's found himself a double. He just continues to deliver today for ZETA. Eco low. They're just trying to be a distraction at the moment. XDLL's picked up a gun. Sephiroth's position is noted by the neural theft, and ZETA claimed the round, just like I said. They were going to be a factor there, those rifles. Full Sense walked right into them, and 11-6 will be the score.
Walked right into him is right. For all the protocols and approaches that they did have, leaving 2 players on a deep insert outside of market doors, the 3 pushing into sight. It's the way that they clear it, and it just wasn't enough. Kind of neglecting that someone might have been hiding around the corners of market. Cruz goes down first. Primi gets a wild TP and manages to find some trades, but then Shota comes back in with a double as well. You just can't afford to be going down like this, but it's what we have. And now just a full set play with a showstopper entry into A site. ZETA just vacate everything.
Orchid Boys goes hunting, gets himself one. It's enough to get them into the side, but again, it's a really fast rotate coming through here from Shota, who is having a brilliant map. Hunter's Fury trying to tap away at Full Sense. Doesn't really achieve a whole lot. Shota getting into position. His timing not looking too bad. Cruz just wasn't on the line in time. Does eventually trade it out, but couldn't keep Sephiroth alive. He will revive him instead, and that will be bait for Absol, who goes swinging in for another kill for himself. Overdrive is popped. Full Sense have the numbers now. Sugar Zero and Absol need to conjure a little bit more magic. Player ducked in on the site as well. You're not expecting this. Kahlua should have a freebie. A nice double up from Full Sense. They get themselves another round. Gap closes back to 4. But when you've only got 2 rounds to play with here as Full Sense, then 4 feels like a pretty big difference.
It's Herculean. Either way, though, just every little bit counts and allows for them to build up a bit more confidence. Just drowning their opponents in their own resources and utility is definitely still kind of prevalent for Full Sense. Despite Sephiroth not quite able being to hold the angle, Cruz with the bait and switch, and then back over onto B site now. Still tentative though, everything's smoked off. Primi with an outlaw just trying to maximize economy, but there's a hero rifle in the form of Absol.
I mean, you've seen already what ZETA can do with a hero rifle or 2. Absol the type of guy to do it. On the right side of the map again. Shota tucked in the corner. You got Sugar Zero there as well. All you need is just one pick from those guys, and that's when Absol can slide on in. The space will be created. Relay ball goes through. This time, Jip Boys deals with Absol. It will be a retrievable gun for someone up there. Doesn't look like have been collected though, and so Full Sense starting to filter their way through. I've got the job done here. This time, at least, they can breathe a sigh of relief. 5 on 2 is not getting pulled back by ZETA, I don't imagine.
Just a bit. Still don't want to afford to get too complacent though, so maybe not the cleanest yet, but at least Cruz does get closer towards another res, which would definitely come in handy for Full Sense at some point. But this one, with all the retakes, with the way that everything was smoked off, walled off, even as Absol does try to come back in with an early flood, it's a lot of isolated fights, which Full Sense this time around were able to confidently deal with. And you kind of hope that they, if you are rooting for Full Sense, you kind of hope that they would be able to put more rounds like that together. Primi back on an op. ZETA wants to peek down middle.
Maybe not be the best of ideas with the setup that Full Sense have got. Oh, around the corner though, Absol somehow wins the duel and doesn't get traded out. He very nearly gets 2. Sephiroth tagged down, will be healed back up by Cruz.
He was holding the angle.
A lot of space being taken by Full Sense for free here though. This contact play is working out nicely.
think you kind of just forget the res. Oh.
My ultimate is ready.
Or hold on to
you
it.
might not need the res, but yeah, this is a good time to just walk up into the A site. There is a wall there.
Shadows traveling.
You're always concerned, paranoid about the flank too, just knowing that Tiles has been compromised. So break the wall, try to get into A, set up closer towards the back of spawn if you are able to clear out that position. And that's what both teams are kind of working around as well. ZETA working around their own known quantities, which is that Tiles is clear for them. They come in with their res.
Yep.
Planted.
And again, you got to remember that Full Sense have a res in the back pocket as well.
And look at this wall as well.
Yeah.
They're planted by the very tiny corner around the site. It's something that one of the Chinese teams have done over in CN.
A super open plan, and it maybe does give the opportunity here for Cruz to get a res if there's a... Well, never mind, don't worry about that. We'll talk about that later. Primi is going to be the important factor here now, as he does clean up Sugar Zero. Sephiroth up close and personal on the site. Kahlua goes down, so too does Sephiroth, but Primi is here, and he can get them all! Yes, Primi! Another one required, and he's got it! The ace for Primi to keep Full Sense in the dream of a 2-0.
They send us in groups.
Oh my goodness, that is just... I am speechless! You don't get to see that every day. But of course, if anyone is to put that together, if there's anyone to make that happen, it has to be Primi. That was down to the wire. Had the one op shot up over by elbow. Teammates dying all around him, and he just takes it cool, calm, and steady around the spike. Every single individual kill that comes through.
Well, it's enough to force a timeout from ZETA. They're starting to feel a bit bothered, as they should be. This deficit is slowly but surely creeping closer. Feels as though Full Sense are starting to become inevitable, which is probably what I would have said on map 1, and then we went to OT anyway. So I don't think you can really count anything out of being a possibility at the moment, but Full Sense are working hard to find this series victory. Primi's got his fans in the crowd, no doubt about that. He's got his fans, I think, all over the world.
For sure.
And it is 4 rounds like that one. I mean, what if Primi doesn't win that round? This map might be over. So it's by no means a clean thing from Full Sense at the moment, but they are sticking in there. Oh, we'll get a tech pause here too.
And another possible thing to think about is just what, you know, the mentality looks like for the ZETA players as well after suffering around like that. I mean, I do remember a lot of 1v5s, scary back over in Ascension, and immediately the whole game kind of gets thrown into chaos after losing such crucial rounds like that. It's kind of possible for Full Sense to be bringing that back into the fray. A little bit of tech pause as well, just for both sides to kind of cool off, reset. Shota definitely feeling it.
Yeah, everyone's kind of heated up, and now a bit of that momentum going to be broken by this tech pause. Again, depends on how obviously long it is. As part of the job, I guess, for these guys is to remain locked in. There's been a lot of conversation, obviously, today about, you know, coming in fresh, particularly with Klaus in that opening series. You know, he obviously comes off the bench for map 2, and sort of a similar thing. Have a look back at that Primi ace again.
If he even got spammed, could have been
just a bit of magic. Those are the moments you live for, I think, as a player, though, right? Like when the chips are down, when everything's against you, and you're the guy, and you actually win the round. There can be no better feeling, surely, especially when you're playing on stage, especially when you know there's, you know, thousands, hundreds of thousands. I don't know how many people are watching this, but you know, that many people watching as well. I think that's what these guys do it for.
This is what we all kind of wake up for. Why we get up out of bed.
I'm noting that you didn't say get up out of bed in the morning.
Yes, I held.
Because I was going to call you out if you said it's why we wake up in the morning. It's like, well, some of us wake up in the morning and some of us don't. Not to name any names.
I think it's probably Morgan.
He is a serial wake up in the afternoon-er.
Okay. 2 more rounds just to tie up the score. Starting to reveal some of their tricks now. Full sense. Either way, definitely a much needed breather for everyone, even the coaching staff too. Viewers at home, bit of hydration, grab some snacks. This should all be cleared up pretty soon or pretty quickly. But for full sense, still needing those 2 rounds.
All right, I got a question for you, Clark.
Sure.
While we're on the tech pause here, if you were in the audience, what would you write on your sign?
That
or draw.
I've never
or draw.
Done
would
any
you
of
draw?
That. I would do a sign for one of the Pacific talents because we don't have that. Maybe I would draw an image of Morgan with his hairline. I would maybe draw an image of
Morgan fighting
Paperthin.
a giraffe.
Yeah, a giraffe. An incredibly shiny scalp.
Right.
For Paperthin.
Right.
Perhaps.
What would I have?
Running shoes.
Running shoes.
Elfish ears.
Elfish ears. I'll take that. That sounds pretty shad.
Yeah. Probably one of those things that we could use a little bit. You know, the Korean casters get that sometimes. But nah.
You never know. I mean,
oh, actually, no. You could draw an image of like a really chubby ninja.
Yep.
What would you have?
What would I draw? What would I write?
Yeah, or write.
Maybe I would write "Quack for me, daddy." And I'd hold it up, and hopefully the casters would see it.
I thought we've established that you're the adopted father in this duo.
I don't know. It could just get some fun results.
You're talking about another
That's all I'm saying.
Dad. Oh my goodness, she's still Mitsuka.
That's commitment.
It's so
commitment
close.
for sure.
Both teams, 2 rounds. ZETA could get that 13th. I don't even know what to expect on Haven at this point. I feel like a lot of processing power has been spent just trying to process a lot of these rounds, puzzling rounds where Full Sense sometimes lose out in the 1v1s, positions that they are holding and anticipating, and then also processing just how it even comes to a point where we have a 1v5 or, well, 1v4.
It was a 1v4, but might as well have been a 1v5. He got all 5 kills. We'll give it to him. All right. Looks like we're getting back underway soon.
Okay.
Which is good news, but goes back to that relevant topic we were talking about, you know, cooling off, coming in a little bit less warmed up now. Obviously, everyone's been in the server. Things have been pretty pacey. And then you take, what was that, maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes of break, and maybe some shots are going to start to get whiffed here. And a round like this one, ZETA could really capitalize on that if there's some mistakes being made by Full Sense. It is just a full pistol buy. There's a stinger now in there for Sugar Zero, so not a lot to work with, but these rounds have gone wrong for Full Sense in the past. We've seen it a couple times.
If this goes wrong for Full Sense again, there's just no other way around it. They are throwing some of these advantages, but right now, playing it safe and cautious, making their way up middle. ZETA making their way down A as well.
That'd be the perfect call to just walk your way into B. Instead, Full Sense, honestly, might not be the worst thing to go mid to A as well, actually. If ZETA think that they've cleared out A, they could be on their way back over to B by the time the plant's going down on A.
Oh, this is just so odd.
There's so many layers, like an ogre.
An onion.
Or an onion.
Okay, Killua, he's going to be the first point of contact.
Okay, well, that's good news, actually, as far as Full Sense are concerned. Even if Killua doesn't get a kill there, he spots that push, and you could sort of intuit from that this A site is pretty clear. We see the same sort of plant for Full Sense here. Cruz hasn't used the wall, though. See, interesting where he ends up putting that. It's a bit of a shooting gallery there for Killua, but too many targets is sometimes just as bad as not enough.
Okay, look at... Okay, Cruz walls off Link instead. Full Sense has to hold around the back of Spawn and not just elbowing the front sides.
Okay, I don't know, like... It's a solo swing. Yeah, there might have been a paranoia coming through there from Sephiroth, but now you're playing a 3v5, and it's 2 guns retrieved for ZETA. This could be so doable. The time, of course, ticking away from them. They're going to have to pick that pace up, and luckily, Cruz, Primi, and Sephiroth have it on lock. That was scary, though.
I think I'm shaking. That definitely was. Down to a 3v5, 2 rifles afforded to ZETA. Thankfully, the positioning, Cruz, Sephiroth, still having cooler heads, prevailing out at the end. And they also hold on to some of their ultimates as well. So, what is this, like 10-11 now? There's still a chance to bring things back. But for ZETA as well, they are definitely feeling the extent of things. They definitely want to close this out soon. Go to a 3rd map. They're running all over the place, trying to get some forward information, but right now it's not really afforded to them. So just walling off B main for the time being. Recon doesn't see anything outside of A main either. Paints a bit of a picture, but will they be able to hold and stall and delay enough? The slow orbs come in just in time. No, they bounced off.
Well, okay, slow orbs back and forth, actually. So everyone seems to be aware of where their opponent is.
Absol.
ZETA dump a fair bit of util there, though. They drop the wall, they drop a slow orb, they drop a smoke. So it's not a bad initial pump from Full Sense. Primi's just going to get back out to safety as well. Here comes Full Sense in through mid now.
Another mid to market aggression.
Double tag or 2. Kahlua actually picks up the kill onto XDLL. They need to go forward. Jitboys has now been walled off. But it's an offensive wall, actually, that allows him to cross into the B site and start to take the fight. 2 ZETA, a 1-for-1. That's enough. You know where that plant is going down. Oh, Primi! Oh, he's been given a chance here by Absol. Ports back. Okay, it's all getting a bit messy here. Eco for the double as well, by the way, off camera. Now it has fallen apart for Full Sense. They had the site, and they've all just picked apart. I'd love to see what Eco saw, because we didn't get to catch that, but Primi was, it seemed like, in 2 minds as to where he should be watching, and so even if Absol missed those shots, it was just unrecoverable, and now ZETA is on map point.
Indeed. It's one of those moments where you start to feel sometimes as you need to be the guy to support your team, and that's why you're, rather than watching the flank, more focused out towards the front, especially after some initial pressure was already sent in.
That's just panic.
Not sure, yeah, the TP was definitely a little bit odd, but again, it's Eco, Shota getting a lot of these opening kills as well. Cruz was forced to sit onto the spike to get the plant in, and that affords ZETA some space to get out as well onto site.
Well, here we go again. Full Sense, see if they can push it through to the overtime. They did it on the last map. Can they get it to 12-12 again? Hunter's Fury, not the biggest problem. Sugar Zero is, in fact, the one that's causing the issue. Jitboys has the showstopper. He is going to have to rip it at some point in this round. Inside that smoke, though, Shota is waiting. Here it comes. That's not quite cancelled out. He does get the 1-for-1. It might not be enough. Primi, again, looking to save the day here for Full Sense. The spike's been dropped, though, and that is now covered off by multiple ZETA players. Could this be it? Sugar Zero with the 1-tap. All on Kahlua to try and save the day. He's been spotted out now as well. He's going to chance a quick cross, and that is a brilliant piece of timing on his behalf. Smoke fading, though, not favorably. 13-10. ZETA will get it done, and Full Sense, well, they are going to be hating that, because they have been their own worst enemy on Sunset. ZETA taking advantage of all those opportunities that were given to them and forcing a map 3. It's going to be a big day today.
It's going to be a big discussion up over in the ready rooms as well for the players and the coaches. My God, 13-10, almost in overtime. A lot of heroic moments from both sides even, but it just comes down to some of these rounds, some of these moments and crucial fights, which ultimately gets tossed away, whether it's panic or otherwise. ZETA are just doing such an incredible job at keeping it tight and safe enough for a lot of them. I mean, you see him
Don't show that again.
ZETA, I think, bottom line, we can kind of say it. They've thrown lesser rounds. Fewer rounds, I think.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair to say. I mean, there was definitely some high highs there for Full Sense, certainly, but there was some extremely low lows as well. And ZETA, it felt like they were a little bit more of a consistent force across the board, would probably be the way that I would describe that map. And yeah, you can't beat consistency sometimes. I mean, definitely some big step-up moments as well from Shota. I thought he was fantastic on this map. Overall, just a really fun game actually there on Sunset, and I'm quite looking forward to what we're going to get here on the final map. It feels like it will be a real barn burner, both map 1 and map 2 being very, very close and, you know, super back and forth, coming down to clutches here and there as well. I think we're in for a good third and final deciding map, but that's enough from us for now. We'll head back over to the desk and see what they have to say.
Thank you, gentlemen. Jordan, first of all, I would like to say from all of us here at VCT Pacific, we would appreciate if you stopped causing these tech pauses because we are sick of it.
Get this guy out of here. He's just delaying the day, but it's okay because we have a whole nother map in store. And I have to say, much more impressed by ZETA Division here on Sunset. I liked what they were doing. I thought the game plans were rock solid. Full Sense coming out on top in terms of first splits, but ZETA just can't lose these pistols. I think that's really helping them get across the line. 4-0 here on pistols.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Full Sense right now. I don't think they actually fixed the tech issue because the W key on their keyboard is broken right now. They are just walking around the map so slow, and I know it's a double Senti like mirror matchup here with you know, a different choice on either side. The Vito versus the Cypher, very different stuff there. With the Sage, that's naturally going to slow down the game a lot, but that was a very, very slow game of Sunset, and it's weird to see Full Sense play like this.
Can I make I want to discuss this actually. I know a lot of people are probably thinking this with Frost joining Full Sense, changing things up. They had double duels before, they're super fiery. Now we got double Sentis on 2 maps, they're playing different. Is it just teething issues? Is this going to be something that Full Sense can adapt into and we are going to expect it to eventually start working again like it did later on in the Talon days? Or do you think this is like an identity we don't really want to see for Full Sense?
For me, we know it can work because it was working for them last year when Frost was there. But I think the thing is, they've had time away from him. They got to play this explosive double duelist style, and they're sort of having a lot of fun, and they're playing on intuition a lot of the times. Now Frost has come back in, and it is slowing them back down, and they are having to readjust. I think we know that it can work for this team, but they just need to work through these issues because I think it will feel so different to them in the server than it would have done in Stage 1, and I do feel like they're sort of caught between a rock and a hard place here.
Yeah, and I think ZETA, particularly in this series, as we'll see from some of these highlights here, have had actually a pretty good read on how to play against Full Sense so far in this series. We talked about Split earlier on being a map where they played really well around the Viper. In this particular map, they ran down the clock quite a lot, particularly on that attacking side, playing very slow rounds. They were able to feel out where the Sage Wall was and where the Vito was positioned and able to get these active lurks. Sorry, Sugar Zero slips the net straight up market. They often pressured top mid in the middle of the map and threw up a Sage Wall and waited for a reaction out of Full Sense. So I really like the way that they approach the attacking side, and I felt like ZETA has had a very good idea of how to kind of tackle this slower paced playstyle for Full Sense, and quite honestly, I'd like to see Full Sense run at them and see if they can handle it, because I feel like ZETA would almost not handle that as well.
I agree, and I think this is one thing they did really well, is they would work the middle of the map. They felt like that was a real weakness. They get this wall off to cut off the rotations, and I think it worked for them a lot of the time where Full Sense didn't really know how to respond to that. So I feel like Full Sense were forced to play ZETA Division's game in that map. You know, we see that comeback start to happen towards the end, but it's big individual moments that are really the catalyst to make that happen, a Premier Ace and so on.
I think it's been pushing the game into some very messy kind of game states, and that's what ZETA have been handling very well this series. I feel like, you know, Eco, multiple players on ZETA have been very clutch so far in this series. So when you end up in one of these messy kind of mid to late rounds and you end up in a post plan, ZETA has been playing those situations well. And we've been talking all day long about how Full Sense, the chemistry seems a little bit off today. The spacing is a little bit off. The trades aren't as snappy as usual.
That's why I am wondering, like, that is evident actually in today, whether they're having an off day or, again, readjusting to the new roles or the old roles, I guess, if you want to look at it that way too, and kind of chasing a change of pacing of it. It's so ironic. It's almost like Frost would be very suitable on a Japanese team with the way he likes to do things. A quick point about the Sage walls. I would say Paper X is classically one of the best Sage sunsets.
They learned it from GE, of course.
This is all me.
The thing.
I'm the OG Sage. I've been playing Sage since the day I was born.
You guys, Morgan is taking credit for the Sage walls on
It's all
on
me.
Sunset.
It's all me. I was doing this before. It was cool. But you know what? That's okay. I'll let these young kids
How
think
nice
that
of
they
you to
got
tell
Sage.
Mini about those Sage walls so ZETA could use it top mid,
You're welcome.
as we saw in the highlights
That's all
there
me.
against Full Sense.
Absol. Big change from map 1 to map 2. And
Yes.
Pilsky, I'm kind of glad you didn't put him on your build diff today because he would have just put you in a roller coaster of emotions.
Yeah, look, he went double neg the first map. To be fair, that is kind of rough sometimes if you're running in against Cypher Deadlock.
Yeah.
We saw the same thing happen to May earlier. Your duelists can have a little bit of a rough run of things, but he's recovered things quite well in this map. I've liked Absol's gameplay on the Neon in the past, and although he's been up and down in this series, I think him and Suta hand in hand really delivered a lot of impact for ZETA, even when Eco didn't have as big of a game. I feel like it was kind of prime time for Eco to come back down to earth a little bit more. Particularly his ENIT numbers are a little bit ridiculous, let's be honest. So Absol to have a big game to fill that kind of fragging space is kind of what I was expecting, and it's good to see him back.
And I think especially with how they were playing, like with the clock running down so low, finding that first pick, especially if it's towards the end of the round, or finding that entry into the site, is so crucial. He had 24 kills, and a lot of these were real hard impact kills. I was very impressed by him this game. He wasn't the flashiest. You're not going to see insane neon movement out of this guy, but I think he understands the role extremely well, and he executes it there on Sunset. Now we have Haven left, and I have the big question for me is, when we saw Haven against Nongshim for Full Sense, they were running that deadlock as well. We saw them not change their comp on split, so I'm really curious what style Full Sense are bringing into this one.
I think we know what's going to happen unless Frost is going to try to big brain it. He does have like a range of comps he needs to kind of redo and like rebuild up, but hopefully he just pulls a fast-paced one out.
That's it for me. I feel like if you have an arsenal of comps to work with, I want to see you be able to speed up against this ZETA Division team, because when we saw it from them last, it was Neon and Yoru.
Yeah, I actually liked the Yoru Sky comp that they were using. The last time I saw ZETA playing this map, I was pleasantly surprised, so I think that they're going to be quite happy that this is the third map decider between these two teams. I think, quite honestly, this could have been a 2-0 for ZETA at some point today. I think that they played a pretty good series today, and I feel like trying to make my mind off is if ZETA is in the best form they've ever been in, or if Full Sense is playing poorly. I think it's kind of a little bit of a mix of both, to be honest. But ZETA, if they win this in 3 and they play close on all 3 maps, then you really got to give them a lot of props. I think they're in fine form right now, and I like a lot of the unique approaches that they're utilizing.
Yep, I agree with guys, especially as we head into map 3, that I think we have a lot more confidence for ZETA Division now. And gotta say, does Clinton and my prediction for ZETA look so crazy now?
I think it's time to let the boys off the leash. Let's be honest, it really is. After 2 really slow maps, it's time for double duelist bursts, run it down, unleash the Thai aimers, and just get this one done in 3.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, if Full Sense ends up going into play-ins, I don't know if this is the Full Sense I want to see playing against 555 or some of the other Thai teams.
It's so different to what we see from the Thai teams down in Tier 2, right?
Yeah.
It's a region built on aimers, so that's why we all love Full Sense. I want to see them go crazy, but we do know that this style can work, so let's see if they bring it out again on Haven, because when we saw it last time, it definitely felt like it was a counter to Nongshim. That's kind of what they were pitching it as. So I think we have to wait and see, because I'm not sure how this will look for them if they do decide to run with it one more time. And let's see if, of course, ZETA Division bring out that Yoru.
That is the question. I am so curious what is going to be happening here. And
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, ZETA's playing exactly what we'd expect from them. Eco had a very big game on the Yoru the last time they played this comp, so I think ZETA Division, defensive side start for them, playing up against what is going to be yet another Cypher Deadlock, but Primi will be playing that primary duelist on the Waylays, so keep an eye on him, kind of feeling things out with the Refract and taking his time as he makes his way through the map. He's really good at feeling out Garage and some of the A-traps with the Waylay.
Yeah, Cypher Deadlock with the Waylay is definitely the difference, and Jitboys, who's been so good on that raise, is now on the Cypher. So let's see if he can make that work in a very different role. All
right, well, this is going to be a very exciting map 3. We're very curious which way this is going to go. And Elfish Guy, if you could stop unplugging the players' PCs, we'd appreciate it.
Well, unfortunately for you, Vic, I am paid by the hour, so we might be here for a little bit longer. I'm gunning for 20 overtimes to finish off this series. Full sense at ZETA, it could be a giga banger. We'll have to wait and see, but I like what Morgan said. I like that he brought up the Cypher pick there for Jit Boys, because for me, that was like a massive question. You know, obviously he's been owning on the Rays. He's been absolutely farming on the Duelist for the last few weeks. Should he be on the Duelist or should he be on this Cypher? What do you think, Quack?
I think this is 2025 talent.
Okay.
If anyone remembers this Yoru comp, I'm not too sure about the Neon back then, but Yoru was something that T1 ran before. And then, of course, Full Sense, when they were Talon back then, Cruz brought in the Deadlock, knew exactly where the Yorus would TP over onto, set up Sonic Sensor specifically for those spots, and then Jit Boys was always on a Sentinel back then in that roster, on that team as well, so this just brings back so many of those memories. It's very reminiscent of those times, but of course, now that, like what Morgan was talking about as well, now that they've gone through with their own intuition, how does that then look?
Jit Boys. He kills 3 there if he's on Rays.
I don't know. I mean, he's lurking around, unfortunately a little bit overwhelmed, so it is what it is. But what is this? They're pushing past spawn.
Yeah, they got to try and take that heaven position away from XDLL. Oh, it is just going to be Primi solo working his way up. The timing not going to favor him for now. You think XDLL's going to have a look. What? He's not cleared it. They're going to go all the way around to C. This is an interesting choice to be making.
This is so weird.
XDLL spots nothing.
It just takes more time.
It's a Giga Brain move, actually, for Full Sense. There's nobody on the site.
But there's ZETA back over on B. Oh, contact.
Sephiroth. Good duel to win. Primi in there as well. Doubles down. Now Full Sense have the advantage. And they have the plant as well. Timer working in their favor. Eco's got a Sheriff. Looking for some headshots here from him when this smoke does inevitably fade. Just tucked in behind the stairs for now. Smoke fading. There's one. Not quite on for the second. Tucked in the corner. Stuck in the corner. Might have been a better name. Sephiroth will take him down, but XDLL has been given a lot of space out on this side. Flashes himself a little bit. Doesn't worry too much about it. Around the corner, though, Cruz gets a lot of damage in, and that'll be that. So Full Sense take the pistol.
Almost panic station, though.
It was a little scary.
Your friendly fire with the grab net, please, please, guys. Otherwise, just that mid-round pivot all the way over onto C, very risky at times, but thankfully someone was able to mark the angle back over onto C Link, or B. So it was quite close, but...
they do finally get a pistol as well, is what Cruz is just saying there.
Exactly.
Time to jump.
Gonna get the build up off of that. Can't throw any of these leads anymore. ZETA definitely having some wary faces as well, but not just a full stack onto C side. Gate crash back over. Getting some stacks over onto A side as well.
Jit Boy's on his own. No connection there. Seems very wary about a potential player tucked in the corner here. He's going to clear it. Oh, he's going to try and clear it. Would probably be a better way of putting that, as he does lose his head. Hasn't had a great start to this Cypher game, but, you know, a couple of rounds in, not a big deal necessarily. Spike Plant goes down on B.
Might be susceptible to the Marshall.
Oh, Absol susceptible to some headshots as well. Okay. Primi is supremely confident back on this Duelist. Happy to continue to play that role, take those fights, and it's working out okay on his behalf.
Okay. And that's what you want to see as well. It might be a little bit unfortunate for Jit Boys to be back on that role as well, but once Primi's unleashed, there's, I guess, not too much that ZETA can do to stop him, at least in this round. But just still kind of working around the map a lot, taking their time around it. Yeah, retaining a lot of the guns too, so that's going to be a pretty good sign for Full Sense in the rounds to come.
Yeah, not going to take too much away from that though. Very interested to see how this half is going to actually shape up. You've got that Yoru in there, and I feel like we've been seeing a lot of very successful Yoru play throughout this season so far.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to be able to afford too much like an op for this round, though, so maybe just more safe and default plays. You leave yourself options to rotate across if needed.
Oh, he's got a big gate crash over from A to B, or even almost A to C, so there might be a little fight over towards long here early, and then we'll potentially see Eco just, yeah, TPing back over once that's kind of cleared out. So that's some nice setup for ZETA, but with Primi having the opening kill, or maybe even two almost there, Shuka0 stuck in a pretty poor spot. This is going to be tough to hold on for Eco, and he can't do it alone. Absol is there to filter back on through, but now barrier mesh is up to slow him down. Cage there too. Ooh, kind of baits Chipboys into the fight. Chipboys just feels like he's got to keep pushing the issue, doesn't he?
Yeah, he wanted to pick up a rifle so bad.
Not on Duelist anymore, bro.
Well, there should be enough safety padding for Full Sense in this round at the very least. An ultimate for Cruz. Primi's still alive as well.
That's a good net. Cruz might as well almost have this one on lockdown. It's just down to XDLL now. He's going to try and clear out Cruz. Just can't do it. Cannot get the shots past Absol. So 3-0.
Bonus round, there it is. Yeah, the Cocoon blocked some of the shots, and that's just so annoying, unfortunately, for XDL to play against. But I think this is one of those things that maybe some newer viewers of VCT Pacific might not be so familiar with, which is that Full Sense, or well, back then Talon, actually were one of the teams that quickly adapted to teams that played Yoru, and this is exactly how you see it. Like, they'll know how to time out the gate crashes. They'll know to anticipate some of the positions where he would gate crash onto. But for now as well, just trying to build off of this. We'll see what ZETA can do, though, considering the fact that they're on just pistols. Just kind of recognizing the cage and noting a lot of the positions, but also very early rotations, and that's just enough pressure already. Could be a rifle, though, if they're able to take Jetboys down, but that is not happening yet.
Not yet. Did got a bit of a beating there, though. Oh, and a barrel's been spotted here. Shota, he sees what's happening. Imagine that at this point, yeah, ZETA is just kind of hoping that they might get that freebie onto Jetboys. That'll be a gun that they could potentially take through to the next round. Try and rotate across and see if they can back up Shota here, who's just going to play tucked, and no one's cleared him out. He could actually deny the plan. He will deny the plan, in fact. That is a bit of a mishap from Full Sense, but not the end of the world, as Primi immediately trades it. Still, 3-on-3, this is not impossible for ZETA to make something happen. They are kept at bay, again, by the Deadlock util, though. So Deadlock very useful on the attack if you're getting side control, and Absol goes straight into Primi. Conversion paths. Feels like it might not have been necessary, but Primi wants to get the job done here, and now it would seem, and it is. So Full Sense, they're not going to hold anything back. 4-0. It's a good lead to find yourself at.
Indeed. But yeah, I kind of agree as well. A little bit overkill with the conversion paths, but nonetheless, it does force Eco to sit down in his position. He was the one with the rifle after all, but like you said as well, like this is what the Deadlock comp does. Jetboy is a little bit, you know, he's gonna have to fish around for information with the camera. He's lurking around, but otherwise, for Cruz to work with the rest of the team, as long as they get onto the site, you're able to lock out so many positions. A deeper cage, and ZETA are gonna have to consider if there are any players, but with Eco over into short, they're just unaware. Absol is prepared for this hit.
Yeah, we'll call that a clothesline. Primi just tried to run through the doors and his head got lopped off. Still, space being taken. Cruz wants to have a crack of his own. No success. Yeah, there's some success in at least pushing Absol back away, but not for very long as he creeps back on the line. This is getting a bit more awkward now.
Full Sense doesn't know it's an op.
Yeah, and Cruz has been dropped off. So he's going to have to take this fight alone. It was not a bad start to that engagement. Absol goes low, but just couldn't calibrate. Now Jitboy's going to have an awkward time of trying to push his way into B. There's a player tucked in the corner, XDLL for the double.
Down B.
Easy round for ZETA. It just falls apart one player at a time for Full Sense, apparently.
Yeah. So, first in a round of handfuls where ZETA are able to start off the right foot, you know, it's just not enough pressure being created by Full Sense. It was just an initial cage, and with Eco into position up by short already, he's able to comms out to the rest of the team where else Full Sense could be. And at that point, it's just way too telegraphed to peek over onto B as well. There was not much else that Full Sense could have done, but a great way for ZETA to recover nonetheless. This operator now is going to be a bit of an obstacle for Full Sense to try and overcome. Great way to do it would be something with the initiators or Primi on the Waylay, if they're able to suss out Eco's position, of course, which is what you'll never quite know. I mean, he could be positioned over by C, marking down long. But apart from that, then, it's also just incredible work by Absol. Once again, being able to bring these numbers up to the forefront. Taking a look at the map, though. 1-3-1. It's going to be Eco marking down middle. Full Sense with more intentions over onto the A site then.
Blinded.
Oh, full push down middle here from ZETA.
With an op.
Well, Eco having a little bit of a look. Gate crash not yet taken, so time's out. And so he's happy to play the forward position. That actually brings the rest of ZETA forward as well. This is a very interesting setup from them. Long control obviously has been lost. Eco set himself up with another gate crash out if necessary. Oh. But it's not really going to prove to be necessary, you'd think. I mean, there's the flash through.
Full Sense kind of aware. I mean, they're even checking it with the wall bangs, so they should be feeling a little bit more decisive over onto the A site. Now, Jitboys, I thought they knew.
Well, it seems like they had a bit of a backup plan. I feel like Jitboys was like, all right, if we get a kill here, brilliant. If we don't, we're going to take the A site anyway. So I think that's kind of, in a sense, still worked out for Full Sense. Obviously, they'd love it to be a little bit cleaner. They haven't actually got the plant through, though. And Dimensional Drift has been ripped here as well. Kahlua has dropped. Now it's starting to get a bit more awkward. Cruz wants to plant at the back of site, but they haven't cleared out Heaven either. Full Sense have really weighted this timer down a little bit too much. Flash in, Primi avoids it. XDLL doing a great job of buying time. They've got to scramble over to B to get that plant. There's another deadlock wall up to try and keep ZETA trapped in A. This is just madness. Full Sense are really trying to toy with the rotations of ZETA.
Sonic sensors, Graph not available for Cruz, but the positions.
Need the next kill to go the way of Full Sense right here, and it will not. Cruz does drop to Shota, so Primi and Sephiroth have to get it done as a duo. Primi will be flashed away, but still Sephiroth is chiming in, and they are able to post on the line together. Hold on a minute. This could be a 2v4 on offer for Full Sense. Shota, the peek comes through from Sephiroth. He's aware of that, but now Primi in with a chance. Oh, needed the headshot and didn't get it. And so ZETA, have they won the round? The time on the defuse is going to be fine. Just, oh my word, ZETA, get it done. And Full Sense, not quite able to put that over the line, but they do make ZETA work for it.
Indeed. Okay. 2v4, 1v2, just down to the by a hair. And this, okay, this is what I didn't really like about having Jitboys actually push out front to check if there were players indeed over by middle. I mean, they already suspected it. Why not just let that go? If you lose Jitboys, you're working against a 4v5, and that's always going to be difficult. At the same time, Shota has had Full Sense's number multiple rounds now. His 10th clutch overall in his Pacific career. That's a big milestone as well. Always lurking, always ready and online, just in case Full Sense does maybe try to send a rotation back. So it's something that Full Sense need to be wise to now. On the other hand, though, Full Sense somewhat creeping forward, but there's nothing concrete enough for them to commit off of. Just trying to bait out more pieces of utility, perhaps. But otherwise, ZETA's doing a very good job at continuously varying a lot of their defensive setups. Now it's Eco onto C, which is something that they haven't quite dealt with yet. Trailblazer not quite able to clear out garage window either.
Chipboys runs into the trip, but
feigning presence. Oh, it's this hit over by A. There's a 3-stack. Smoked off just in time. There's 30 seconds.
I don't think that's going to stop Full Sense. The smoke is just a smoke. It's enough, though, to draw out a bit of Premier's util and reroute back across to B. Not a bad call. Again, wall goes up, and this is just must be so frustrating for ZETA that this wall keeps getting in their way.
Oh, and an annihilation. Whiffs, though.
No connection. Plant's gone down, though. Util's up. Players in position. Sephiroth here will be given a fight against XDLL. It was always an awkward one trying to dance around that trip, and Jip Boys spam through onto Sugar Zero. Full Sense have all the answers. Sephiroth has poured it in behind. Eco's going to go looking for that, but runs right into the headshot. There's nothing in this round at all for ZETA. They have had rings run around them by Full Sense yet again.
Definitely one of those rounds that once again goes a bit more according to plan for Full Sense. Marking the flank, a TP off across into the enemy spawn just in case, catching Eco off guard, rotting the clock, just pulling off as much information as possible. I mean, if Primi saw nothing inside of A, that's where they would have gone, but thanks to that, especially refracting backwards as well, it's so good, so quick to pivot back over into B site, something they rehearsed. You get that barrier mash shot, block off A-Link. It's so quick, so snappy. There was a very slight chance, though. I mean, if Cruz with that D-hop somehow becomes false susceptible to Shota's lurking position, like that could have been a very different round. The spike plant would have been delayed. So thankfully, things kind of work out just as well. But then the timeout comes in. ZETA, they have been playing, again, a bit more passive in some of these early rounds. Haven't quite had the opportunity yet, but who knows now. Again, you're thinking about players like Eco on this, Yoru, Shota as well. Putting up big numbers, multiple maps already. There can definitely be spoilers against Full Sense's game plans at times. For now, it's a 1-1-3 stack.
And once again, you've got that sort of forward position from Eco on A long, trying to grab the orb. Gate crashing back over to the other side of the map. Seems to be a pretty standard setup for him. Not really going to be seeing him play over towards A too much. So a good thing, because this round, again, the pressure might be towards C from Full Sense. There's now a smoke in through that window, a flash as well. It's a bit awkward here for Absol as he turns back into that smoke. He's got the help of Eco. They do hold on to Garage. Full Sense not game really to properly contest that.
Not too bad for now, just holding just as safe. ZETA checking in case there's a player lurking over by the cubby and B side as well. So doing their due diligence for the most part, but same can be said for Full Sense, who are just trying to clear a lot of forward positioning before they commit back into a singular hit. Camera confirms. Sephiroth wants to get that kill, but can't quite find it. He's going to be susceptible to a flank. And now Full Sense just has to go in again, 4v5 somewhere.
Running it down long, that's not always going to work. Primi has to refract back. They are like shooting fish in a barrel here. 30 seconds left. ZETA have all rotated across. This surely has to be a stronghold for them. The entries are not there, and like I said, I mean, you're all coming from one direction. You've got 3 or 4 players on the other side. That is too easy for ZETA. They needed the entry, and they didn't get it. So ZETA get their third.
Indeed. Like, being a bit more, not overthinking their usage of utility a bit more, I think. Willingness to spend the flash, check the corners, push out if needed. And because of that, they find numbers advantage. They especially when it comes down to a certain part of the timer. They know that's when Full Sense tends to go for their hit. And as it eventually ends up on C, like at that point, it's just far too clear. It feels a bit slippery because of the refract, but doesn't matter too much then. Now a more concerted hit, just Full Sense simplifying things into C.
Yeah, this time Primi up over the top, better timing, gets an opening pick onto Shota as well, and just able to duck in by that side and be a pest. He doesn't even have to necessarily do anything, but he still gets a second. Eco for the double, keeping the dream alive for ZETA for the moment, but Convergent Paths will net at least one more for Primi, and that'll be that. Full Sense up to 6. The timing on that hit looked a lot better for Full Sense. It wasn't Primi out in front, it was Primi going at the same time as ZETA and building that space.
And that's kind of what you want to see from Full Sense as well. Like, sometimes that's what you want to see from General Frost. You know, let loose, your dogs are for. They are here for a reason. They've been built this way for a reason. And sometimes, especially on a map like Haven, you just come in with a set plays, especially after multiple rounds of a lot of long macros. ZETA are just struggling to try to keep up. They are trying to get more proactive now, though, but this is a bit of a partial by Eco. Just a forward scout.
Smoke for long. Pops in the face of Full Sense. I'll just be happy to take the ult orb.
Okay. Eco's ported back over onto A as well, but now it's on to Sephiroth and Jit Boys.
Well, Cam hasn't spotted Sephiroth just yet. Will now.
Camera is destroyed.
Ooh, this could be good, actually. That's really good for ZETA. Sephiroth and Jit Boys both kind of getting a little bamboozled there, and now the round gets thrown into a bit of disarray.
Back in a flash.
Primi is going to have to probably be the one to push the issue here. Certainly speaking now that Kahlua has dropped. No luck at all. Full Sense routed in this one. It's just Cruz. He's wondering where his team went.
He's getting surrounded too. Sugar Zero out by the back with a stinger. Confirms the kill. And as you called it, the team just basically evaporated, especially on the A side as well. I mean, maybe they were thinking, especially with the smokes outside of C long that just popped in their face, perhaps its rotations pulled across, maybe overlooking the camera or the potential for a secondary player, Eco, to have been in that position as well. So not the safest of plays from Full Sense. You might have wanted to see, you know, a cage, a camera from Jit Boys just to try to clear out and bait some reactions away from ZETA onto that A side if they were to scout and lurk forward, but since it was lacking, you know, they kind of have to pay the price. Next round up, it's going to be Dimensional Drift very early on.
Yeah. Very early indeed. Absol tries to get the spray transfer. That was ambitious, but he's done some good damage there in middle. And Eco out of that Dimensional Drift back in towards the attacking spawn. Gate crash as well if he needs it, but not going to get the chance to use it as he just runs into the headshot from Primi. Same thing happens to Sugar Zero. Kahlua doubling down with those headshots, gets a 4K in the round. It's so strange how some rounds look like they are impossible for Full Sense and some look like they are so easy. That one was the latter.
The rounds where you think they actually might be, you know, working off of a disadvantage, but they actually managed to make it work. It's probably more because of their staggered positioning, right? Primi is able to waltz back in around, immediately recognizing the Dimensional Drift, sensing that it's going to be that mid-pop. So although maybe there's some early casualties, everyone's just getting into position, ready for the firefight, ready to trade. The next round comes up, and it's the last one of the first half, and ZETA are desperate to try to bring one back. Pushing with a 4-stack outside of A. Full Sense just dive straight onto B.
Yeah, unfortunately, it feels like ZETA's kind of played into Full Sense's hands here. Plant's going to go down early. Time is going to be against them. There's a port over onto the C site there for Sephiroth as well. So that's a real spanner in the works that ZETA are going to have to uncover at some point. Or it's going to be uncovered for them because Sephiroth is going to get some kind of late lurk flank that's going to catch someone off guard. Speaking of which, Jit Boy's doing much the same. So there's just so much in this round that ZETA have to be aware of. I think it's impossible, literally impossible for them to win this one. Kahlua picks up Eco. 3 players in on the site now for ZETA trying to get that defuse. And if they manage this, I will be absolutely shocked. But that was a beautifully played round by Full Sense. There was literally nothing ZETA could do. 8-4 at the end of the half, and they are now starting to really dominate on Haven.
You made me crack up, Jordan. I really had to consider for a second there if Absol had been successful in sticking that defuse all the way
imagine
through.
he just sits the defuse and he wins the round somehow.
Okay,
That would have been
frickin'
so
way.
funny.
But yeah, it's just this stubborn insistence on both sides of trying to stick through with their game plan. ZETA wants to push up outside of A. And unfortunately for them, Full Sense were already one step ahead. B execute, having the deadlock utility of walling things off. And it's just chef's kiss.
403 ACS in the first half from Primi. That is not a bad shout.
He's so good on this role.
I know, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Well, we'll see what else happens, but I have an idea, I have an inkling what could be witnessed over with Full Sense on the defensive side. I mean, Cruz, Deadlock, A-Site, it's just a match made in heaven, and how he's able to kind of counter a lot of the potential Yoru entries. That was what he did against T1 just a year ago. But then again, it's been a bit of time. Not sure what might have changed. We'll take a gander. ZETA, though, definitely feeling a bit more pressure now. They did so much work back over on the last map of Sunset. Still wanting to will this one forward, but definitely meeting a lot more resistance this time. Pistol round would be great.
Yep, just Jit Boys over towards C. And most of ZETA look like they're headed in that direction. Similar kind of approach from ZETA, where they're using their Cypher on the opposite side of the map. Shota to see whether there'll be any aggression over towards A. Immediate smoke out from Full Sense in response to that early pressure on long.
For sure, Spams as well does some decent tags, but immediately topped off. No real trips for this round at the initial beginning. Just trying to get a good sensing for where ZETA wants to go. Oh.
Primi's on the hunt for info, and he's on the hunt for some heads as well. Stuck around for an extra shot there to try and get the better of Absol, but eventually does have to refract back to safety.
Cage triggered.
4 on 5 to start things off for ZETA. It's not going to be an easy job.
Okay, testing a little bit over onto A lobby. Absol onto Lurk. Nothing too much else, though. I mean, this is quite clear for Cruz what the standard operating procedures would be. Immediately walls off, maybe sets up a trip as well. The whole team moving forward into stack up as well. But of course, always having the option, especially now that this is a 5v4, to pivot back over onto B.
They are going to get a plan, so it's a nice start.
Absol
creeping on the line with the Sheriff in hand. If he can tap away at a head or two, he can swing this round back in the favor of ZETA. We'll be setting back up in Garage, doubled up in Garage as well. That'll be tough for Primi to dig out. But he is waiting very patiently, and that patience is rewarded. Camera will spot him out. Happy to, again, take the fight. You know, Primi just so bold, loses his life though. Shota and Sugar Zero looking to make this one interesting. Defuse is on, stuck halfway. Now it's just XDLL, but he could well get this done with some good spamming through that smoke. Denies the spike, and he gets the kill on Nakalua as well. You are kidding me. That is a miracle worked by XDLL, and we are going in the same direction maybe as Sunset, where the mad rounds just kick off in the second half. What a flick.
Mad rounds. That was a 4v5. But thanks to the smokes, incredibly well placed, players positioned around it, catching Full Sense players as they tried to hop onto the spike.
That'll have to be on the flick of the week.
Yeah.
Cage triggered.
Okay.
Eco's just going to have to get back out of there.
Camera taken out.
And Full Sense take all the control on the A side of the map. Couple of shots in here from Shota. A bit of a target practice really for him. And same for Eco, but not to the same success.
Oh.
ZETA though do get their way into the C site for a plant.
Minimal losses for ZETA though, so not exactly weapons that Full Sense can come into the retake with on a strong advantage. So despite this being a 3v3, it just comes down to all the positions that ZETA are holding. But if Full Sense can do a bit more damage, that'd be neat.
Certainly would be. It's a good setup though here for ZETA. It should be pretty much unlosable.
Okay.
And good coverage in the end there from Sugar Zero. So ZETA get back to a 2-round deficit. Starting to recover things.
They've also lost, what, like 1 rifle? Eco gets the buyback up, so maybe not the worst thing in the world. Still a possible bonus for ZETA because they had 2 players on money man duty.
Nice.
But still needing to see a little bit more. It's incredibly early in this second half still, but the ideas of which, yes, how Full Sense would tend to play. Those trips around the A side is exactly what I'm talking about with how Cruz can counter Yoru plays. But on to C, though, that's where things get a little bit more tricky. Jit Boys with his trips, like Yoru clones and everything, are a perfect counter for this.
Pretty nasty looking bonus for ZETA, though, it does have to be said. The weapons are really leaving a little bit to be desired, so have to maybe get a lot of value out of these Seekers or find a nice couple of headshots or 2. Oh, Cruz.
Nasty.
Tag down to 12. That's what we're talking about. It's not impossible for ZETA, but need a few things to go their way.
That is one of them.
Oh,
okay.
There's another.
Traps disabled.
And Cruz disabled as well. Strocher's just going to set himself up here to watch in middle, and he will get a chance here as well. Oh dear, might be another one on offer actually, as the info comes through from the neural theft as well. Shota has just ripped this round open and away from Full Sense. Jip Boys will try to filter his way back in onto the site. That's a clone. XDLL will swing off the back of it alongside Sugar Zero, and ZETA are putting this round together perfectly. Primi is wondering what on earth has just happened to my team.
There's no other way around it. I mean, oh God. You know what's like, I'm still trying to figure out how to formulate my sentences now. I don't want to be caught saying like the wrong thing or a rude thing, but it's just so freaking weird.
Just say your mind, Quack.
Yeah. I mean, I'm going to try. There might be a chance Primi doesn't even get to survive in this round.
He's going to be chased, that's for sure. XTLL having a bit of a look, but Primi is just a little bit too sharp. I don't even know if it's so much that he's sharp, so much as he's got just insane crosshair placement.
Yeah,
like,
really
it's just such small micro adjustments required from him that he makes it look easy. His aim is so fluid.
He's very good at holding angles.
Yeah.
But okay, so yes, credit to ZETA for how they're able to put some of these rounds together. This wallbang kill in particular was fantastic. Immediately noting the tracers, Cruz should have known better. But this, if Full Sense sent 2 players into a smoke with the intention of popping out, clearing a lot of the positions or angles outside, like they have to be a little bit more aware of the potential angles that could be held against them. But the fact that they kind of overlook it, it still feels like they're throwing some of these away. At least they, okay, no, they're broke. They're dead broke. ZETA's marching in elsewhere, but let's have a listen in to see what Full Sense can do.
มาต่อ
วิ่งทับซีไปแล้ว
ไม่เห็นภูเขาฟ้าไม่เห็นไหลเข้าบีได้ช่างมันไปเลยพี่เราเลือกอะไรไม่ได้เยอะก้อน1 นาที 10มาเลยต้องไม่เยอะเลยเคียวที่ลองกูไม่เจอใครอ่ะมันน่าจะให้โยรู้เดินคนเดียวเว้ยเพื่อหาเพราะมันกลับไปเลยนะเดี๋ยวกูเองมาแพ็คบีมากำลังไปเดี๋ยวโยรู้ก็เดินมาคิวเดินมาเอาไอคิวก็เรียกบีก็ซีนั่นแหละ
Just another one of these rounds where working with a disadvantage, trying to read what their opponent's utilities would be, but ZETA is playing incredibly safe as well, and look at how still Eco has an option to TP back.
Oh, how's he got away with that?
Outlaw entry, dude.
Primi saved that gun last round for nothing.
Maybe one of his teammates can come back in to pick it up, but
yeah, Sephiroth's going to go grab it, but he's on the wrong side of the map really to do anything with it now as ZETA are starting to make their way in towards C. Does get the better of Eco, and some of this util might cause a bit of a problem for ZETA as they try to work their way into that C site. There's not a lot of time, but they are finding the entries.
Kahlua hoping for an opportunity himself. He's not really going to find it. That's the end of that. 8-8 is the scoreline. ZETA are so back.
Just incredible. Putting so many of these rounds together. We had 4 in the first half for full sense, but now 4 answered right back. So pressure alleviated now. Outline entry, but also the way that they're clearing into the cages. You felt like, yeah, maybe some of the utility would be a bit worrisome for ZETA, but no, they just swiftly deal with it. Hopping in and out. It's full sense again, just trying to maintain their lead now, but with so much to think about. Okay, just to dive in now.
Ooh, here we go. Ball back across here from Sephiroth, thinking about maybe trying to reinforce that B site. Fast lane's going to go up, which will allow entry for ZETA. Sugar Zero's up on top as well of the site. Shota's been picked up in the meanwhile. So ZETA now trying to do this as 4. It's quite awkward spot to be in. But gonna have to get it done with what they've got. Absol looks to try to take the fight to full sense. There's a convergent pass that do go through. Absol's been connected on by the Annihilation. Cruz did go down though. So maybe still a chance in here for ZETA as they try to just tap away at that defuse. Half connected here for full sense. Ward takes his one bullet. Eco got it. Eco denied the defuse. And ZETA. Oh, he didn't deny the defuse. It went through. It went through, my bad. Whoa, I got too excited for a second there. I thought it was just another one of those rounds.
I don't blame you. It really looks so chaotic. And it almost looked as though, especially once the kill feed got lit up. I mean, the defuse indicator disappeared at some point, so...
That's what I thought. I thought he got him right on the last second.
But he was still on it, sitting around that spike. Yeah. And his teammates dying all around him, like, they just sacrificed their lives for the cause. Yeah. Body block.
He killed somebody else. He killed somebody
else. But look at what this does, though. You lost your lives. Now you don't have enough to buy up for this round. So you won that round, but what for? It's costly. And now they have to pull off some risky plays, trying to bring some guns back in.
Well, I mean, it's possible, certainly for full sense. Though it's not going to help out, and it's also just free info for Shota and for his team, which really sets them up for success. Eco bags an easy one onto Kahlua. Dimensional Drift got built up in that last one. He got like 3 or 4 kills. So ZETA have a lot to actually play with going forward here. This round won't really require much of an investment.
Precisely. Dimensional Drift, he saves it. It's such a pivotal ultimate that they can do so much with it. Some inconsequential damage if possible or anything, but...
Eco's watching this line.
Oh.
Oh, good flick.
Impressive.
Eco farming up a storm. He's been great this season as well for ZETA. Does have to be said.
Couldn't agree more, especially with this outlaw in hand. A little bit tough for Sephiroth to hold on to this weapon, especially with the flash popping through. But it does, all in all, eventually come down to this 9-9. They had the defuse in the past round, but does come back to this.
Another OT brewing, maybe?
It's possible, it's possible. But okay, this is what I'm thinking about now. Right. You have a lot of these trips. Eco could just dimensional drift, come in, break through a lot of them, or scout them out for his team. And with that information, then ZETA can come in with a much more secure hit onto a singular site. So, full sense needing to think twice about some of these now. Okay. Smart tripwires are onto A site, but sonic sensors onto C portion of the map. Economy not great for full sense either. These rounds are so crucial.
Doubled up in garage.
Oh, trying to bait it out.
Paranoia does go through. Cruz wants to take the fight forward. Kahlua, meanwhile, also crunching into middle, gets the better of Shota.
With Primi.
So that's very clearly a set strat for full sense that's caught ZETA off guard. Heals for Cruz as well. Back up to 100 HP. It's as if there was no fight even as far as full sense are concerned.
And with the Seekers coming out as well. So both sides kind of painting a mental picture in their minds. Oh, but there it is. Gate crash into Dimensional Drift.
Yeah.
Pulls a lot of the rotations back over away. And ZETA are trying to end up on the B site.
Drone,
30 seconds
clone
left.
rather, is going to go forward here. B site is taken, but Kalua's still in the back of the site. That's a sharp raw adjustment onto Sugar Zero. Thought he was in all sorts of trouble there, but Kalua gets his second for the round and he's done his job. Now it's the rest of the team that need to get it done. XDLL is making for a difficult task for Full Sense. Seekers do go out as well. Gives away the position of Sephiroth, and ZETA are capitalizing. Right now, Chip Boys alone, trying to make this retake happen. And again, look at the post plan from ZETA. It's just impossible to win.
Oh.
ZETA have the lead. And are we watching another sunset appear in front of our eyes?
I think so.
Is it a beautiful sunset, Quack? That's what I have to ask you. Is it one of those nice, you know, over the mountains,
Depends
on the
your
beach,
definition.
orange, pink skies?
It feels a bit more tragic, more, I don't know.
I mean, it depends on whose perspective you're looking at it from.
Yeah, but logically thinking, you know, the fact that Full Sense had the lead, all to just lose it in the second half, especially when they had numbers advantage in that fight as well, it's just not great. And now they're broke. It's possible 11-9.
I'm still going to give it a crack. Chip Boys with that Sheriff, no connections, and
Cage triggered.
hefty stack over toward the C side of the map. C and B being the focus. A is completely open, and that is where ZETA are headed right now, trying to clear out long and short.
Remember just a couple rounds ago as well, Eco on this Outlaw. See, that's something more picturesque. He's just waltzing into A site, getting entries, if not just holding post plant with the angle over onto Heaven, gets the flick with the wall bang as well. Like, he's very liable to do the same thing here. It's a perfect opportunity for it.
Perfect opportunity for ZETA to farm up a couple more ultis right at the 11th hour. XDLL maybe get another set of Seekers out or give Absol a kill through to charge the overdrive. There's one more for XDLL. Eco here on the line too. Shota getting involved as well. This is a little bit too easy for ZETA. Just compounding the issues for Full Sense going forward. Only Primi left alive now. And obviously he can't do anything about this situation. Missed shot or two from Eco, but no big deal. XDLL will be happy to collect those charges. 11-9, and it is ZETA's chance to topple Full Sense today.
11th hour. Does Full Sense still have it left in them? Just a couple of rounds ago, Killon was doing a pretty decent job holding outside of back of B. They had the reads, Cruz had a flank, set up over onto the top of mid-window, but ZETA just so aware as well. Doing such a fantastic job of keeping things tight, finding trades, getting those frags back in as well. And I think, you know, apart from Eco, and then maybe a bit of XDL as well in one of those Sage plays, I think on Split a bit more. Shota has been, again, still played as quite the spoiler against Full Sense. He's always finding these deep positions. They don't expect him to be in certain spots. If not, he's marking the flank against Cruz.
Yeah, Shota's had a great series. It was good on the opening couple of maps as well. Eco and Shota probably the two standouts for the day for ZETA. And, well, Full Sense, I mean, they've had their moments. There's no doubt about that, but it just seems like when push comes to shove, when the chips are down, maybe ZETA kind of lock in a little bit better. Just had some words from the coaches on both sides with that timeout. See what kind of effect that's going to end up having.
Oh, up. Bit of a swing round too. Full Sense more than likely going to be pretty broke from the next round if this one doesn't pan out. Capped out on the round loss bonus. But
oh, what? How is that not connected? That was a Primi kill every day of the week. I would have put my house on it. Thank God I didn't. I'd be homeless.
Now it's on a Cruise. So much pressure on the outskirts of Garage.
Scout, just
Okay,
That
Cruz
hits.
picked up. So that's advantage ZETA for this round.
We don't really get to see from Ego's POV, but like it's very tiny pixel angles.
Yep.
And now it's showed out a lurk around B. The whole team from ZETA wants to push over onto C.
Smoke goes forward. Garage control taken here by ZETA. Sephiroth. Big moment for him. Can get two. Taps away at the head there of Sugar Zero. You might have blinked and missed it. 3 on 3 is still not a bad spot to be in here for ZETA with the space that they've got. Shota is really pressuring on onto B. He's actually called the rotate of the spike across, which might be a mistake. XDLL swinging on the line, does seize Jip Boys, but Killua is the X factor in this round for Full Sense. His position is not yet noted. Primi taken down. XDLL can't get away with it.
1v2.
Surely not. I mean, Killua has been pretty clutch, but 11 and 15 is not exactly filling me with confidence. Spike Plant goes down, walking in through Garage, wins that duel onto XDLL. Now it's just Eco in the 1v1. And again, he could be that saving grace for ZETA. And he could put a sunset on the plans of Full Sense. Killua having a look, Eco as well, right into the crosshair, right into the headshot. Killua out of the picture and ZETA up to 12. It is their map and their series to lose.
We're done here.
12 and 9. 1v2, a 1v3. And it comes down to Eco. Great sensibility knowing that he had the position pinned down as well.
Oh, they know they're close. You can tell it's getting a little bit frantic in the comms there. Timeout calls.
It feels a bit done.
they're putting up the timeout symbol.
And look at the arsenal that Full Sense brings into this round now.
Really trying to get in the heads of Full Sense. Yeah, it's not great. Primi pushing his way forward. He's had enough. Opens the account for Full Sense. It might not be easy to close this game for ZETA. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. We'll walk into the B side. There is a camera there.
Not really providing too much for it now, though. Well, trying to end up on the C side. Oh, that's a quick TP from Sephiroth.
It's a very good spot to find himself in, but if they do pick up Cruz, they could play the front of the site. Still, easier said than done. Cruz is in there with a headshot.
Alt brought up.
Shota's waiting for anyone to come through from Garage. There's really nothing headed in his direction. You're going to have to force a plan here if you want this round to progress at all. But Sephiroth's position feels so powerful. No connection from Cruz. Killua, however, chiming in onto Shota. Flash around the corner, sees them both remaining. Eco gets another double. This guy is just popping off.
Oh, man. Cutting through. We're back to a 2v3 dimensional drift, or at least thinking about it.
Do you rip it? He's going to think about it. Wants to have a crack. Gate crashes in as well. It's going to be a fast rotate over to A. He's going to maybe try and isolate a duel here against Primi. Has Absol there as well. They've both gone very quickly over to A, but they know there's players here. They've got to clear them out with 10 seconds left on the clock. This is awkward. Primi finds his initial timing. Absol's just got to swing. You've got to find Cruz, but that is a sharp fade away. And Full Sense are not dead yet.
Still alive. Still breathing. And that's what you have to admire. It's not just a bit of a bare breath, but the fact that they can keep willing this game forward. The push outside of A long. It does go a bit haywire with some of these kills and trades, which maybe a little bit too eager for. But being able to bring it back as well. Annihilation Rip just to funnel them out into the open for Killua to find some kills. You need so much more than that, though. That might have been just one dimensional drift spent, but Absol, Sugar Zero, they still have theirs. Same could be said for Primi and Killua, however, so back to the drawing board.
It's just a contact play up onto C.
Eco has an escape route. So Presence, Full Sense left scratching their heads again, but they do have the majority of the A site heavily reinforced.
Yeah, good territory actually for Full Sense in this round. It's going to take ZETA quite a bit of time to actually work their way through middle.
Which doesn't feel like too big of a loss, though. ZETA are sitting on so much utility, so they can take their time with this round. Get a sense for how Full Sense have their defenses set up. Get the Trailblazer in, break those trips.
I was going to say, at what point do you look to try to pull these Seekers as Kahlua and get an insight as to where this round is going? Sugar Zero picked up there by Cruz. ZETA surely can't be falling over at the final hurdle here. This was supposed to be their map. Now, though, Full Sense coming in and running a bit of a muck, I should say. ZETA, though, get themselves a couple of entries. They've still got to get past Sephiroth, and Jip Boys is on this site as well. This is by no means an easy entry. In fact, it might not be an entry at all. XDLL to try and clutch it out himself. He's got not a lot of time, but he's got some real shots on through. Convergent paths do connect. Spike plant will be converted, and Primi here has to win the 1v1 to keep Full Sense alive. And of course, you can bank on Primi winning the 1v1. It is 12-11. Full Sense are not going down without a fight.
Primi in the 1v1 clutch. Put your house on that. Okay. Around that feels as though it has gone topsy-turvy, but with more pieces of utility coming in from ZETA, it just starts to reveal where they intend to end up. Sephiroth just does so much work to anchor down the site.
Spike planted.
All down to the eventual trades as well.
Timeout.
Rare instances, but starting to see more of these Full Sense players come alive, start to provide their value again. At times it looks as though Full Sense are caught between intuition and logical thinking. They want to go for some fights, but at the same time they know they have to think through some of these scenarios. But then at the nth hour, where ZETA are sitting on a whole bunch of utility, instead of, you know, maybe just full sending it into a single site, they take their time with things, and that leaves gaps open for Full Sense to take individual duels. The timeout now. All for a potential overtime, or for everything to end right here, right now.
Two rounds in a row. Some confidence building rounds certainly for Full Sense, but you never really know. This last round, you can really see a curveball get thrown in on one side or the other side. It looks like it's going to be a bit of a curveball here from Full Sense, as they are going to have 4 players stacked over towards A, and ZETA might actually run into that.
Oh. Or they flash out first. Should be enough info.
Nico, going to be okay for now. Just get crashed back to safety. C-site completely open, but Full Sense are moving quickly through long.
They've already spent their Omen flash. That was a big piece of utility. At least they block off the site, so one less problem to worry about. But straight on into C, this is down to full retakes.
Yeah, ZETA very much aware that this C site is taken for free. They had that Trailblazer forward as well, didn't see anything.
You have to retake without an Omen flash. It's all down to Kill1.
You also have to get past Yota, who is just going to cut those rotates off if they do go spawn side.
Uh-oh.
There's so much space still to cover here for Full Sense. It might be over right now. There's a lot of time that's going to be taken away from them just by trying to clear the map. They lost so much space. It was a big gamble over towards A. It may not pay off for them.
Okay. Not really seeing too much. Showdown will go back and regroup with the rest of the team. ZETA's already in position to stall out this retake.
Speaking of paranoias, there's a good one back on through for ZETA. It's a 1-for-1, but Primi once again is doing Primi things. Shut down by Absol. XDLL in there for 1 or 2 himself. It might be it. ZETA looking for the upset over Full Sense, and they have got it. 13-11. And the jubilation continues, and today for the Japanese scene as they get themselves yet another win, and this time over a massive scalp like Full Sense, and it is despair. You cannot see it, but I can see it on the faces of Full Sense as they have their heads in their hands. Oh dear, what a day we've had to kick off day 3, week 3.
Triumphant for Japanese Valorant overall. But as Full Sense, like, how could you not be kicking yourselves? You had the first map. You had the first half. You've had pistols, strong advantages, but all of it gets tossed into chaos in some of these last few rounds, and little moments in which they start to itch for some of these fights. And my oh my, in these instances, ZETA comes out triumphant. Eco with some of these big plays. XDLL, Shota again. It's so clear strong bits of information, and down to this long and drawn-out game, ZETA comes out on top.
Yeah, I mean, they just come in swinging, don't they? I think, full sense, we can definitely say, still have a lot of work to do. They never really felt like they were at their best today, and ZETA definitely stepping up week after week. They're looking better and better, and, you know, it's not just a one-man show. You've got individuals across the board that are kind of having moments, which is really what you want to be seeing. I mean, maybe the future is bright for ZETA after all. I thought that they were in a pretty rough spot after the last stage, but coming in, and as you can see, the fans were awarded for the dedication today. It is late tonight, almost midnight local time, and they have stayed in force to watch as their team got themselves that victory. And yeah, there you go, ZETA. It's time to hear from them as we'll hand it down to the stage with Jen.
네, 이렇게 2연승을 달리는 제타입니다. 제타의 클러치 머신이죠. XDL 선수 만나보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 쇼리 오네토 고자이마스.
고자이마스.
Well, here with ZETA's clutch machine XDL. Now, with this win, you guys have a nice win streak going on, and third time's the charm for you guys when it comes to facing Full Sense. So, what was it? How was it today, and what went well for you? 일단은 오늘 승리로 이렇게 연승을 만들어냈고요. 그리고 오늘 승리로 인해서 올해 세 번째 만나서 풀센스를 꺾어냈습니다. 여기에 대해서 오늘 어떤 점이 잘 통했는지, 그리고 오늘 경기 어떻게 느꼈는지 들어보고 싶네요.
ここ2日の試合で、連勝で、3回目の、フルセンス戦でようやく勝てたっていう部分で、どういったところを意識してチームとして変えていったのかお聞かせください。 そうですね、本当に特に焦らないようにじわじわとやっていく、自分たちが結構1キル2キル取れた場面でテンポアップしてそのまま連キル持っていかれて負けるっていうのがよくあったので、そういうところなくすように頑張りました。
진심으로 서두르지 않게 그거를 진짜로 의식적으로 많이 연습을 했습니다. 저희가 원래 한두 명 잡으면 그냥 바로 패스트 템포로 가는 게 많았는데 그런 것도 일단은 그만하고 일단 첨단하는 거는.
Well, we actually practiced staying composed because we used to, rush a little bit especially when we got one or two picks, we would kind of take it up a tempo and play it fast tempo, and we were very cautious not to do that today, and that's what went well today. Well, 그리고 이제 투감시자를 상대하게 됐잖아요. 일단 뭐 스타일적으로 상대하기 훨씬 더 수월한지도 물어보고 싶네요. I mean, you guys faced double sentinels today all across 3 maps. Was that stylistically easier for you guys? And do you guys feel more comfortable facing that type of opponents?
今日フルセンスが基本的には2センチ構成を使用していて、実際戦いやすいのか、それとも結構苦戦している部分は実際あったのか。
そうですね、2センチに対してはあまり苦戦はしなかったですね。やっぱりフルセンスは個々の打ち合いが強いので、そこに逆に苦戦したかなと思います。構成に関してはあまり苦戦しなかったです。
투 센티널에 대한 거는 별로 그런 거는 없고, 그것보다는 풀센스 모든 선수가 엄청 잘 쏘니까 그것만 조심하자라는 그런 걸로 오늘은 많이 연습을 해왔습니다.
Well, not really. It didn't have much to do with Full Sense running the double sentinels. We were just very aware of how talented of aimers Full Sense players were. So, not losing the aim duels was our focal point. Now, I also wanted to ask you guys about your comps, because you're playing something that's a little bit off meta, rather off meta, right? How did you guys come together in this decision? I mean, Eco kind of talked about how he suggested playing the Breach and also the Yoru, but tell us more about that decision process. 그리고 일단 제타 같은 경우에는 현재 메타에서 좀 벗어난 조합을 많이 기용하는 중인데 어찌 됐든 이코 선수가 자기가 요루를 하기로 했다, 그리고 브리치를 하기로 어필을 했었다고 얘기를 했지만 좀 그 과정에 대해서 더 들어보고 싶어요.
ゼータは今のところ結構、どちらかというとオフメタチックな構成を使用しているんですけども、それに対しては一体どういった理由があるのかっていうのと、エコー選手とかも夜を使ったりブリーチを使ったりとか、かなり幅広くはやっているとは思うんですけども、そこら辺もどういった経緯でそういったことになっているのか。
そうですね、まずヘイブンの夜のエコーの夜に関しても完全にエコー側からの提案で、もうエコがやってみたいって言ってやり始めたのがきっかけですね。他のマップも割と最初は 2D とかメタ構成をやってからこっちの方がいいんじゃないみたいな話がステージ1を持ってからいろいろあってから結果的にオフメタになったって感じですね。
그 헤이븐 요르도 솔직히 그 뭐지 에코 선수가 자기가 그냥 이거 하고 싶다라고 해갖고 그냥 하게 해준 거고, 그리고 그 다른 맵도 똑같이 원래 우리는 그 투듀얼리스트 메타콤프를 하고 있었는데 그것보다는 그냥 우리들이 그냥 하고 싶은 거 하자라는 그걸로 지금 잘 되고 있는 것 같아요.
Well, when it comes to Haven, I mean, Eco offered to play the Yoru, so we just let him have the Yoru. And we used to run the double duelist, very meta comp, but then at one point, we just decided to do what we're comfortable with and what we feel like what's going to enable us a little bit more in the server. Now, lastly, we see a ton of improvements from you guys, and we talk about the stylistic changes, how you guys have been very creative and more aggressive, but tell us from the player's perspective, what is the biggest improvement that you guys feel when you're in the server yourselves? 그리고 이제 마지막으로 보는 저희도 좀 많은 것들이 변화됐고 또 발전됐다고 느끼는데요. 선수의 입장에서 어떤 부분이 가장 바뀌었다고 체감되는지 들어보고 싶네요.
最後に視聴者の視点としてもゼータの動きやらプレイスタイルがかなり大きく変わっているように見えるんですけども、選手視点はどういったところが変わったのか。
そうですね、そのキックオフとか最初レッドブルでフナティックとどうだっけ G2 に2連勝した時とかは本当にセット重視でもうほぼセットしかしてない 2D リストでセットしかしないチームだったんですけど、今は結構もうセットもあまりやらずに結構ゆっくりやって勝てるチームになってきたので僕はいいと思います。
저희가 레블 홈그라운드에서도 그랬는데 원래는 그냥 계속 셋 플레이만 하고 그냥 A exec, B exec, C exec 계속 그것만 했었는데 지금은 애들이 더 많은 경기를 보고 공부를 많이 해서 지금 이제 그런 거가 아니라 그냥 그때 임프로바이즈로 지금 애들이 하고 있다.
I mean, back in Red Bull Homeground, we were kind of doing the rinse and repeat type of a thing. We would do a set play where it comes to A execute, B execute. It was very set in stone, but we studied a lot. We watched a lot of VODs, and we talked amongst ourselves. And now we're able to be more fluid, adapt to our opponents, and that's what I would say the biggest improvement ZETA has made in stage 2. Well, that was XDL and ZETA with 2 wins in a row. Thank you so much, guys, for joining for the interview, and good night, everybody. 자, 이렇게 해서 XDL 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 내일 다시 인사드리도록 하겠습니다.
I told you guys, ZETA was gonna win.
Yeah. Look, if I'm the Japanese teams, I'm crowdfunding to keep Mizuka here in Korea because apparently she's an incredible good look charm for them.
That's actually a great point.
Yeah.
She came here and she just like whipped them back into action. Like, look, you guys, Japanese Valorant needs to be back.
Look, all the kids have been talking about your granny getting hit by a bazooka, but what happens when you get hit by a bazooka? Apparently we found out today.
Apparently you start winning games.
That is some boomer puns. I like it.
Boomer puns? You have to give credit to
the kids. Oh, sorry, go on.
You have to give some credit to ZETA Division in this map 3. Down big at the half, but their attacking half was super clean. I think they played it really well. I love that they're using the Yoru again. I think it really suits the team. And I like the direction that it's heading. We're seeing so much improvement from them. This is a massive win.
I felt like they were in control of most of this series. Like, honestly, Full Sense was keeping it very close. I thought that they were going to win this series. I think a lot of people predicted from them, outside of some, elderly talent members.
The wise talent members. The wisest.
Wisdom comes with age. But honestly, for ZETA, I liked how they played today. It was a very controlled, kind of slower paced attacking side. And I kind of like what XDL said on the stage as well. I felt like their spacing was a big key to them winning today. It was very patient play. They made sure that they were, trading each other well. And a lot of the time, when they actually broke things down into the mid to late round, it was a very tight pack. And they were you could tell the communication was very tight today. I liked what I saw from them.
And I do think we have to ask some questions now about the comps and the roles on the side of Full Sense. Jitboys on that entry duelist looked fantastic early on in this series, and then he moves across onto the Cypher and just really begins to struggle in this map 3. So sometimes swapping roles like that mid-series is hard for players. We see some players do it flawlessly, but it's about if he can be consistent now, if he's going to be back and forth.
Now, there are a lot of plans coming in, new plans, especially with the role changes from on the Sentinel and also Jitboys on the Cypher, like you were saying just now. We even heard Frost telling Jitboys about the Cypher cam usage, and then you see right after the timeout, Jitboys does the opposite of what Frost has just told him. We can hear him here in the stadium. It's not hard to hear the coaches. So if you ever want to hear what the coaches are saying, just sit in the stadium. But I can imagine also that there are just so many new things coming into play that the players aren't doing what the coaches ask them.
I don't know what to say about it. Jitboys has not had the best of games there. It may be some more Sentinel protests coming out here for Full Sense, but you can't argue with the fact that when they were playing kind of their old style and when they've matched up against ZETA multiple times this year, they have kind of smashed them. And then today, look, ZETA is in much better form. ZETA has improved as a team. You have to give credit where credit's due, and especially this guy. I mean, Eco, is this his third MVP in a row? I feel like we've given him the MVP every single game for ZETA. This guy has been phenomenal.
He's playing so well in this new version of Zeta Division when he's on those initiators, he's popping. Now across on the Yoru, he's popping. He's looking like a Swiss army knife for these guys. So very impressive from him. And if he can continue this form, what can't Zeta Division do at this point? They're 2-1 now in the groups. They have that positive record, which is surprising after what we saw from them over in Stage 1.
Yeah, and again, I think for Full Sense, in the context of what they've just been able to achieve, we've seen them at an international event. We've seen them in the grand finals over at Ho Chi Minh. They're a team that wants championship points. They're not going to be happy to lose a very close series like this one, go down 1-2 in their group and miss out on yet another championship point when the race towards champs is so tight between these teams.
They are knocking on the door there of a top 2 slot. They will have a game against Global Esports still left to play as well. So it's on the cards. They could go straight into the playoffs there. Over in Group Omega, it's pretty close. We see 3 teams there sitting on 2-1 and 3 teams on that 1-2, so all to play for over there.
This is a huge win for DFM as well today, because now they are still in contention. I think if they didn't win today, it would have been near impossible, I think, to really pull through. So this is a great day for the Japan teams. I mean, we did have 3 of them playing, but the 2 full Japanese near full Japanese rosters playing today. Really good showing. This is what we want to see, and it's kind of like, they're giving it all their gut. And I know we had a lot of questions also for ZETA, because they're one of the few teams who didn't make any changes coming into Stage 2, but we can see exactly why. Now, Bill Diff was the game we're playing again.
I'm raging.
Winner gets a laptop.
I'm so angry.
We all had decent builds. I don't know what Paper Thin was doing with Cruz. Cruz is a great IGL.
That's interesting.
Don't know why he did that.
Yeah, both of you guys picked an interesting controller play. I don't know what was going on there.
Us? Yeah. Oh, he was good until the last map.
Look, if Full Sense close this in 2, I'm dominant today, but they don't get it done, and then I had Jitboys in my duelist for that map 3,
and
so
look,
it's a little bit sad.
I want to make a case for Sugar Zero. He usually does frag, and everything is topsy-turvy.
I lost so many points because this went to map 3.
Honestly, this
you
was
can't
very
blame your
tight,
mother
though.
this time.
That's true.
This is all you.
Yeah, unlucky.
6 points between the majority of us.
Actually, yeah, we're all very
right
close.
there as well, Morgan.
Yeah.
And then Clinton.
Wait,
look,
who does
his
Seth
breads
have?
went today.
Who does Seth have that put him on the top? Damn you.
Seth?
I'm not sure.
It was like Quack at the top.
He's been doing well. Oh, he's overtaken Quack as well. Okay.
Oh, Seth can't win. That's the one thing I care about.
Cheats.
Is
He
Seth
messages
can't win.
coaches. I mean, tells us
Yeah.
that he's messaged them like after the fact.
At least he cheats openly.
He plays pretty dirty.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know
But
what we
he's
should do?
in first, so.
Yeah.
What's the
yeah,
gap?
he is in
Oh,
first.
I'm like
He's in
30
first.
points behind him. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's kind of destroying. Quack's right up there as well. I'm like
I'm
50
so
points
rooting for
behind
Quack.
Seth.
I want Quack to win.
Yeah, we want Quack to win. The real GOAT of Build Diff for Stage 2. Now, this is more important. Championship points and the remaining of the Week 3 schedule. I think tomorrow is still one of my top games I'm looking forward to, especially Global Esports versus Gen G. Now,
That's a big one.
yes, they're both looking great for Stage 2, and I think this is going to be a real test for either one of these teams.
Yeah, I think for Gen G right now, they're flawless in the group stage, but can they keep that going? Global, of course, they dropped that last game, but they're looking to rebound. And then we have also Paper Rex against Team Secret. We know that Team Secret won't be fielding their full roster here, so let's see if they can get damage done against the Paper Rex looking to heat up.
That's going to be a rough game for them, I'm not going to lie. If they can
tough.
take a map, I think Coach Spin can be happy, and maybe there'll be a few less death slams tomorrow. T1 DFM will be an interesting
before
one.
we move on for that, though, I think tomorrow will be the most Singaporeans we've had on one stage in a
That's
while.
true. A lot of Singaporeans
Yes.
there. Styron and Sky's
That's why we're kicking you out of the venue tomorrow.
Yeah, you go.
To even things out.
There's a
Quack,
cap.
I need you to come. Yeah, there's a limit. There's a limit. There's a quota. But you were talking about T1 DFM. You know, we got to hear from Cess earlier, and he, of course, he had some words, you know, friendly, competitive words for T1. The very first win in Pacific, I believe, was against them.
Yeah.
So, yeah, early predictions for tomorrow?
For
Since I'm not here,
tomorrow,
I'm not here, I want to know.
2-0 Paper Rex, and I'm going to give GE a 2-1 probably.
I'm going GE. I
Yeah.
think they got it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fair. That's fair. Yeah, I don't remember who I put, but I think Gen G's actually going to win tomorrow.
Well, your predictions are very important to you, Victoria. Don't play coy, you know. You did a great job today.
I did get my predictions right today.
Really?
I know
she hasn't
production
mentioned it
hasn't
at
put
all.
up.
And you love Japan, don't you?
I am their greatest supporter, especially ZETA Division, all you doubters out there.
Now you just need to shave your hair off.
Like Panda and Paper Thin. Anyway, that's it from us today. Speaking of Singapore, I'll be going back to Singapore, so I'll see you guys next weekend. You guys have fun, enjoy.
We always do.
Losing Build Diff, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for more VCT Pacific action.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.
Where Foxy 9's going to get a freebie.
Earn
And he's
everything.
actually got one more elsewhere as well. It's the table's just a bit of hate. Akame again. How does he do it every time? And it says on the defuse, there's nothing the LP can do about it. He's going to try to cross, but Akame is there. And that is a fantastic way. This time, actually, it does look like it's going to have to be a B hit. Going to try and sell a bit of a fake, and that's not too bad. A entry up, and it's looking a little bit too easy right now for that hold. Zexy were well aware of the possibilities, so they answer them nicely. 4-2. They maintain the lead. See how it goes. May through the cage. Finally, something that goes right, and then it goes wrong. Zexy for the double. Knew what the mission was, and gets the entry onto Seth as well. Kind of resulted in a round win. Oh, and finally it's gone. For success here, are they going to clear it? No, yes, barrel spotted. Maybe he needs to have a look in the other direction though, because Akame's on the line for the double. Another week where they look to try to get it done in OT. Unless Klaus can pull off a miracle round, he's getting some kills, he's getting some space. Barrel streak is over, and DFM have their first win of stage 2.
Okay, trip broken.
4 more kills required. Sephiroth just waiting, spots the gun barrel, tucks in behind the box. Has maybe one chance at this, needs clean shots. There's 1 or 2. Hold on a minute, Shota could get it done. Multi-kills, I don't know. Killua right there. And now it's on to Eco again to try and save the day for ZETA. The Seekers to play with. And Cruz onto the line, gets it over. Going to be the important factor here now. See Sephiroth up close and personal on the site. Killua goes down, so too does Sephiroth, but Primi is here, and he can get them all! Yes, Primi! Another one required, and he's got it! The ace for Primi!
They did it on the last map. Can they get it to 12-12 again? Hunter is waiting. Here it comes. It's not quite cancelled out. He does get the 1-for-1. In full sense, the spike's been dropped though, and that is now covered off by multiple ZETA players. Could this be it? Sugar Zero with the one tap on his behalf. Smoke fading though, not favourably. 13-10. ZETA will get it done. Site is taken, but Kalua's still in the back of the site. That's a sharp raw adjustment onto Sugar Zero. Thought he was in all sorts of trouble there, but Kalua. Now it's the rest of the team that task for full sense. Seekers do go out as well. Gibbs are trying to make this retake happen. And again, look at the post plan from ZETA. Jubilation continues, and today for the Japanese scene as they get themselves yet another win.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Push, push, push.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
This is VCT Pacific 2026.